Isang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang mag-ibig, pero sa silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dikit mo'y buhay. Upang hinirang, kuya ka ng mag-ibig, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagagaktutok sa simoy at sa langit mong bagaw, ay hinatang tulad, awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang lang matawad mo'y tagumpay na naghihiling, makituwin at araw niya kailan ang may di maghihiling. Lumalang araw ng walhaging pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang higaya ng pagkay mga amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Pandemic Playbook Literary Festival, brought to you by the Book Development Association of the Philippines at the Manila International Book Fair online. It opens today and will take place here until tomorrow from 8:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. There can really be no playbook for the pandemic, but this is our simple and honest attempt to offer options to the book industry and all its stakeholders, from publishers to authors to editors, book designers, and illustrators. Not only will the LitFest sessions, with a total of 50 panelists, explore the book industry's challenges, both trade and literary, in this time of the coronavirus, but we will also explore new possibilities for the time when we kind of reset the world and its systems. How will we change the way we live so that we protect the planet better? Keep communities equal, just, and free, and altogether live in dignity. This morning we begin with a keynote address titled A Workshop of Grief by Gina Apostol. Gina's fourth novel, Insurrecto, was named by Publishers Weekly one of the best books of 2018, one of the top 10 best books of 2018. Her third book, Gun Dealer's Daughter, won the 2013 Pen Open Book Award. Her first two novels, Bibliolepsy and The Revolution According to Raimundo Mata, both won National Book Awards or the Juan Laya Prize for the novel from the Manila Critics Circle. Her essays and stories have appeared in the New York Times, LA Review of Books, Foreign Policy, Gettysburg Review, Massachusetts Review, and others. She lives in New York City and Western Massachusetts and grew up in Tacloban. She teaches at the Fieldstone School in New York City. Without question, we are in a season of loss and grief. And an old haunting and finished grief is very likely to come back. Let us listen to Gina's own story of her long battle with grief.
Thank you all for being here. When Karina invited me to speak to you to be on a panel about writing and grief, I told her that's odd. Recently, I've been contemplating writing an essay called The Workshop of Grief. I had just finished a full draft of a novel, the new version of a book I had originally called William McKinley's World. Its title is likely going to be very different now because it's a very different book. But I barely mentioned the fact of finishing it to friends. The reason being, I had finished a novel during the pandemic. It seemed a weird flex. My daughter tells me flex means a kind of brag, an annoying display. And it seemed weird to finish a book under such global precarity. And I kept the news under my laptop. But when I did think about it, this weird fact that I had finished a book under dire circumstances, I recognized I had done it before. In fact, I've been doing it for 22 years. And I realized during this pandemic that in many ways, grief has been my writing workshop. I've been working with it, against it, despite it, for 22 years. The minute I left New York on March 14 to hide out here in my partner's home in rural Massachusetts, I knew I would write. Not because it would be easy or comfortable or because it's my duty or out of a sense of virtue or moral courage. I have none of those feelings when I write. I feel no virtue, no courage, no ease. I knew I would write because it would be a way of containing. It's a practice similar to the ways others may contain things like gardening or baking or cooking for one's family or phone banking during the elections, as my friends here in the States have been doing, or just sinking purposefully into the daily grind of work. All the ways we put our heads down purposefully to contain pain or terror. What's most important for me, though, in thinking of the psychology of writing as containing is that word, purpose. This act of writing a novel, for me, has been a way of creating a purpose or a way of creating meaning, because meaning is the only way, in my view, that humans can survive. We must find ways to have meaning. In these days of trauma and grief, and the moments of horror that can beset one, the deaths in a family, the ravages of misrule, the evil terrors of violent, abusive dictatorship that we Filipinos once again find ourselves in. But meaning is the only way we can survive. That is how I knew that when I got to Western Massachusetts and hid in this hibernating cave, I would write. It has been my way of surviving. It was a very familiar thing to do. The last time I did this was in 2012 and 2013. I took a leave from school and I spent 11 months not seeing a single soul but my partner Ken and occasionally my daughter. I had cancer. I had 3 surgeries and was undergoing chemotherapy, and I was disabled. I was mentally fried. In the middle of this super typhoon, a super typhoon hit my hometown, Tacloban. I witnessed it all unfold on YouTube videos and Facebook posts, watching my entire city suddenly devoured, unrecognizable, while this toxic poison that is chemotherapy was coursing through my veins. I would hate that conjunction in a novel. So melodrama. But that was my life in 2013. And what did I do? I wrote. I happen to be a writer, not a gardener. I'm a novelist, not a cook. In fact, I'm a really, really bad cook. It's my partner Ken, who's Irish, who can make a very good adobo or bibingka or garlic rice. I can't even cook rice. I burn it. I also can't garden. I have no patience. I'm very forgetful. And plants don't appreciate that. I'm also not a philanthropist. I'm not a do gooder, not a preacher, not a believer. I have no faith. I love very few people, maybe 12 tops. And to be honest, 12 is stretching it. I love 12 living people. I am not a happy camper with a renewing vision of the world. I'm a novelist. It's just that for some reason, that's what I do. So when I had cancer in 2013, I wrote fiercely, furiously, and nonstop. I kept working on a book I had begun around 2010, William McKinley's World, and during recess from that novel, I wrote these narrative finger exercises, I called them, exercises in writing in the third person, which my earlier novels did not do. So I practiced writing in the third person with that recess novel. It was something new to me, and so I did it to learn something new in my arsenal as a writer, so to speak. That recess novel became my fourth book, Insurrecto, which was a huge pleasure to write, to be honest. It was like playing a game. And sure enough, once I got here in Western Mass last March, I almost immediately did resume work on that novel I had kept working on in my last hibernation, William McKinley's World, and I finished its draft. Maybe I'm like a robot, I thought. Maybe I'm conditioned to write when disaster strikes. I had actually begun reworking this novel on the plane back to the Philippines 2 summers ago, last August in 2019, when I returned for the Philippine Writers Festival sponsored by National Bookstore. And thanks to those who invited me and welcomed me then, I really love and appreciate all of you for giving me that time. I wrote nonstop on that plane. I kept writing throughout the festival and throughout my stay because for some reason, suddenly, I found a solution to this writing problem that I had with that unfinished novel from 2013, which had begun as a story of two brothers in 1899, one a revolutionary, the other a spy, and one brother had to kill the other. But I got this idea on the plane to completely shift the subplot into the main plot, to make the novel's subplot of personal grief, the story of a daughter returning home to bury her mother, the main story instead. I was excited about the change because, in a novel, mainly you manipulate two key materials. One is point of view, the other is time. And basically, your novel works when you have hit on the right fix for both perspective and time. So I was excited about solving a problem. The new version required straight realism, which I do not do. And so it became for me another of those exercises. It needed to be written in a way entirely new for me, without postmodern commentary or lyrical impressionism. It needed to be written like a memoir. So it was another exercise. Some of you who have read my books might know I do not write directly about so called real things, things that have actually happened to me that I have experienced. I actually owe it to Rui de Vera. I don't know if he's around today. To a question he once asked of me. I'm always startled into some recognition when Rui interviews me. Rui asked me a while ago, "Why do you never write about your life?" I was startled because it had never occurred to me. And his question was unnerving. It made me think, what am I evading? I'm aware of an unconscious in a novel, but in my view as a writer, it's best not to think about it. And so it's a bit weird for me that this revision of this novel became, in some way, a novel about my actual mourning for my mother, that I must have felt as I was returning home on that plane, whom I had not been able to mourn. But I could conceive of doing so only if I saw my mourning as an exercise. So I'm giving at least here two things about writing in a pandemic. First is the purpose that it offers, as I said, which is essential to us as humans, not just as writers. Second is how writing offers you a way to find out about the truth of your desire, but it does so through illusion, through the very healthy illusion that your art and its truth are not about you. And that paradox, that your work is a truth about your desire that you are attempting to discover, but at the same time, your work is not about you, is essential to art. And I learned this through grief. And I thank Rui for asking a question a while ago that made me think of this paradox, or at least the question put it in my face. When my mom died of cancer in the year 2000, I was actually still ill from my husband's death 2 years before, and I did not go home to bury her. And there I was on a plane to read about a novel about burying a mom. That was Insurrecto. That was the very thin plot of a main character in Insurrecto. I know what you're already thinking. Oh my God, such drama. When you sat here to listen to this Zoom, you did not expect Flor de Luna, but I too did not expect it of my life. When my husband died, now it's been more than 22 years ago, 22 years and 6 months and 24 days, if one wishes to be precise. I remember two things I vowed to myself because I had to repeat it as a mantra. One, I said to myself, my daughter will know how much her father loved her. And by such loving knowledge, I vowed, she will not be destroyed. Some of you might know that my husband died of suicide. Some of you might know my husband. Some of you might know that suicide and my husband do not go together in the mind. He died in his mother's house, away from me, while on a trip to research his third novel. And his death is a mystery to all who love him. I'm actually going to skip all this stuff that I wrote about my husband. I don't think I can read it. My job as a mother, my vow, was that my daughter would know how vital and beautiful her father was. And that the story of his death would not be his only story or the story that defined him. The second mantra I had was, and I said this to myself very secretly, as it seemed unspeakable and disloyal and selfish. I told myself, Gina, you will write again. I say again because already I knew when my husband died that the world was broken. And I say that my vow was unspeakable and disloyal and selfish because my husband too had wished to write like me. We had met at writing school. And to imagine myself writing without him when it was what he, Arnie, my husband, also wished to do above all, was a huge wrench and a huge betrayal, it seemed, for me to continue to do what he wished to do when he could not. And I knew that to continue to write would be to have the shadow of my husband's desire, his lost desire, his abandoned one, his enduring one, with me too, at all times. But the fact was, it was my desire too. That is also what is true. What's important about grief also is that you understand what is true. In my view, the grieving over suicide is not really livable. It is a daily trauma and a daily mental practice of living through that one must be mindful of in order to keep going. And I believe this is true maybe of all deaths of those we love, but because it is a taboo, it goes against our desire for meaning. Suicide has this extra charge. But what's important in order to survive such grief is that we separate the true from the nightmare. We separate the true from the ugly, monstrous, jack in the box surprises that are in many ways useless, the narcissisms of guilt, remorse, and all those feelings that, that make one believe everything, even and especially the unknowable motives of a loved one, to believe the reasons for anyone's death are about you. That is a falsity that is hard to free oneself from if one is dealing with suicide. But you have to release yourself from that dishonesty and contemplate what is true. What is true about your own desire? What is it about your desire that is yours? And I mention this to you, to writers, because this question is useful not only if you are dealing with trauma. So let me stop here a bit. Notice the first piece about surviving, find meaning. Writing did that for me. Writing does that for me. Taking care of my daughter did that for me. I've worked hard to strip my life of anxiety over what is not meaningful. And I do think it is a biological thing. We are wired for meaning in the same way we are wired to read. We are biologically wired to discern what is life-giving versus what is false. But the second thing about writing through trauma is that one writes to be true, to be upfront and clear about desire, to be true to what that is, because what is false can kill you. When my husband died, I needed to face up to my desire to write, because it would kill me if I accepted the nightmare of guilt, the nightmare of ceaseless mourning that would not bring him back. There's both a terrible burden and a terrible triumph in the fact that I did finish the revolution according to Raimundo Mata. My deepest thanks to Karina Velasco and Anvil Press for publishing that novel. I have said before that for me, that novel was about resurrection, although, of course, it was about something very different from what was going on with my life, because mainly in that novel, I wished to resurrect Rizal. It's a comic novel also. It was meant to be a gift of laughter in honor of our revolution. But every time anyone asked me then how they could help me, I said, send me a book about the Philippine Revolution. I remember Dr. Abad sending me the Anvil reprint of Nick Joaquin's A Question of Heroes, for instance. My friend Zubaldo and his wife Elisabetta sent me several boxes of books, and I have a whole shelf of books on the revolution that are witness to a desire. And I had this whole growing bookshelf of stories about that tragedy of our history that I did not even read for a very long time. I just kept them on my shelf. One day I thought I would read them, and one day I did. I was very busy taking care of my child. I had determined to have a job, health insurance, a stable existence. It's what my daughter needed. And I also had those books unread on a shelf. It's what I needed, but exactly how I would use them, I did not know. I know grieving is a bodily illness. It is physical, because weirdly you only know how bodily it is, how physical when the fog is lifting and you are getting well, and you finally see things that in fact had always been there. So I had those books on a shelf. The fact is, I had already written that book's my Raimundo Mata's first scene a long time ago in 1998 about Emilio Aguinaldo and Raimundo Mata. It was a comical scene of them going off in this carretela to get initiated into the revolution. Raimundo Mata and Emilio Aguinaldo do the limbo and stuff like that. I kept that scene. It's in the middle of the book now, not the beginning. And that comedy is the novel I was writing the night my husband died. And I'm revealing this here to all of you, writers in the Philippines, as if you were my intimates. Maybe because I think there might be a message for those of us who wish to continue to work under clouds of grief. Seek what is true. Separate the true from the nightmare. The griefs of our country, the griefs of this terrible evolution that this planet seems to have turned into, this way in which humans on this earth at times seem to be adapting in all the wrong ways through despotism, racism, classism, misogyny, violence, tokhang, the oppression of those who have nothing. I know my personal story is very small, but the reason I said yes to Karina when she asked me to speak to you about grief was that I do have this story, and I wondered if it could help others. Just recently, Publishers Weekly interviewed me about the coming edition of Raimundo Mata this January here in the United States. It's only when the interviewer asked me this particular question, that my blood ran cold because I separate my book so much from my experiences. She asked me, "How did you come to write this novel?" And I couldn't tell her. And it made me think again about this long writing workshop that is grief. My story is small compared to the story that so many Filipinos under this Duterte government, so many Filipinos under this pandemic, so many Filipinos working to create dignity for themselves in a time when there is so little dignity in our own leaders. And to be honest, this is true of too many leaders. In particularly, it's true of the leaders here in this goddamn country, here in America. But I'm telling this story because the fact is, I have written. I kept my vow. So I've offered two things that are key for me about surviving, but underneath those also lies the third. Here in New York, I'll tell you some things that constitute the writer's nightmare. The falsities that are the nightmare of a writer in New York are: one, status. You do not write for status or you will die. That is not what is true. Fame and glory. You do not write to be known or you will die. That is not what is true. Reviewers. You do not believe your reviewers, whether they are good to you or bad to you, or you will die. Those are not what is true. James Baldwin said to Maya Angelou in this great conversation, he said, quote, "It is not possible for an artist to be a success. Once you think you are a success, forget it. You begin to take your identity from other people," unquote. What is important in order to survive is to discover what is true about your desires, separate it from the nightmare, all the externals that have nothing to do with the work. But there is this third thing about writing in a pandemic. I will say, though, success is different from the desire to have a basic, comfortable life. I don't believe in starving for art. There's a very basic reason I can write in the pandemic because I have healthcare, tenure, I have all of that. I understand that privilege and I appreciate it. I do not take those basic things lightly. I believe people should have leisure. That's why I'm a Marxist. I believe people should have ease. But there is this third thing about writing in a pandemic. It is paradoxical, but I'd like to end with this third thing in case people mistake what I mean by art. Art is not about the personal story. I have managed to write my novels precisely because I understand they are not me. That is the last thing about this writing workshop of grief. Grief has taught me to look outside of myself, to understand that there is a world outside me, and that is not only a healthy separation, it is a necessary one in order to do art. My job as an artist is to pay attention. The only way I have been able to write was to be true by honoring the book and its demands as its own thing. My job is to tease something into being, to keep it alive. And the way I can keep that thing alive is by trying as much as possible to see it for what it is. The book is not me. The things I have endured, maybe, the questions I have about what it is to live, maybe they give the books a charge. But experimenting with the text, keeping faith with one's research, doing exercises with third person, first person, changing perspective, reconfiguring time. All of these are ways to coax the book into being what it is. They're not just techniques, they're ways of listening, of thinking outside the box of yourself, trying to keep that being alive on its own terms, not yours. This is why writing a novel during a pandemic is so engrossing, so elemental, so powerful. It's an experiment in keeping something alive under dire circumstances. At any moment, it might go awry, explode into nothing, just be a lot of gas, and you have nothing, and you have to keep working on it in all the ways you can so that it can speak what is true because of your respect for the world out there that is not you. And this is an ethic that should be true of leaders or readers and not just of writers, maybe. So that is my last lesson from grief as a writing workshop. Find purpose, seek what is true to your desire, separate it from the nightmare, and respect the world that is outside of yourself. And so maybe you resurrect something, you bring something alive. Thanks so much. I appreciate very much this invitation to speak to you. I wish you the best at this conference. Mabuhay ha aton nga tanan, kan maupay nga aga, ha iyo nga tanan. That was Waray because, to be honest, for me, Waray is also part of my truth. Salamat hinduro ha iyo. Pag-upay-upay kamo ha yung mga workshop ng panel. Salamat, Karina, and the Book Development Association of the Philippines. Salamat hining imbitasyon. Thanks for inviting me to speak.
Good morning again. That was something that was so moving, especially for those of us who knew Gina and Arnie from way back. Today, we begin the very first session of this Lit Fest. It is called A Writer's Map of Grief, and it comes right after Gina's very moving keynote. This time of the pandemic is a season of grief with loved ones left to die alone in hospitals and then cremated quickly. We feel as abandoned and traumatized. The coronavirus certainly has changed our experience of grief and pain. It has made it more intense and harrowing. I am Karina Bolasco, BDAP trustee, and will serve as the moderator for this panel. With us this morning are two very sensitive and compassionate writers, a poet and an essayist, who will show through literary accounts of grief that words are generative, inspiring, and cathartic. Our first panelist is Dr. Marjorie Abasco, poet par excellence. She's Philippine Sea Right Awardee for 2010 and NCCA Ani ng Dangal Awardee. Her books have won the National Book Awards for Poetry and History, Biography, and Art. She received the Umpil Gawad Pambansang Alagad de Balagtas in 2004, Patnubay ng Sining at Kalinangan from the City of Manila in 2005, Outstanding Silliman University Alumna for Creative Writing in 2008, and the 2011 Carlos P. Garcia Award for Literature from Bohol, her home island. She's a university fellow and professor emeritus in literature at the De La Salle University. Some of her books are Dreamweavers, Selected Poems, 1976 to 1986, and Ochre Tones, Poems in English and Cebuano. Our second panelist is a known grief educator and coach, Kathy Babaw, who is also a freelance communications professional, columnist, and essayist. She published 3 books, Between Loss and Forever, Filipino Mothers on the Grief Journey, which was a finalist for the 2012 National Book Awards in the nonfiction category, Heaven's Butterfly, book on helping children cope with the death of a loved one, and Heart on My Sleeve. She was given in 2004 the Outstanding Women in the Nation Service Award for Public Service. After both panelists speak, we will have a Q&A. Please do type up your questions in the Q&A box or the chat box. Those watching us from Facebook and YouTube can post your questions in the comment space. So, good morning. Let's begin. Can we start with Marge?
Good morning, Karina, Kathy, and everyone who is here with us in this first panel of the Literary Festival. It's probably strange to begin a festival with a discussion of grief, our panel's thematic anchor. But in a world changed by our living with a pandemic, the invitation to share my literary map with which to negotiate the vast spaces of grief is one that I accepted with sobriety. Our panel's theme actually reminded me of an early poem I learned by Archibald MacLeish entitled Ars Poetica, which says towards the end, "For all the history of grief, an empty doorway and a maple leaf." Well, talking of seasons of transition, last September, the Bienvenido and Santos Creative Writing Center of De La Salle University asked me to serve as director for the first creative nonfiction writing workshop for doctors with the theme, Writing the Pandemic. And in that 1-month program, one of the prompts on the visceral proximity of death in the choice of a medical profession resulted in a brilliant young doctor's long overdue story of her coming into medicine, which at its core was a loving tribute to her mother, who had been crucial to her decision to become a doctor. After her mom died of cancer, she had been waiting to write about their relationship, and the writing workshop gave her protected time and space to touch base with her grief. In our discussion of her work, cued by the title of her narrative, we discussed the 5 stages of grief in the model offered by Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. I'm proposing to use these stages of denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance as a kind of map to bring forward the literary expressions of grief that may speak to us of the possibilities of healing. It is my contention that when we grieve, we are not only mourning for the beloved we have lost, we are also mourning for our own finite selves and this equally finite and fragile world in which we live. For the stage of denial, there's the behavior of Gilgamesh, the epic hero from ancient Mesopotamia, who in his quest for immortality cries to Shiduri, the tavern keeper at the edge of the world, "My friend, whom I loved so dear, who went with me through every danger. My friend Enkidu, whom I loved so dear, who went with me through every danger. The doom of mortals overtook him. 6 days I wept for him and 7 nights. I did not surrender his body for burial until a maggot dropped from his nostril." For anger and bargaining, who better than Job in the Old Testament could speak of it eloquently? He vents against God, saying, "I cry unto thee, and thou dost not hear me. I stand up, and thou regardest me not. Thou art become cruel to me. With thy strong hand thou opposest thyself against me." And in the conventional wisdom that presupposes good fortune as a consequence of goodness, Job seeks justice for his misfortune. He cries out to God, "Did I not weep for him that was in trouble? Was not my soul grieved for the poor? When I looked for good, then evil came to me. When I waited for light, there came darkness. My bowels boiled and rested not. The days of affliction prevented me. I went mourning without the sun. I stood up and I cried in the congregation. I am a brother to dragons and a companion to owls. My skin is black upon me, and my bones are burned with heat. My harp also turned to mourning, and my organ into a voice of them that weep. For the stage of depression, poem 372 by Emily Dickinson describes it with surgical precision. After great pain, a formal feeling comes. The nerves sit ceremonious like tombs. The stiff heart questions, was it he that bore? And yesterday or centuries before? The feet mechanical go round a wooden way of ground or air or aught, regardless grown, a quartz contentment like a stone. This is the hour of lead, remembered if outlived, as freezing persons recollect the snow. First, chill, then stupor, then the letting go. Personally, for me, it is the last stage of acceptance that is the most difficult to arrive at. The late Irish poet John O'Donoghue speaks of this difficulty in a poem titled For Grief. When you lose someone you love, your life becomes strange. The ground beneath you becomes fragile. Your thoughts make your eyes unsure, and some dead echo drags your voice down where words have no confidence. Your heart has grown heavy with loss. And though this loss has wounded others too, no one knows what has been taken from you when the silence of absence deepens. Flickers of guilt kindle regret for all that was left unsaid and undone. There are days when you wake up happy, again inside the fullness of life, until the moment breaks and you are thrown back unto the black tide of loss. Days when you have your heart back, You are able to function well until in the middle of work or encounter, suddenly with no warning, you are ambushed by grief. It becomes hard to trust yourself. All you can depend on now is that sorrow will remain faithful to itself. More than you, it knows its way and will find the right time to pull and pull the rope of grief until that coiled hill of tears has reduced to its last drop. Gradually, you will learn acquaintance with the invisible form of your beloved, of your departed. And when the work of grief is done, the wound of loss will heal, and you will have learned to wean your eyes from that gap in the air and be able to enter the hearth in your soul where your loved one has awaited your return all the time. This act of entering the hearth gives us an image of the paradox of grief, an insight that the great mystic poet Jalaluddin Rumi offers. Grief itself gives us another way of looking at the way grief's bitter sweetness leads to our eventual acceptance of loss. In the tavern of life, we hear this dialogue. I saw grief drinking a cup of sorrow and called out, "It tastes sweet, does it not?" You have caught me, grief answered, and you've ruined my business. How can I sell sorrow when you know it is a blessing? I feel that this unimaginable blessing of grief makes its visitation upon the grieving one when the mind, heart, and spirit are instructed on how to open oneself up to the grace of loss. Mary Olivers in Blackwater Woods says it when it turns its seeing inward towards the last part of the poem. Every year, everything I have ever learned in my lifetime leads back to this, the fires and the black river of loss, whose other side is salvation, whose meaning none of us will ever know. To live in this world, you must be able to do three things: to love what is mortal, to hold it against your bones, knowing your own life depends on it, and when the time comes to let it go, to let it go. It seems then that knowing the time to let go is part of this grace making its visitation at last in one's life and initiating the healing. This last part of my presentation with 3 poems marks the shift in the soul's acceptance of the reality of death, in the precarity of every single ordinary day. Gary Whitehead's poem Arboretum locates death in a lush public garden. Then you will have held something beautiful, the hand of the old one dying by degrees, the bloom of the almost undone season. And you will have seen that even now, the scars, dark rivers, overgrown cities of light might heal still in the way the aging and the broken have sometimes of rising suddenly despite whatever source or the atrophy of the body might bear upon a soul. And maybe you'll see it in some place so ordinary as a public garden, in its most private space, late one afternoon, leaning against a fence, taking the last bright bell of morning glory, like your great grandmother's open hand. And you'll hold it as if it's the last bloom left on earth. And you'll hold it as if to empty into it the ringing in your ears that evens out suddenly to bird song and the buzz of bees. There in the garden's remotest place, late one summer, late in the millennia, safe with the company you keep, safe as the earth and the blue silent bell closing into sleep. Pamela Ushuk's Green Flame is a poem of witnessing death in nature as her way of accepting her terminal cancer. Slender as my ring finger, the female hummingbird crashed into plate glass, separating her and me before we could ask each other's name. Green flame, she launched from a dead eucalyptus limb. Almost on impact, she was gone, her needle beak opening twice to speak the abrupt language of her going, taking in the day's rising heat as I took one more scalding breath, horrified by death's velocity. Too weak from chemo not to cry for the passage of her emerald shine, I lifted her weightlessness into my palm. Mourning doves moaned, "Who? Who? Oh, who?" While her wings closed against the tiny body. Sky would forget as soon as it would forget mine. I would like to end with the possibility of a stage of radical acceptance offered in this meditation on the perfection of wisdom in the heart of Prajnaparamita Sutra. Here, Avalokiteshvara, the Bodhisattva of compassion, speaks to the monk Sariputra about emptiness or shunyata, referring to the fact that no thing, including human existence, has independent substantiality. No thing is permanent. Everything is interconnected in the constant flux. This wisdom offers an alternative to the suffering caused by ignorance, our egos, our attachments, and our resistance to change and loss. Body is nothing more than emptiness. Emptiness is nothing more than body. The body is exactly empty, and emptiness is exactly body. The four other aspects of human existence, feeling, thought, will, and consciousness, are likewise nothing more than emptiness, and emptiness nothing more than they. All things are empty. Nothing is born, nothing dies. Nothing is pure, nothing is stained. Nothing increases and nothing decreases. So in emptiness, there is no body, no feeling, no thought, no will, no consciousness. There are no ears, no eyes, no ears, no nose, no tongue, no body, no mind. There is no seeing, no hearing, no smelling, no tasting, no touching, no imagining. There is nothing seen, nor heard, nor smelled, nor tasted, nor touched, nor imagined. There is no ignorance, and no end to ignorance. There is no old age and death, and no end to old age and death. There is no suffering, no cause of suffering, no end to suffering, no path to follow. There is no attainment of wisdom, no wisdom to attain. The bodhisattvas rely on the perfection of wisdom, and so with no delusions they feel no fear. They have nirvana here and now. All the Buddhas, past, present, and future, rely on the perfection of wisdom and live in full enlightenment. The perfection of wisdom is the greatest mantra. It is the clearest mantra, the highest mantra, the mantra that removes all suffering. This is truth that cannot be doubted. Say it so. Gate, gate, paragate, parasamgate, bodhisvaha, which means gone, gone over, gone fully over, awakened, so be it. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Marge. That was a remarkable way of mapping grief as documented by writers. Kathy, can we hear you? Listen to you next.
Yes. Hello, good morning. I have to say, March, that was a beautiful collection of
Yeah.
poems that I can actually use in my practice now. So
Yeah.
thank you very much. I'm sure those will be very helpful to my clients. So, okay. All right. The title of my presentation this morning is Writing Grief in the Time of COVID-19. So let's begin first with some hard facts. Globally, there have been now to date 1.43 million deaths. In the Philippines alone, 8,255 deaths. For every person that passes away, it is expected that at least 5 or 6 people mourn the death. So if you multiply that, that's about 7 million people mourning right now globally and 48,000 people in the Philippines who are mourning. Cremation rate, according to statistics, has gone up from 45% to 85%. 45% pre-pandemic to currently 85%. Even non-COVID deaths, families who lose loved ones not to COVID have opted to use cremation instead of burial. Why do I mention this? Um, in the Philippine culture, our morning is usually kicked off by getting together during a wake and attending masses and being physically present for each other. So this is a crucial factor that has affected the ways in which we mourn the loved ones that we have lost during this pandemic. To date, we have now have 426,000 COVID-19 cases, which in itself creates its own grief. But there are so many other losses, and not just the loss to death. There is the loss of routine and freedom, the loss of employment, loss of other opportunities. There are many ambiguous losses. There is the loss of the ability to be with our loved ones, to be with the sick, and more importantly, to say goodbye and to be with the dying. We have lost all of these over the last almost 9 months now. So grief and mourning, are they the same thing? No, they are not. When we say grief, if I think of a bottle, grief is the constellation of feelings and emotions that a bereaved person goes through when he or she experiences a loss. So if you think of this container, grief is the water. Inside, the water has all the anger, the fear, the anxiety, all the questions, all the sadness that one feels when one is in grief. Mourning, on the other hand, is the expression or the outpouring of the feelings. So mourning is pouring the water out of the bottle. And uh, I think the important point to remember is that there is no healing if there is no mourning. So mourning is very essential. And what are the ways in which we mourn? We get together with family and friends. We talk about it. We cry. We remember. We have rituals. We do art. We do other creative outlets. And of course, we write. I am, of course, a very strong believer in writing as a means of mourning. And we've found a lot of writing related to mourning the death of a loved one or mourning any other kind of loss during this period. So let's begin with a grief of loss, writing the grief of loss to COVID-19. And for this, I have samples of writing from three people who have lost their loved ones at the front lines. There is Jonas, Bibeth, and Joe. So Dr. Jonas Del Rosario, the current PGH spokesperson, lost both his parents to COVID-19 within the span of 1 month. His 90-year-old father, Bonifacio, on August 8, 2020, and then his 87-year-old mother, Carmen, on September 8, 2020. Carmen was a Marian devotee, and Dr. Jonas found great consolation in the fact that she died on September 8, 2020. And he wrote a poem for her, Paalam Aking Ina. Hanggang dito na muna, mahal kong nanay, ang Birheng Maria po sa'yo'y umaakay. Ang puso ko'y sasabog sa ating paghihiwalay. Ngunit sa isip ko'y mapayapa ka ng mahihimlay. Dahil gawa na sa langit ang iyong tahanan, kapiling ng lalaking minahal na walang hanggan. Hayaan mong yakapin kita muli ng mahigpit, bago tuluyan mga mata mo'y itikit. Hayaan mong alayan kita ng paboritong awit na iyong baunin sa paglalakbay sa langit. Marami pong salamat, mahal kong ina. Kulang ang aking buhay para masuklian ka. Sa lahat ng pag-aaruga, mula ako'y bata pa. Sana nalaman mo, nakatangi-tangi ka sa bunso mong manggagamot na nangungulila. So Dr. Jonas really writes poetry. Even prior to his parents' death, he likes to change song lyrics, but his means of expression has primarily been poetry. So he wrote this, I believe, a week after his mother passed on. And as you can see, the poem really, comes from the deepest part of his heart. So next we have Vibeth, who lost her brother, Dr. Bimboy Orteza, to COVID-19 on April 8, 2020. Vibeth is Bimboy's ate. She writes, I didn't know losing you was going to be this hard. Trying to remember you at your funniest when we were growing up. I recall you as a 6-year-old praying for the evening meal. Lord, thank you for this food, even if the viand is not good. You said you were going to be a hero, and I laughed. I laughed loudest when Mama discovered a small wooden chest where you kept some neatly folded clothes, notebooks, and scribblings soon after your first visit to the Rizal Shrine at the Intramuros. And you said, para pag naging hero ako, hindi na sila mahirapang maghanap ng gamit ko. I'm not laughing anymore, Bimboy. You are a hero, and I miss you so much, my pangit. So pangit is Bibeth's endearment for Bimboy. And after this, she had written a few more pieces on her remembrances of happy times with Doc Bimboy, which is a common theme that I've seen in those who write about their siblings. There is always a remembrance of the joy of the times when they were much younger, and you will see that again in the next example. So Dr. Karen Sinen was the 40th frontliner to pass away from COVID-19. She was a neonatologist. She left behind a husband who is also a doctor and two young children. So the next piece is written by her brother Job. Job writes, I know you're in a better place now, pero honestly, I don't know if I am. I have 10 more blood forms with me, ate. With each form, I knew that we were buying you more time with us, with your husband and your kids. I am heartbroken, ate. Please help me heal. Thanks for sharing your beautiful life with us. I will always remember our fights over the much coveted dulo ng Goldilocks roll na cake and our ultra-competitive game board and jackstone matches. And after this, Job also, would write often about Doc Karen, again, reminiscing their younger times, reminiscing what his ate would do for him. There's one piece that he wrote about a wallet, which was his sister's last gift to him. So that's also a common theme. People writing about the last gifts given to them or the first gifts given to them or something of significance that the person used to own, which is now in the bereaved possession. So these are what we call in grief psychology as linking objects. They are ways by which we connect to the deceased. But then again, it's not just the grief of death, writing about the grief of death that is common during this period, but I have seen in practice that the grief over an old loss often resurfaces during this time. And an example of this is Maya Puyat's article for CNN Life on forgetfulness, the psychological effect of the pandemic. So she went about writing about forgetfulness, and she interviewed an aunt of hers who was a psychologist to talk about why is it that people tend to be more forgetful during the pandemic. But in the process of her writing, she recalls her father's death from 10 years ago. The year was 2010. I was 14 years old and at the tail end of my freshman year of high school when my father passed away. It was the first time I felt that feeling of suspension. Time and space around me was blurring into non existence. I was dangling. There was too much to process all at once. So unconsciously, I had processed nothing. And I continued to process nothing. I remember what happened after through the eyes of others. After 2010, the years started to run away from me, and time became this weird thing I never seemed to have a full grasp on. 10 years later, I am continuously surprised by the bits of memories that resurface. Sometimes they are triggered by a large event, like the first time I heard my dad's voice after he died, and the tears came before I could process. Mostly they happen when I'm buying snacks at the supermarket or I take a sip of a particularly good cup of coffee. What centering myself has helped me do, however, is build bridges where the gaps are, to connect what I have like a quilt rather than viewing them as stray bits of broken landscape. It's true, my brain doesn't want to remember. At least if I build a bridge, I can walk through the gaps without falling into them. I think it was Gina who mentioned earlier that the pandemic offers us a lot of time to think, a lot of time to reminisce and reflect, time that we would not have had if the pandemic had not happened. The pandemic forces us to face our old losses, forces us to really reflect and process. And I was very happy when I found this piece because I had met Maia 10 years ago when she was 40. And so it warms my heart to see that she's slowly processing. But you see, she was 14, she was a child at the time, and now she's 24, she's an adult. So now she has more of is able to sit with the loss and look at it, through a different lens. And of course, lastly, there are the ambiguous losses. And this is a personal loss of mine that I have written. Well, I continue to write, but with much difficulty. So, this is the grief of a new and ambiguous loss. What we mean by an ambiguous loss is a loss that is not really culturally or accepted. Like, let's say, for example, a miscarriage. Somebody loses a baby, it's not really like considered, validated by many people. In this case, I write about my mother's dementia, and I call the series the Caring Chronicles as a play on her nickname, um, Karim. So I wrote in September, my mother is fading, day by day, week by week. It is the most difficult challenge of my adult life, next to losing my son, whom I've written about a lot of the time. This is called anticipatory grief. This is what this is all over again. With my son, we had 2 whole weeks to fight, to hope, to pray that he would get better. And when he did not, we had a few days to accept and surrender. Alzheimer's or dementia is a different story. The waiting time is measured in years. It is anticipatory grief because your heart shatters into tiny bits and pieces as the person you once knew and loved fades away. She's there, but she's not all there. There are good days, there are bad days. You need to find your sense of humor. You need to rise above it. You have to accept it for what it is and not deny it. You empower yourself by reading up about this dreaded disease. You have to love at all costs, even if now you have to love from a distance. You must never take advantage of the situation. You must do all you can to slow down the progression of the disease. That is the moral thing to do. So I write to process my grief. I write to understand. I write to remember for myself and for my mother. So this is one of the uh, losses that that I've had. That a lot of people are actually going through a lot of ambiguous losses during this year. So I end with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you for sharing all of that with us. Before I take questions from the audience, I have one question each for you. Uh, Marge, I'm sure in the sampling of poetry that you shared with us, you also see the differences in the way these people and their communities or culture look at grief. I was wondering, since you also write in Cebuano and Boholano, do you also see this? Is it different from the way others look at grief? Uh, is it something regional, or there is a Filipino way of perceiving and dealing with grief?
Thank you for that question, Karina. I actually looked for a Cebuano poem, and instead of reading mine, I'd like to read Esther Tapia's Sunflower sa Bilar, and I'd like to read it to you in Binisaya. And if you want a translation, I can also read her translation later. So let me read that. And I'd like people to just make an evaluation whether it's the same or it's different, no, from what I had read. So, Sunflower sa Bilar ni Esther Tapia. Susama sa mga nahibilin didto sa umahan kining sunflower. Dako ug may mga lapad nga bidlisiw nga dalag. Sa tunga usa ka lingin sa itom nga mga liso. Usa ka bakanting mata nga walay kalimutaw. Nihunong na kini karon og tan-aw sa kalibutan. Nangita kini sa iyang anino. Sa mga bukas nga dapit apan maoy iyang hipalgan. Kining dili mabahin-bahin nga bulok sa kangit-ngit. Dili na niya makita ang umahan ug ang mga buyog. Busa nagtan-aw na lang siya nga karon sa iyang kaugalingon. Nagtan-aw na lang siya karon sa mga imahen. Sa mga katulugon na minaw sa mga sugilanon, kabahin og mga bidlisiw ug bulok nga dalag, mga liso nga tagak sa tambok nga yuta. And this is the translation of Esther. Sunflower at the wake. Like those left in the fields, this sunflower is big and has wide yellow rays. In the middle, one black circle of seeds, an empty eye without a pupil. It has now stopped looking at the world. It is looking for its shadow. In the open, vacant fields, but what it has found is the undivided color of darkness. It does not see the fields and the bees anymore. So it starts looking at itself. It is looking at the images of its sleep and is listening to the stories about sun rays and the color yellow, seeds that fall to the fertile earth. So that's a Cebuano poem by Esther Tapia, who is now in Germany, and she may be with us watching this.
Yeah. For Kathy, um, how to coach or manage or help people deal with grief. Doesn't that take a toll on you? I mean, apart from your own grief, you handle other, you work with other people's griefs.
Yeah, actually it does. So I have to learn to space the clients out, space them in such a way that I'm not like, because usually I'll see 3 4 people a day, 4 at the most. So, and I know their stories, so I don't put all the heavy stories together. I like, if I see one heavy one, then the other 2 or 3 has to be medyo not so heavy. And if I'm going through like a difficult period myself, so then I've learned to take time off, and learn to, you know, so important during this period, self-care, because there's really just a lot of grief going on
Yeah.
all over.
Yeah. So relating it to what I asked Marge earlier, do you see a difference in you're working mostly with Filipinos, right?
Yeah.
Just Filipinos, yeah. Do you see a difference in the way we perceive or we look at grief and mourning and
Mm,
our yeah.
Pre-pandemic and pandemic, I would say siguro the major difference is now during the pandemic, especially if the loss is due to COVID-19, it's become more complicated because of the
Mhm.
circumstances. So it's
Yeah.
hard to, it's harder for the client to move forward. There's a lot of things to process. And then if the relationship with the deceased was complicated already to begin with, then it further complicates the grief.
Mm.
So losses
Yeah.
to COVID-19 are, yeah, much more difficult.
Yeah, I guess. No? So really, this year of the pandemic is the kind of a dividing line.
Yes.
It has radically changed many things for us. There's one question from sorry, I have to go closer, from Jojo Fresnedi. Uh, please talk about the space between endings and possible new beginnings.
Hmm.
It's kind of
Right.
the
Yes.
space between, yeah, endings and possible new beginnings. I guess this is on everyone's mind,
Right.
writer or not. Yeah.
Well, it's really a huge period of uncertainty, I guess. So that's why a lot of what we're feeling now really feels like grief, because of the overall uncertainty. So the advice that I would normally give is very similar to, what you would give to a person who is newly bereaved, is that you just take it, you just do what you can, understand that your energy is not the same as it was before,
Mm,
and just take it one day at a time, because you have to cut yourself some slack, a lot of slack during this period, while we are still going through this pandemic, and there's still no clarity. Eventually, there will be clarity, and we'll find meaning into what it is that we're going through right now. So, a good question I always ask is, what is the story of yourself that you are going to tell yourself and tell people when all this is over?
Marge, do you have
Um,
a
yes.
writer or a poet?
Yes.
Well, I would like to talk about it metaphorically. The space between is like the caesura, the silences in a poem, and they are there and they are necessary. They are not to be denied in language. They are there because you need to breathe once in a while. So, in a poem, for example, when you find a natural pause, it is also an invitation to think about the condition that you are in, or as Gina had
Mm,
put it, to think about the truth that you are experiencing.
yeah.
So, the space between, for me, is not an unhealthy place. It is a space where you are put into by your grief. And
Mm.
perhaps it is a way of listening to yourself. So the way you listen to a poem, for example, when you reach the end of the line and there is a
Mm.
comma, you listen to it musically as the silence, and the silence is an invitation for you to think about the words, think about the things that are coming out of you, no? So the transformation process cannot happen, I think, or the transition process cannot happen in a chaotic place. If you're in the midst of life, it will distract you, of course, but it
Mm.
is in the most quiet times. That's why you are ambushed by grief, because the quiet times are when it says, hey, listen to me, I have something very important to tell you about yourself. Because, as I said, eventually we come to terms with that we mourn also for our finite selves, not only
Mm.
for those who died. Those who died of COVID, they were exposed to the virus. There is no assurance that you don't get exposed to, except, of course, if you are using and following as best as you can the health protocols. Yeah, so it's a space for listening.
Mm. Mm. What comes usually with grief is guilt, right? And Gina did say in her keynote that you have to fight the nightmare of guilt. And for writers and for herself, she just had to continue writing, even if she felt, a little guilty that her husband, who also wanted to write, couldn't anymore. So, do you have insight? Is it really what people deal with? Grief, it's the guilt. What you could have done, how you could have spent more time with the person, how you have treated the person. Is this the back to back thing or the flip side of grief? You think?
Yeah, yeah, it's very common when in people who have lost loved ones, there will always be that guilt. It varies in degrees, again,
Yeah.
depending on the type of death, depending on the age, depending on the relationship. So there are many factors. But yes, guilt, there is always some degree of guilt when when a loved one passes. So it just varies in degree. But
Mm-hmm.
often it's often present.
Mm-hmm.
Not
Yeah.
all the time, but often.
Mm. Okay. There's one long question here. I hope I can read it. Uh, okay. From Rose Rara. Maybe I should just remove my. Salamat. I think this is okay. Salamat kay nakaabot, Marge and Miss Babaw. A question. A question. Depression is part of the 5 stages Marge mentioned. How do you manage such depression, especially since it could be considered an anticipatory loss because depression itself is a process? My daughter underwent depression for almost a year between 2017 2018. Baking, in a way, helped her overcome it. So, any thoughts? Who wants to
Yes.
go first?
I
Kathy?
think
Okay.
I think Kathy.
Yes, as Marge outlined in the Kubler-Ross model, it is part of the stages of grief. But what we also teach now is that we must not think of the stages as linear, because as you know, when you lose a loved one, it's not really step one, two, three, four, five. The
Yeah.
labels are good, and Kubler-Ross designed them primarily for people who are at the end of life. I mean, even she says that, no. So grief is really more like a dance. You're depressed one day, you're angry the next, you accept, then you go back. So it's non-linear. We just like to have the stages as a basis. To your question, depression. What's the question? um
Yeah.
yes,
How do you
it's
manage?
how do you manage
Yeah.
depression.
Yeah.
uh well, depression kasi, especially if you're talking about the clinical type, then you
That's a
need the
different.
help of healthcare professional. If it's just regular sadness, that's why there's always a thin line. Are you grieving, or are you, already depressed? When you say kasi depressed, it's a word that you shouldn't actually take lightly, because true depression is like you're extremely sad for more than 2 weeks straight consistently. So if you're just sad for, like, let's say 1 week, and it's not just sadness, it's a profound kind of sadness that affects your sleep, that affects your eating, that affects you don't socialize. So it affects many things about the person. So if it's a true depression, then you need to consult a healthcare professional. You need to do things for yourself, like you mentioned baking. For some people, it's art. For some people, it's music. They have different outlets, and of course, there's the very important the support of family and family and friends. So it's a three. If it's true depression, then it's a three-pronged approach.
Marge, for writers, yourself in the last 8 or 9 months, has it affected your creativity? Have you been writing? And do you feel like you have to write to an issue in this time of crisis, or just to express or to meditate?
Well, I have a journal. When the pandemic started, when it was declared that we should have quarantine, I decided that I would be more faithful to my journal, because I have it. Sometimes I don't do it, so I said I will do it every day. And I think writing down your thoughts, clarify some of your what was called by Kathy the ambiguous, the uncertain. All of these are slippery things, and so putting words into them will show you how slippery it is, or how uncertain you are, how ambiguous your situation is, and that in itself, I think, is a way of making some order out of the chaos, because we are in chaotic times. And it's even, I think, at a certain point when I was teaching last term and we decided to fully go online in De La Salle, I realized that being on Zoom for many hours is not only strenuous to the eyes, it is also strenuous to the spirit, because the separation is very clear, and it's an unnatural way of talking to people. Sometimes you have a screen and you don't see who you are talking with. It's good now because I see the two of you, but I don't see everyone else. And so that's a strange thing, isn't it? And so even that can become a theme on which I can write. And so my journal has been my companion. Every day or every night I write down. I think it also gave birth to some of the drafts of poems. I'm not yet ready to bring them out because I think I am still in the abyss of in we're amidst the whole thing. But writing definitely has increased, because time for me has also increased. Like, I would have been commuting and suffering the traffic. I can read a book, or I can, write some lines, one line, a good word. So yes, it's strange because there is some kind of productivity somewhere that I used to not have. But I think it's because psychologically you are given more time, but at the same time, so it's a paradox. The psychological time is very filled with tension. It's tension filled. So you cannot be at ease in these times, especially because you know that this is not probably going to be the only pandemic. With the ruination of the environment, there will be things that will come, and probably worse. But I don't want to go there because it depresses me. It makes me very sad for all our stupidity, I think, as the human race.
But it also, I think, grief would allow us, it would lead us to also revisiting how the the way we've lived, and as we said, this year is a critical year, a dividing year. I keep thinking about 2020. That's supposed to be when your vision is very clear. You have a 2020 vision, right? And so maybe this year is supposed to make us see things clearly. So, um, but do you also begin to think of how we should, or imagining how we should, after the grief, what how we should be, or how, what things to look at, how do we change, for not to go back to the old normal, but to imagine a new world, a new normal? You think we'll get there? Because we've had a history of so many pandemics, and always it was short-lived. They would say stop selling these animals in markets and all that, and then that would be short-lived. After a year or so, they're back in the market. So, I even if we saw how nature benefited so much from the lockdown, right? And how it's not a lost cause, that it is possible to reverse the process, right? Because some people are saying, wala na yung climate change, tapos na yan, we cannot do anything anymore. But we saw that in a matter of months, yeah, the emissions went down by over 30%, they say. So, do you also begin to look at maybe how, as writers, how things should be, what things should be looked at again, revisited? How do we move to, creating a new normal?
Well, I think it's always a personal, it always begins with the self, diba? So I guess as writers, we have that gift to share whatever those reflections that we have, or in the hope of, when people read it, parang they'll, oo nga no, diba? You
Yes.
move them to think, right? You move them to action. So for me personally, that's how I see it. So that's why I'm always writing about, what my reflections are, and how the pandemic has changed me, because I think it would really be very sad if, after all of this, you come out na walang nagbago sa'yo, di ba? Kahit isa.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's more really, Marge, like, do you feel there's a responsibility of writers to do this?
Well,
To write.
my take on that, Karina, is that I'm a writer and a teacher also. So last term I was teaching ecofeminism, ecofeminist literature in the time of Anthropocene. So we actually use texts that would put it on your face and discuss the ethical responsibility from the personal, because Kathy is right. The change is normative. It has to happen at the level of the individual, and so you cannot prescribe it. Some people have higher carbon footprints.
Oops.
Okay. We lost Marge.
There.
Not
Yeah.
not that I'm prescribing that, but I'm saying there are certain things that you can do. Otherwise, writing itself becomes absurd. Writing is an act of hope. So is having a literary festival. It is an act of hope. Because as long as we are here now every day and we're talking about it, we may become part of the solution rather than part of the problem. I'd most definitely want to be part of the solution, even if I'm old already. I'm talking about the young. The young are, they're very hopeful. They want to do something about it. And that's a very good sign. I think it belongs to them, that future. But
Yes.
what can we do at our age? We need to encourage that. We need to do that. So in my writing, most of my poetry, I have always paid attention to nature. One of my pleasures in writing is to listen, to not insist on myself. So I'm not always in my poem. Of course, the voice is there, but it's not my story. It's the story of how the world is. So, yeah, writing can do something because it is an act of hope.
Thank you very much. We could go on and on, but we've come to the end of our session. And you know, these sessions are one after the other. So we always have to end at the exact, precise time. So thank you, Marge and Kathy, for joining us here.
Thank you.
And
Thank you,
thank you,
Kathy.
everyone.
Thank you.
Kevin.
Thank you
Thank you for
Teresa.
tuning
Thanks,
in.
everyone.
Yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in. And please stay put for the next panel, which is Protest Between the Lines. It's coming up in 3 or 2 minutes. So again, we'd like to thank our partners in this Lit Fest, organized by the Book Development Association of the Philippines, the National Book Development Board, Happy Toothpaste, Dash, Dishwashing Liquid, and Prime Trade. So please, those who are interested in books, I don't know, maybe your books are also at the Manila International Book Fair. Your publishers might be participating in it. So please go to manilabookfair.com, get big discounts on the best books. Thank you again, and thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Pandemic Playbook, the BDAP Literary Festival. This festival is brought to you by BDAP, the Book Development Association of the Philippines, in cooperation with the National Book Development Board, Happy Toothpaste, Das Dishwashing Liquid, and Prime Trade. Our panel today is entitled Protest Between the Lines. How do we protest in a time of the virus? I am Ina Reyes, BDAP trustee and your moderator for this morning's panel. Featured in this panel are two esteemed speakers. The first panelist is Ms. Faye Cura, representing Gantala Press. Gantala Press is an independent small press and feminist literary collective. Since its formation in 2015, the press has produced books, anthologies, comics, cookbooks, and zines that center on women's issues and narratives. Gantala Press regularly collaborates with women's and cultural groups from various sectors in organizing events and discussions on women, independent publishing, and food agrarian issues. Our second panelist is Rolando B. Tolentino, a faculty of the University of the Philippines Film Institute and former dean of the UP College of Mass Communication. He is present director of Likhaan, UP Institute of Creative Writing, where he is also a fellow. He is a commissioner of the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, representing the Subcommission on the Arts, and is a trustee of the Film Development Council of the Philippines. He has taught at the Osaka University, National University of Singapore, and at the University of California, Berkeley. His research interests include Philippine literature, popular culture, cinema and media, interfacing national and transnational issues. He writes fiction and creative nonfiction. He is a member of the Manunuri ng Pelikulang Pilipino, or the Filipino Film Critics Group, Congress of Teachers and Educators for Nationalism and Democracy, or CONTEND, UP, and Alter Media, People's Alternative Media Network. So after both panelists speak, we will go into a Q&A session. Those watching us through Facebook can post their questions in the comment space, or you can also ask your questions through YouTube. So let's begin with our first panelist, Faye Cura of Gantala Press.
Magandang umaga po. Ako po si Faye ng Gantala. I'll be representing the collective this morning. Salamat sa Book Development Association of the Philippines sa pag-iimbita sa amin. So, ang I'll be talking about our own work in Gantala, and I'll be reading, magbabasa-basa ako mula sa papel na na pinaghandaan. Hinanda ko para ngayong umaga. No? So, bago pa man ang pandemya, in fact, before the pandemic, nagpuprotesta na ang taong bayan, kabilang na ang kababaihan. Next slide po. Sa katunayan, ang unang batid na welga ng 16, no? Yung previous slide. Humiling sila ng tamang mga kondisyon, tamang oras ng paggawa at tamang sahod.
So we'll be taking a short break while we fix face connection. Yes, that's true. Tech issues happen. We'll be right back. Meanwhile, we'd like to remind you again to join us at the manilabookfair.com. And
Sorry.
Right. Yes, tech issues happen, Faye. That's okay.
Paano na lang po dun sa previous slide, dun sa mga sigarera. No?
Yeah.
So, ayun, no? So, ang unang batid na welga ng manggagawa sa Pilipinas ay gawa ng mga sigarera noong 1816. Humiling sila ng tamang mga kondisyon sa paggawa, tamang oras ng paggawa, at tamang sahod. Mabilis at paborable namang tumugon ang pangasiwaan. No? Hindi nila ma-afford na baliwalain at itakwil ang mga sigarera dahil sila ang pangunahing mga manggagawa sa tambuhalang industriya ng tabako ng mga panahon yon. So sa next slide po, hanggang sa pagdating ng mga Amerikano sa bansa at magpasa kasalukuyan, kalahok ang manggagawa at magsasakang kababaihan sa mga protesta. So protests can take many forms. Rallies, strikes, pickets, marches, vigils, information campaigns, petition signing, riots, boycotts, press conferences, statements, online rallies, lalo na ngayon, armed struggle, at iba pa. So, yung next po. Sa kahabaan ng kasaysayan ng Pilipinas, ang protesta ay ginagatungan ng sining, kasama na ang panitikan at paglalathala. Sa katunayan, isang tagapaglimbag o printer at makata ang tagapagtatag ng Partido Komunista ng Pilipinas na numero unong reklamador, kumbaga, laban sa kawalang katarungan at katiwalian sa lipunang Filipino. Umubra ang sulat petisyong iniabot ng kababaihan ng Malolos kay Gobernador General Valeriano Weyler simula 1888 para payagan silang mag-aral ng Espanyol. Umubra ang mga awit na nagbigay lakas at buhay sa mga gerilyang hukbalahap. Ang Mosquito Press noong panahon ng batas militar na pinangunahan ng mga babaeng mamamahayag at marami pang ibang anyo ng politikal na pagsulat at paglalathala. Next po. Kaya ang protesta sa panahon ng pandemya ay pagpapatuloy lamang ng laban na matagal nang nagsimula sa larangan ng mismong kasaysayan at sa larangan ng sining o paglikha. Maaari nating pag-usapan ang mga anyo o hubog na sinuotan ng protesta sa harap o loob ng di pangkaraniwang mga kondisyong dulot ng pandemya. Pero ang mahalaga sa aming palagay ay pagmuni-munihan sa pagkakataong ito kung ano ba ang laban na iyon na matagal nang umiiral at paano at bakit kailangan lumahok sa labang ito bilang mga artist at manunulat at publisher. So next po. To find comrade. Sorry. Okay.
Very good.
Yung One Publishes to Find Comrades, sinipi ni na Eva Weinmeier, Steven Shukaitis at Joanna Figel sa kanilang mga sulatin tungkol sa radical publishing. Pinili namin ang pahayag na ito bilang pamagat dahil nag-resonate sa amin ito bilang small press. Incidentally, inilalarawan ni na Shukaitis at Figel ang mithiin ni Breton bilang publishing of resonance. So next slide po. It is not a publishing practice that is necessarily intent on trying to convince anyone of anything, but rather is working towards establishing conditions for the co-production of meaning. Thus, publishing is not something that occurs at the end of a process or a bringing forth of artistic and intellectual labor, but rather establishes a social process where this may further develop and unfold. Ang tuon sa publishing of resonance ay ang proseso ng paglalathala, ang proseso ng sama-samang paglikha ng kahulugan, at hindi ang produkto lamang. Ang tuon ay ang paglikha ng mga kondisyon para sa mas masikhay pa na gawaing pansining at intelektual sa hinaharap. Next po, next slide. Sabi nga ni na Deluge at Guattari, there is no difference between what a book talks about and how it is made. So next, halimbawa nitong pandemya, naglabas ang Dantala Press kasama ang Amihan National Federation of Peasant Women at Rural Women Advocates ng isang digital zine na pinamagatang Kumusta Kayo? Naratibo ng kababaihang magbubukid ngayong pandemya. Ipinadala namin ito sa mga nagbigay ng donasyon para sa kababaihang pesante na unang-unang nakakalimutan ng gobyerno sa mga pananalanta at hindi nga nagbago ang sitwasyon ngayong COVID-19. At the same time, sunod sa mandato ng Dantala na idokumento ang buhay at laban ng kababaihang sinisiil, nagsisilbi itong nakasulat na kasaysayan. Previous po. Patunay ng paniniil. Dahil kung magdaan ng pandemya, siguradong malilimot na naman ang masa. Aaribang muli ang kapitalismo. Tulad ngayon, namawala yung internet connection ko dahil sa kapitalismo. Papapaniwalain tayo ng may kapangyarihan na okay na ulit ang lahat. Kaya kailangan natin ng kasaysayang pangahawakan, kasaysayang sinulat mismo ng mga siniil. Pero ang pinakamahalagang aspekto ng paglalabas ng librong katulad dito ay hindi ang humanitarian na mithiin nito, ni hindi ang kolektibong lakas at talino ng mga nanay sa kanayunan at ng mga artist at manunulat sa lungsod na pinairal sa pagbuo ng libro. Ang pinakamahalagang aspekto sa paglalathala para sa amin ay ang mas mahabang proseso ng politikalisasyon na nagbigay daan sa paglalabas ng librong katulad ng Kumusta Kayo? Kung hindi organisado ang Dantala Press, ibig sabihin may tinitingdagan, tinatanaw at binubuo bilang mga voluntaryo, halimbawa prioridad.
You're back, Faye.
Sorry hindi kaya sinasabotahe tayo. Ayun so kung hindi kami organisado at hindi kami voluntaryo halimbawa ng amihan, ng kababaihang organisasyon ng kababaihang pesante, hindi namin bibigyan ng prioridad ang paglalabas ng particular na zine na ito at mga katulad na zine. Ang Kumusta Kayo, katulad ng marami naming mga publikasyon, ay hindi naman commercial na mga lathala. Wala kaming kikitain dito ni isang kusing. Hindi rin pera ang nakikita naming salalayan ng ganansya o reward sa bawat publikasyon na aming linilikha. Bagkus, ito ang pagtataas ng kamalayan ng mga mambabasa na siyang magbibigay daan upang bago ang lipunan. Next slide po. Ang politikalisasyon, ang pagpapaorganisa, ang siya ring gumagabay sa aming pagpapasya ano ang ilalathala. With that, have as a collective, kung saan kami lulugar sa kolektibong pagkilos. Politikalisasyon ang nagturo sa amin na dapat tayong lumahok sa kolektibong pagkilos dahil ang kailangan ngayon ay revolusyon. Kapitalismo, kakambal ng patriarkal na sistema, ang naghatid sa atin sa krisis na ito at tinatangkang pakinabangan ng tambalang ito ang krisis para ito pa rin ang mananaig pagkalipas ng krisis. Makikita natin yan sa transportation crisis at iba pang nangyayari ngayon. Pero revolusyon ang magwawakas sa sistema at magbibigay daan sa isang malaya, pantay-pantay at makatarungang kaayusan ng kolektibong buhay. Share ko lang na nitong pandemya, nakatapos ako ng isang collection, hindi ko maatim na gumastos ng ilang libong piso para ipa-imprenta ito habang kabi-kabila ang natatanggap na sigaw para sa saklolo. Ibang hinihingi ng ganitong panahon mula sa mga artist at manunulat. Maraming tao ang nawala ng trabaho, ang nagugutom, ang kinukulong sa gawa-gawang kaso, ang ginagahasa, ang pinapatay. Higit kailanman, hindi ngayon ang panahon ng paglalathala ng burgis na panitikan, ng paglilimbag ng sining na hindi nagsisilbi sa revolusyon. Ang next po, sa pagpapaorganisa, naunawaan namin ang inilalarawan ni Shukaitis at Figel na publishing of resonance bilang pagpupunyagi para sa sama-samang paglikha ng kahulugan. Sabi ng mga autor, the production of the community of shared meaning and collaboration, the production of a public contains within it a wealth that is often greater than a single text. The production of the text can be possible because of meaning through. Lagi namin binabanggit nawala na naman ata ako. Okay. Dito ako, no?
You're on, Faye.
Okay. Nakakainis. Okay. Lagi na binabanggit ang tungkol sa komunidad na ng mga manlikha at mga mambabasa. Pero higit pa mga komunidad librong ginagawa namin. So next slide po. Halimbawa, pinakamataas na karangalan na sigurong natanggap namin bilang small press. Next slide po. Yung ang pagbigay sa amin ni Camarites Nicart, ang makata ng bayan ng agrikultural na komunidad ng Lupang Ramos sa Cavite, ng bago niyang mga sinulat na tula para daw gawin naming libro. So, ito ay matapos namin ilathala ang koleksyon ng talambuhay ng mga nanay sa Lupang Ramos kung saan kasama siya. So masyadong precious yung ganoong tiwala. Next slide po. Lalo na ngayong pandemya, lalo naming naunawaan na ang paglalathala ay higit sa paglalathala. O hindi lamang ito paglalathala. Kaakibat din ng paglalathala ang at pagdalo sa mga kita sa mga komunidad para sa sama-samang at pagsulat ng sariling mga karanasan, hindi bilang mga autor, kundi bilang mga kasama sa laban. Next po. Sa
Faye? Are you there, Faye? Pwede ka nang magpatuloy sa presentation mo? Hello, Faye? While we wait for Faye, no, para ayusin po yung kanyang connection, we'll go ahead with our second panelist, si Roland Tolentino. Hello, Roland.
Hello, salamat Ina. At kay Faye, sana ay maka-come back siya. I'd like to first begin with a kind of unique or differentiating nature of the current things in the new normal. No? We know it's a global pandemic. It's not just the Philippines that is affected. It's a worldwide thing. No? But the uniqueness of our experience in this global pandemic is that the Philippines remains or has the strictest and longest lockdown in the world. No? And after 9 months into the lockdown, we are seeing that there's a mismanagement of the health emergency by our government. So on top of that, what is also being bundled is an intensifying politicking and intensifying fascist rule. So historical revisionism is in full gear, declaring Marcos's birthday as a holiday. The terror law, the IRR of the terror law are all in place. And red tagging remains to be the main activity of this government. No? So at may repercussion itong red tagging na to, no? So what's also remains in place after 8 months or 9 months into the lockdown is a new vocabulary to define this new collective trauma in coping with the pandemic lockdown. No? So yung terms like ayuda, face mask, face shield, things that we were not part of our everyday life becomes part of our everyday life, social distancing, etc. No? So what we also saw in this lockdown is a kind of devolution of the lockdown needs to the level of the individuals. No? For most part, kahit nakatanggap ka ng 1 or 4 ayudas in the government, it's still you, the individual, the head of the family, the mother, the breadwinner, who needs to seek out the requirements of everyday life in this time of the pandemic. No? So yung online education ng mga bata, unless generous yung mga local mayors nyo, ay kanya-kanya ito. At kahit bigyan kayo ng gadgets ng local mayors nyo, kanya-kanya pa rin ng internet dahil mahina sa inyo yung isang klaseng telecom provider natin. No? So there are disparate ways of experiencing the pandemic lockdown. Iba ang experientiation ng babae o lalaki sa pandemic lockdown. Iba ang adults, children, at seniors sa lockdown. Iba rin pag mayaman ka o mahirap ka sa lockdown na to. So mas may gradations na pagiging mga gaan ng lockdown or meron din gradations na kung gaano ito kabigat for a lot of our people. No? So in other words, what the lockdown has done for us in a very short period of time is to inculcate the idea of docile subjects of the pandemic state. No? Dahil bombarded nga tayo not hindi lang health emergency and the ways to deal with the health emergency, but also kind of political emergency. No, President natin ay whenever he feels like coming out and to give out not so assuring kinds of statements about the lockdown. So statements that do not address the health emergency, kung ano lang yung feel niya. So para may surrogate government via Bongo and all his cohorts. No? So, and in the end, what is also privileged is a kind of virtual internet or the internet as a window to the world. No? Lahat tayo ay, for lack of information, for self-study, we went to the internet and or even for our sources of entertainment, nakababad tayo sa Netflix and YouTube, and now for our education or our even work from home mode. No? So we are internalizing as citizens and as writers as citizens itong pagiging docile subject for most part. No? Writers are intellectuals after all, but those who cannot write at this point, no, they are kind of inept in this kind of work line. No? Yung, kung hindi ka makapagsulat, bakit ka pa naging writer this time? No? Pero citizen ka rin, which means that you're part of the humanity of 110 million Filipinos being made to experience a pandemic lockdown. No? So, and writing becomes a representation of this time and place, which, as Faye has mentioned, is actively being pursued by various sectors. No? As writing, because it's a panel on the protests and writing, we have to go back to a kind of how did people write about the political traumas or the cultural traumas that they were part of. No? So we have two kinds of modalities of writing. Yung ATM, at the moment, yung masisipag, mga bibo, pro-mill kids na katulad nila Balagtas, who developed proto-nationalist literature through his plays. Rizal's novels were written at the moment of the height of the Spanish colonial period. While Happy Bautista's tandem martial law novels were also written early on during the martial law period, and the independent films, no? And Randy Ribai's young adult novel, Patron Saints of Nothing, dealt with Duterte's war on drugs. No? So ibig sabihin, may mga nakakasabay sa trauma, makakapagsulat pa sila, and good for them. No? Go for gold na klase. And the second modality is writing in retrospect, writing trauma in retrospect. And we have Stephen Haveliana's Without Seeing the Dawn on the Japanese occupation, written after the Japanese occupation, or Love Diaz's Slow Cinema on the historical amnesia and historical revisionism on the Marcoses, are shot and produced and shown after the Marcos period. No? So, in other words, there is a pressure on writers and artists to do their stuff, which is writing, creating, in this time of pandemic. So, as middle-class writers and artists, in which this becomes a class category of a lot of writers and artists, we're all in a conundrum, as also mentioned in the previous panel. No? Anxiety of not being able to produce or write at the moment, absorbing what it means to be human or to exist in the pandemic, luxury. But it's also, and it has to be emphasized, that for writers, it's a luxury of choice and entitlement that is not available to all. No? Which means that for most part, middle-class writers or the middle class itself do have access to the internet, and also the kind of digital divide in which there's a kind of privileging of the middle class positionality in this kind of lockdown, especially in terms of digital access. No? So what we are ending up with are ATM writings and daily posts. No? So we're channeling well-placed anger into a virtual public sphere. So we see the formation of various Facebook pages in which writers and artists contribute to a pool of posts and protests using art and writing, or even short witticism in the kinds of posts that they do, and eventually, consequently, calling attention to the various flaws of these health emergencies / political crises. No? So, and it's also staging. No? Creative response, like writing and creating artworks, no? are deemed not essentials by the state or the government in the lockdown. No? Libraries are closed, bookstores are closed, what else? Museums are closed, playgrounds are closed, etc. So they're not considered essentials. No? So essentials are being redefined. No? And what does essential mean at this time? It just means subsistence, as kind of subsistence level of existence. No? Yung nananatili tayong humihinga at hindi nagkakasakit at this time. That's just the minimum or even the maximum objective being planned out in this kind of management of the health emergency. So writers and artists are reclaiming writing and producing artworks as a kind of essential, individually and collectively. No? Individually, they write a lot of writers have also written about the pandemic or the political emergency. No, when we made a call, at least I am part of Likaan, the UP Institute of Creative Writing, and we have a special issue of our Likaan journal. It's called DX, Contemporary Writing on the Pandemic. So I was surprised that the submissions, at least about the pandemic, writings during the lockdown, umabot ng 150 on submissions. 150 essays, collection of 3 poems, or personal essays and fiction. That for me is outstanding because ako nga hindi nakakapagsulat dito ng ganung klaseng literary work genre at this time of the writing. So, and we're only publishing 25 for the journal, the online journal. So, which means that people are writing. People are doing artworks even in time of pandemic. You have Facebook pages like Tugon or Latag, in which it's a kind of collaborative platform of sharing videos about the pandemic or even information, creative responses about the pandemic. No? So writers have always reclaimed writing and creativity as essentials. No? And this, again, is not no different from the sanity check people have done in this kind of pandemic. The formation of the identity called plantito or plantita. People posting photos because they cannot post anything otherwise about the cuisine that they have cooked, home repairs and home projects, online selling, fundraisers for medical frontliners, and even the more recent super typhoon victims. No? So they have mobilized a social media platform, the privileged virtual public, you know, in order to do this kinds of protests. So in order to say that they have not become docile subjects of this pandemic state, that they have been able to maintain some forms of sanity, some forms of conscious effort to protest for this kind of infrastructuring of individuals in this pandemic. So writing becomes a protest. The fact that we are having a webinar about books, about writing, about literature are important steps. No? But Faye, of course, differentiates it with another kind of writing, the political kind of writing, which I will discuss in a bit. No? And of course, even workshops, writing workshops have also gone online. The UP National Writers Workshop did its online workshop supposedly to be undertaken, yung face-to-face workshop in April of this year. Because of the lockdown, we did the online workshop in October. And to some extent, it was a kind of protest, more of a protest that people need to be able to conduct the processes of creativity and developing their creative skills, even in this time of the lockdown. No? So tinuloy namin kahit na, of course, yung walang sociality. Dati ay mag-iinuman pagtapos ng mga workshop, may bonding ang fellows at ang panelists. Pero of course, this of this type, parang wala yun, nawala yun. Mahalaga yun sa susunod na item, which is my last item. No? I think we need to reclaim our rights, selfhood, and the old normal. Yung state institutionalization of the new normal is a very dangerous thing. No? It means more docility, more deprivation of our rights, more fascism, more intensification of repression or political repression. No? So we need to reclaim and to territorialize our rights, selfhood, and the old normal. No? And in so doing, it's really reclaiming the political, those things that have been deprived of us for the last 8 to 9 months so far, and counting. No? Ibig sabihin ito, kailangan natin i-reclaim, katulad ng binabanggit ni Faye, na may connectivity ang pag-lockdown sa atin at ang pag-produce sa atin ng pagiging docile into kind of political pasaway. Ibig sabihin ay dapat hindi natin tanggapin itong mga bagay-bagay na to as a kind of normal. We need to question this kind of new normal being in place by the state. So in order for us to have some kind of accountability, transparency, good governance, liberal democracy, environmental justice, social justice, and political solidarity, yung virtual naman can only do so much. I mean, virtual solidarity, you need to properly march, go reclaim the streets again, reclaim the sites of protest. No? I'd just like to reiterate two common metaphors of writing in the time of crisis. No? First is a figure of Piloso Potasio. Tinanong si Piloso Potasio, bakit ka nagpupuyat gabi-gabi para magsulat? At ang sagot ni Piloso Potasio sa nagtanong sa kanya ay para masabi na hindi lahat ay natulog ng mahimbing sa kalagitnaan ng gabi. Which means that writers need to be, or artists need to be that kind of contrapuntal voice in this kind of anxious wilderness of the health emergency. The second is the figure of Prince, na sa Ibong Adana halimbawa. Para hindi sila maging maiputan at mag-turn into stone at tanggapin na lang ang fate nila dahil naharana sila ng Ibong Adana, ay ang morally upright prince, the youngest one, ay naghiwa ng sugat sa kanyang kamay or pulso area at pagtapos pinatakan ng kalamansi. So writing has to be that kind of kalamansi sa sugat. It has to keep us awake. It has to keep us vigilant. No, and it's not an anomaly. Si Rizal, and I've seen a meme na sinasabi, the freedom you enjoy today is courtesy of a person who wasn't afraid to complain, like Rizal and the likes. No? And also, dahil in November 30, we will be celebrating Bonifacio, I'd also like to end with a line from Bonifacio. Itinuturo ng katwiran na tayo'y magkaisang loob, magkaisang isip, at nang tayo'y magkalakas na maihanap ang naghaharing kasamaan sa ating bayan. Panahon na ngayong dapat na lumitaw ang liwanag ng katotohanan. Panahon nang dapat nating ipakilala na tayo'y may sariling pagdaramdam, may puri, may hiya, may pagdadamayan. Or in English, reason teaches us that we must be united in will, united in thought, and that we might have strength to search out the reigning evil in our nation. This is a time for the light of truth to surface. This is a time for us to show that we have our own sentiments, have honor, have shame, have solidarity. Kaya kailangan lang tayong pagpatuloy lumikha, magsulat, makibaka, huwag matakot. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat, Roland. Babalikan ka namin mamaya for the Q&A. Meanwhile, balik tayo kay Faye of Gantala Press. Faye, itutuloy ni Faye yung presentation.
So, nagaling ko na lang yung aking video para baka makatulong sa connection. No? So, bibilisan ko na lang din tong last part. Sa amin, ang pahayag ni Breton dahil sa halina ng salitang comrade. No? Sabi ni Jody D na isang Amerikanang scholar, comrades are those you can count on. You share enough of a common ideology, enough of a commitment to common principles and goals to do more than one-off actions. Together, you can fight the long fight. Maasahan mo ang mga kasama. Nagbabahagi lang kayo ng paniniwala, ng commitment sa parehong mga prinsipyo at mithiin, na higit pa sa simpleng mga minsanang pagkilos o isahang libro. Sama-sama, may lalaban ninyo ang mahabang laban hanggat hindi nagwawakas ang sistemang umiiral, hanggat hindi nakakapagbuo ng bago at makatarungang lipunan. Next slide po. Pinagtambis ni Dean ang comrade sa simpleng alay na wala masyadong political commitment. Tumutulong lamang ayon sa saklaw ng kanyang mga pribilehiyo at limitasyon at anumang oras ay maaaring mang-iwan. Sa paglalathala na hindi na lamang simpleng paglalathala kundi tuwiran ng paraan ng pakikipaglaban, hindi lamang simpleng collaborators ang mga katuwang natin sa produksyon. Kaya sinasikap ng Gantala na bumuo ng mga relasyon na hindi nagtatapos sa isang libro. Dahil ang lahat ng kasama sa paggawa ng libro ay ating mga kasama sa nagkakaisang pakikibaka sa pagbagtas ng linyang revolusyonaryo. Sapagkat nasa dulo ng linyang iyon, ang tinatawag na revolutionary horizon, ang ating nagkakaisang mithiin o ang maayos na kolektibong pamumuhay nga na nabanggit ko na kanina. Kapag tinawag natin comrade o kasama ang mga katuwang natin sa paglikha o paglalathala, ibig sabihin ay may inaasahan tayo mula sa kanila at may inaasahan sila sa atin. Maasahan natin ang kasama, inaasahan din tayo ng ating mga kasama. May pangako at pinanghihahawakan na hindi natin iiwanan ng isa't isa at ang bawat isa. May pananalig din sa kakayahan ng isa't isa. Next slide po. Kaya kung tatanungin kami kung paano magprotesta sa gitna ng pandemya, isasagot namin na ituloy lang natin ang laban. Ang krisis na dala ng pandemya ay isa lamang sa mga dadaanan sa revolusyonaryong landas. Ang mahalaga ay malinaw sa ating magkakasama ang pupuntahan. Next po, linatag ni Dean ang apat na nilikha o dinudulot ng comradeship, disiplina, ligaya, katapangan, at enthusiasm o sigasig. No? Pwede natin itong isa-isahin. Next po, sa disiplina, pwede tayong bumalik sa slogan na educate, agitate, organize, na ginamit ng mga sinaunang sosyalista. Kasama sa disiplina ang pag-aaral. Sina Lenin, ang ginamit na salita sa kanilang version ng slogan ito ay studyeren. Hindi ko lang kung tamang pronunciation. No? Mag-aral, magpropagandisa, mag-organisa. Yung salitang educate, tumutukoy yan hindi lamang sa masang mumulatin, kundi maging sa sarili. We must educate ourselves. Tumalima tayo sa payo ng dakilang revolusyonaryang Ruso na si Nadezhda Krupskaya. To know the subject thoroughly, one must take hold of and study all of its sides, all the connections, and its proper place in the given situation. Kaya nga yung mga comrade, no, merong tinatawag na criticism and self-criticism lagi. Next po, sinabi ni Krupskaya na kaya nagtugumpay ang Revolusyong Ruso noong 1917 ay dahil inaral ng mabuti kung paano aangkupin ng kilusan ng manggagawang Soviet ang mga teorya ni Marx at Engels. Ganoon din ang hinihiling ng comradeship sa atin bilang mga disiplinadong kasama. Bilang mga tagapaglikha ng libro sa Pilipinas, hindi rin dapat tayo tumitigil sa pag-aaral sa kung ano ang nangyayari sa ating lipunan, sa kung ano ang mga dapat nating isulat at isalibro. Siyempre, ang pag-aaral ay may iba't ibang anyo, no? May direktang paglubog sa masa, may pagbabasa o pakikinig sa podcast, may paglahok sa EB, o paggawa ng mga webinar na katulad nito. Naniniwala kami na ang masusing pag-aaral ay natural na magtutulak din sa mga tao na lumahok sa protesta, sa anumang tangkang ituwid ang mali. Minsan nga pagkatapos mag-aral, mag-iiba ang pananaw natin at maiisip natin na, naku, ano pa bang silbi ng librong sinusulat ko? No? Okay lang yun, no? Mabuting bagay yun. Ikalawa, ligaya. Next slide po. Ligaya ang karanasan ng pagiging kasama, ng pagsisilbi sa bayan, ng taus-pusong pagbibigay. Hindi ito nalalayo sa ligayang nararamdaman natin bilang mga artists sa proseso ng paglikha. Ikatlo, katapangan, ang lakas na dinudulot ng disiplina at ng mga kasama ng pagiging bahagi ng kolektiba. Ang siya rin nagbibigay ng tapang na gawin ang dapat gawin. Sigasig, muli ang katiyakan sa kanino, para kanino at para saan ba ang ginagawa natin ang natural na mabibigay sa atin ng sigasig na gawin ang ating trabaho. So next po, particular sa karanasan ng Gantala Press, maraming natagpuan ang mga kasapi ng mga kasama sa gawain ng paglalathala. Nariyan ang amihan at rural women advocates, nakatuwang sa pag-aaral sa kondisyon at pagsulong sa kapakanan ng kababaihang pesante na unang-unang ang nalilimutan, no? Tulad ng nasabi ko na. Nariyan ang mga kasama sa kadamay, halimbawa, recently na nagpakilala sa mga bago ring kasama sa Pandi, ang mga nanay na kabilang sa Occupy Pandi movement noong 2018. Nariyan ang mismo mga miyembro ng aming grupo na lumalaki na, awa ng Diyos, dahil sa interes ng mga voluntaryo na sumali. Nariyan ang marami pang ibang kaibigan at bagong nakikilala. Kung wala ang bawat isa, siguro ay ginupo na kami ng lungkot, desperasyon at sakit ngayong pandemya. Next po, dito pumapasok ang potensyal ng paglalathala bilang instrumento ng pag-aaral, pagpapakilos at pag-oorganisa. As early as 1896, isinulong na ng revolusyonaryang Aleman na si Clara Zetkin ang halaga ng pagturing sa kababaihan bilang bahagi ng dakilang uring proletaryado at hindi bilang mga ina o asawang nakakulong lang sa bahay. Ayon kay Zetkin, dapat ipropagandisa ang kababaihan para mapatibay ang uring manggagawa na minimiting bumalikwas laban sa naghaharing uri ng nagkakaisa at buong lakas. At mapapatupad ito sa pamamagitan ng pagbibigay sa kababaihan ng mumunting libro na nagtatalakay ng partikular na mga problema at maganda dapat ang pagkakagawa. May na ito sa sinabi na rin ni Mao na dapat ay makapagpa-elevate o makapagpataas ng kamalayan ng masa ang sining. So next po, propaganda among women is difficult and burdensome and requires great devotion and great sacrifice. But this sacrifice will be rewarded and must be brought forth, ang pangako ni Zetkin. Ang pangakong yon ang pinakahawakan namin ngayon, mahigit 100 taon nang nakalilipas, no? Habang nakiki-online selfie at nakiki-hashtag at nakiki-statement at nakiki-rally at dumadalo o nagsasalita sa mga webinar at tumutulong sa relief efforts at bumabiyahe sa mga komunidad at patuloy na nakikiisa sa masang api. Ang pangakong yon ang pinanghahawakan namin habang naglalathala ng libro at habang hindi naglalathala ng libro sa gitna ng pandemya. Yun, maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Faye. Salamat. So ngayon, we have a few minutes for questions. No? Siguro tatanong ko sa inyong pareho, no, kay Faye at kay Roland. No? Sa panahong ito, anong kahalagahan ng komunidad, no? For Faye, yung komunidad ng mga kababaihan, at kay Roland, yung komunidad ng mga manunulat at ng mga artists, no? Para ipagpatuloy yung protesta sa ganitong panahon. Start tayo kay Faye. Faye, paki-unmute mo ang mic mo.
Sorry. Kapag kababaihan komunidad ang nakakatrabaho, napansin ko na na hindi sila masyadong interesado sa byline, sa individualismo, gano'n, no? Very collective lagi yung yung paggawa. Kaya kasi yung para sa kanila, yung publishing, for example, yung paggawa ng libro, hindi lang naman yan para makagawa ng libro. No? Parang ginagamit din yan para sa pagsusulong o pagsusulong ng kanilang mga causes. So yun yung napansin ko sa sa kapag working with communities of women. So yun po.
Sorry, Faye, bago natin pasagutin si Roland, i-promote mo muna yung mga libro nyo ng Gantala. Di ba may slide ka?
Oh, ito. Actually, yung mga libro namin, marami sa kanila naka-PDF na. So, nasa, payhip.com/Kuntala-Press, no? So, pwede nilang i-download lang. Kasi marami na rin wala na kaming stocks ng mga libro. Tapos, nasa lang kami, meron kaming website, tsaka meron kaming Facebook and Instagram. So, pwede niyo po kaming puntahan doon.
Salamat. Sige, si Roland naman. Roland, yung same question. Anong kahalagahan ng komunidad ng mga writers and artists?
I think napakahalaga na itong community formation na ito, especially among writers, artists, intellectuals, students, yung across, at inter-community, yung katulad na ginagawa ni Faye na writers and peasant women, no? Kasi nga, ang emphasis sa new normal ay social distancing. Both physically, na bumipila tayo para bumili sa drugstore, or even psychologically and socially talaga. Ibig sabihin ay parang pasan natin ang daigdig mode. Tayo lang ang namumblema nito at wala tayong connectivity na nadadama natin, na naiisip natin, ay siya ring nadadama at naiisip ng iba pa o ng kapwa natin. So, at the onset, kailangan natin mag-social solidarity within the virtual world na pinapermit. And eventually, tulad ng ginagawa ngayon ng mga progressive groups, ay nire-reclaim yung streets. No? Kasi nga, kailangan mag-demonstrate pa rin tayo, mag-register pa rin tayo, katulad ng art at ng writing about this time, na hindi nga lahat nangatulog na himbing, na tinanggap itong napaka-miserable natin na dictum na basta humihinga at buhay pa, okay ka pa.
Yeah, totoo yun, ano. Yeah. And anong mga, siguro, to question ko rin to kay Faye, no? Faye, ano yung mga forms of intimidation na experience na or patuloy na nararanasan ng mga kababaihan dito sa Pilipinas, no? Sa panahong ito especially.
Patuloy lang naman yung mga usual na paraan ng government at saka ng military and police sa pang-intimidate ng kababaihan at mga komunidad na kinabibilangan nila. So parang recently, nagkaroon ng parang sunog sa Alima, sa Bacoor, which is a reclamation site, no? So, nahihirapan syempre yung mga communities kasi bigla silang nawala ng bahay, saan sila pupunta. Pero ang totoo, kasi gustong i-reclaim nga yun ng government at i-develop, no? So, yung mga ganun, nagpapatuloy siya ngayong pandemya at nakakagalit yan kasi hindi dapat. Parang, hindi dapat siya mangyari in the first place. Tapos, lalo pa ngayon na parang tinitake advantage nila yung vulnerability ng mga tao. Of course, ngayong pandemya, alam natin yung ginawang red tagging sa mga artista na katulad ni Angel Oxino, sa mga kababaihan ng mga human rights defenders, nandiyan yung patuloy na militarisasyon sa mga lumad communities na to the point na nagpapasara na talaga sila ng mga eskwelahan ng mga lumad, no? At during the pandemic yan lahat. So, ibig sabihin, hindi tumigil yung hindi natigil ng pandemya yung ating oppressive forces. Nandiyan yung mga rape sa mga quarantine borders, no? Yung mga soldiers at mga police na nang-rape ng babae para palabasin sila ng community. Nandiyan syempre yung ginawa kay Reyna Menasino na masyadong ang daming police doon na umalig-aligid sa kanya habang pumunta doon sa burol ng kanyang ng kanyang anak, no? So very intimidating yan, parang kailangan ba natin ng ilang libong sundalo para sa burol ng anak ni Reyna. Tapos syempre yung tuwirang pagpatay, no, sa mga human rights defenders at aktivista katulad ni Zara Alvarez.
Roland, sa naman, like sa mga writers na nagpoprotesta, anong mga forms of intimidation na kinakaharap nila ngayon?
Well, katulad din ng binabanggit ni Faye, it's this intimidation, no? Even prior sa sa pandemic lockdown, marami sa mga alternative media outfits, halimbawa, katulad ng Alter Media at Kodao, etc., ay nagkaroon ng virus attack. Inatake sila at shut down ang kanilang no? Ngayon pa ay cybercrime is being also mobilized against anyone na may critical sa gobyerno. At dito lalo na sa red tagging na i-red tag ka, pagtapos patunayan mo hindi ka komunista o hindi ka subversibo. Parang ang burden of proof binabalik na naman sa level ng individual. Samantalang napaka-dangerous nito mga precedents na to. Impeachment talaga sa mga rights and welfare issues na natatamasa natin prior to the lockdown at or hindi naman natatamasa ng lahat, pero ibig sabihin ay ganun yung realidad na kailangan natin mas maging vigilant pa dahil sinasabay nga habang nagla-lockdown at yung physicality nitong kanya-kanya mode ay dinidiin sa atin ay yung repressive state apparatus mo rin ay lalong niraram sa throat natin. At for most part, hindi nga makapalag dahil mass gathering is not allowed, etc. Pero kailangan nga natin i-reclaim itong ganitong klaseng disenfranchisement at disempowerment na lalo sa ating pinatapatanggap sa panahon ng lockdown.
May tanong, no, from one of our viewers, no. Siguro kay Roland ko to tatanong kasi siya faculty siya ng UP. Sabi, anong palagay nyo sa call ng ibang university students for academic freeze?
Right. It's a legitimate call. Kasi nga ay hindi tayo na-prepare nitong lockdown na to sa klase ng online needs for our education, no? So kailangan i-address muna yung larger picture ba na may gadgets, may Wi-Fi, internet across the board. Ibig sabihin ay tigilan na yung mga kalalaking budget ng mga presidential offices at i-devolve ito sa public service, sa social services katulad ng education, health, etc. So ako, supportive ako dito sa academic strike na ginagawa. Pero dapat i-play in din, kung academic strike ito, dapat may papel ang teachers. Dahil ang teachers naman talaga nag-exercise ng academic freedom sa classroom. So dapat yung call ay hindi naka-address administrators. Dapat ay na-mobilize din yung teachers dito sa paglalatag ng hinanaing nila sa administration. Na pwede naman talaga ang teacher magsabi na sa klase na to, lahat kayo pasado. Dahil simply for enduring this kind of lack of support and your drive to get the course done. So ako, parang mas okay pa sa akin yung ganun kaysa yung tinanggalan mo din yung teachers ng power, pinasa mo sa administrations ang power to decide on academic matters.
Yeah. Yes. Siguro ito na yung huling question natin, no? Kasi wala na tayong oras. No? From Babette Lolarga, yung question na to. Sabi niya, may ibang tao na disilusyonado na sa mga nangyari sa kilusan, pero patuloy pa rin ang pag-practice nila nung mga natutunan nila sa mga taong ginugol sa kilusan. Sa mga taon, no? Natutunan nila sa mga taong ginugol sa kilusan. Anong tingin nyo sa kanila? Individualismo na pa ang pinapractice nila o aliado pa rin? Lalo na kung sila'y mga manunulat at cultural workers but unaligned. So, unahin natin siguro si Faye, tapos si Roland.
Ako po ay, kumbaga bata pa. Kakatapa ko pa lang sa kilusan ko sa kumbaga, no? Pero, so parang ang tingin ko naman dyan, may kanya-kanyang journey of becoming naman ng bawat tao at may kanya-kanyang landas na binabagtas, no? At hindi ang nasa hindi natin parang wag tayong manghusga o maghusga o magpalayo pa o magsara, no? Ang dapat lagi nating i-aim yung sama-sama pagkilos lang. Kung ano yung mga dapat natin gawin. No? We have to focus on our work. We have to focus on that revolutionary horizon. No? Kung pare-pareho naman tayo ng gusto, yun na lang, let's, basta, mercy, justice, di ba? Understanding, tsaka, ayun, yun lang po.
Okay.
Ako naman,
si Roland naman.
ages si Faye, So ako naman, ang tingin ko ay kailangan natin ang lahat na makakatulong para sa United Front work na ito. Napakahalaga na sama-sama tayo sa bahagi na to dahil sama-sama din tayo nagdurusa sa lockdown, kahit na may gradations, sa lockdown at sa political emergency din na nagaganap sa lockdown na ito. So kailangan natin tanggalin muna yung mga ganung klaseng differences and just recognize that we might be different, but we should have a common goal, no? A common objective at that yung revolutionary socialist horizon nga na ini-imagine natin, which will be a better kind of alternative rather than this kind of sordid alternative which we are in, no? And to prep up also for political changes that might happen in 2022. So ibig sabihin ay join tayo lahat. And we need to build the movement because there is no other choice. There is no other formation that can be contrapuntal to the docility na ini-impose sa atin ng state. But it has to be a movement-based kind of formation, no? So, masaya ang movement. Kaya katulad nila yung mga nawala na maraming taon, please come back to the fold and join us.
All right. Maraming salamat, Roland, at maraming salamat, Faye.
Salamat din, Ina.
Yes, at nagpapasalamat po kami sa aming mga audience for tuning in today. Do stick around for the next panel on children and crisis. Again, BDAP would like to thank our partners in this Lit Fest, the National Book Development Board, Happy Toothpaste, DAS, Dishwashing Liquid, and Prime Trade. And we'd like to invite everyone to visit the Manila International Book Fair online at manilabookfair.com to get big discounts on the best books. Maraming salamat po. Thank you, Roland. Thank you, Faye.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Pandemic Playbook, the BDAP Literary Festival. This festival is brought to you by BDAP in cooperation with the National Book Development Board, Happy Toothpaste, DAS, Dishwashing Liquid, and Prime Trade. Our panel is entitled Children in Crisis. I am Annie Almario, BDAP President, and your moderator for this morning's panel. Featured in this panel are two respected speakers. Our first panelist is Jigo Alampay, the founder and executive director of the Center for Art, New Ventures, and Sustainable Development, or CANVAS. CANVAS works with hundreds of Filipino artists and writers to create, publish, and donate children's books. Jigo was awarded a writing fellowship by the Rockefeller Foundation at its Bellagio Center in Italy in 2014. He has also been honored with outstanding alumni awards from the University of the Philippines and the Graduate School of Global Policy and Strategy of the University of California, San Diego. Ang ikalawang panelista natin ay si Eugene Ibasco. Si Eugene ay autor, tagasalin at profesor sa Kolehiyo ng Arte at Literatura sa Universidad ng Pilipinas sa Diliman. Bukod sa pagkakaroon ng napakaraming aklat at artikulo na nalathala, marami ring parangal pampanitikang napanalunan na si Eugene. Ilan dito ay ang PBBY Salanga Prize, ang National Book Award, ang National Children's Book Award at Hall of Fame sa Palangka. Nagtamo rin siya ng mga internasyonal na pagkilala sa kanyang panulat, gaya ng pagiging shortlisted sa 2019 Scholastic Picture Book Award para sa kanyang librong Pahiyas, Planting Rainbow Seeds. Kinilala rin ang aklat niyang Ang Aklatang Pusa, The Cat Library sa 2019 White Ravens List ng International Youth Library. Pagkatapos magsalita ng ating mga panelista ay magkakaroon tayo ng Q&A session. Feel free to comment or post your questions whether you're watching on Facebook or YouTube. So let's begin with our first panelist presentation. Let's go, Jigo.
Okay. Share. Sandali lang ha, hindi ko mahanap yung ano eh. Okay. Sandali lang, nawawala yung ano eh.
Okay lang.
Nawawala.
Ganyan talaga ang tech.
Nakita niyo ba? Nakikita niyo na?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me to speak at this forum. The theme for the panel is Children in Crisis, so I'll share our experiences in Canvas that I thought would be relevant to the topic. Let me start by briefly introducing Canvas for those of you who may not know what we're about. Canvas is a nonprofit that works with Filipino artists and writers to publish children's books. Our flagship activity is a story writing competition where we commission an artist to paint an artwork. We then release the image on the internet and invite writers to write a story for children based on the image. The winning story is then published as a full-color storybook that we give away to children all over the country. We've been doing this since 2006, and these are some of the contest pieces that have been used for the competition. And these are some of the picture books that have been inspired by the artworks. Over the years, we've held 28 competitions, and a 29th contest is ongoing in case you're interested in joining. This is the contest piece for the ongoing competition. Do you see a children's story in this picture? If so, you can still join. Marami pang oras. Just find us on Facebook for rules and details. Now, as mentioned, we give away our books to children in poor and disadvantaged communities all over the country. The idea is to give the books to the children to own. So while we do donate to libraries, our main focus is on giving the books to individual children to take home. Our belief is that it is not enough for children to learn to read. They have to learn to love books. That's the reason why we try to infuse our books with great art and stories, and why they're printed at the highest quality we can afford. We want them to fall in love with our books. And for many children, our books are the very first that they get to call their own. To date, we've given away over 300,000 books from the northernmost island in Batanes to the farthest corners in Mindanao. We've also found particular urgency in giving away books in times of crisis, such as this one in Tacloban, right after Typhoon Haiyan hit. We give away books because we believe in what we like to refer to as a ripple effect. Books in the hands of children are like pebbles tossed into water. They create ripples that sometimes go to unanticipated places. And we've found that books can be catalysts for creativity and healing, even and indeed especially in times of crisis. So let me share with you our best example of how one of our books had a profound impact on children in uncertain times. This was one of our contest pieces, which was painted by artist Liv Vinluan. And this was the book and story written by Francesca Nicole Torres that won that competition. Nadia and the Blue Stars is a story set in a time of war. A young girl is forced to flee her village, and she hides in the forest. When she returns to her village, everything has been burned down. It seems like there is nothing left to hope for. So the book is about how Nadia copes, adapts, and eventually leads her people back to renewal. Now, Nadia and the Blue Stars was released just a few months before actual armed conflict erupted between the military and Muslim rebels in Mindanao back in 2013. Tens of thousands of families were forced to flee to evacuation centers. So it occurred to us that there had to be thousands of children there who would benefit and enjoy our books. And Nadia and the Blue Stars seemed like a book that they would all be able to relate to. We also thought that the book might be a tool and a good starting point for parents and teachers to talk to their children meaningfully about what they were going through. So we commissioned psychology professors from Ateneo de Manila University to help us by creating modules that could accompany the book, which parents and teachers could then use to help their children deal with and process the trauma of their displacement. We worked with a local nonprofit based in Zamboanga, Project Banig. We trained the teachers and parents and helped to facilitate the activities. That same NGO, we later learned, then partnered with Ateneo de Zamboanga to translate the story into Chavacano, and they turned it into a musical. And then last year, on the 50th anniversaries of the Cultural Center of the Philippines, as well as the UN Declaration on the Rights of the Child, we worked with another nonprofit, Black Canvas, no relation to Canvas, who created their own musical and theater interpretation of Nadia and the Blue Stars. The story of Nadia is the best example we have of the ripple effects of art, stories, and books. Note how it all flowed from a single painting to a children's story, to a children's book, to a tool for psychosocial therapy, to 2 musicals, and helped not only to heal in a time of crisis, but also to celebrate children and the progress that has been done to advance children's rights. So let me end this presentation by sharing some of the things that we've done specifically related to this time of quarantine and pandemic. When we were all first quarantined back in March, everyone was at a loss and no one was quite sure where things were going to go. I remember what my mother used to tell us when we had our problems and uncertainties growing up. She would tell us small by small, step by step, and it will all turn out right. So I asked artists who all had more time on their hands to participate in a group show which we called Small by Small. Mabilisan lang, I gave them a couple of weeks, and about 30 artists responded. So these were some of their works. So now we're planning to collate these works and probably turn them into an activity book for next year. We'll see. Then the Australian Embassy in Manila contacted us. They had a bit of savings left over, they said. It wasn't much, but could we use it to come up with something pandemic-related that could benefit children? They asked. This was also at the start when we were all constantly being reminded to wear our masks and wash our hands. So we came up with the idea of doing a children's book all about the things that children might do with their hands. And we worked with a street artist named Blick, who is known for his depictions of hands as humans, or humans as he likes to call them, and he came up with some artworks. So this depicts children starting their day, children eating, they practice social distancing, they read and they learn, they pray, they could do shadow plays. There were a few other works that we put together into a book that we're now giving away everywhere. And finally, because many children are now spending even more time online, we have 2 activity books coming out this December 1st. One is on data privacy and how children can remain safe when they go online. And the other, geared more for teens, deals with fake news and misinformation on the internet. They were funded in part by Globe Telecom and Google to support the National Privacy Commission. We are ordering thousands of copies of both books to give away and sell just in time for Christmas. So shameless plug, if you want to help us give away books, as well as to keep our operations going, you can buy these books at www.lookingforone.com. All purchases will be matched 2-to-1. For every book you buy, we will donate 2 to children in poor communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Jigo. And now let's move on to Eugene's presentation.
Okay, magandang umaga sa ating lahat. Maraming salamat, Ani, sa pagpapakilala. Magandang umaga sa ating lahat. So, ang ibabahagi ko sa inyo ngayon yung aking nagawa. Okay, nakikita ba? Yung aking nagawa para sa panahon ng pandemya na pinamagatan kong ang pangitikang pambata sa panahon ng pandemya. Lilinawin ko lang ang babahagi ko yung mga nagawa ko lamang at mga kasamahan ko sa iba't ibang mga organisasyon. So ang mga layunin ko rito ay una ay maibahagi ang mga sariling proyekto sa pagsusulat sa panahon ng pandemya. Maipaliwanag ang nilalaman at ang malikaing proseso ng ilang proyekto. Gusto ko rin maipakita sa inyo ang kalagayan ng ating pangitikang pambata sa panahon ng pandemic. At panghuli ay makapagbigay ng ilang rekomendasyon sa kampanya ng mga aklat pambata, lalong-lalo na sa panahong ito. Una ko sa mga unang katangian o unang uri ng aking nagawa ay ang pagsasalin ng ng mga libreng e-books. No, gusto ko i-highlight dito, libreng e-books. Dahil ito ay isang proyekto na hindi ako binayaran, kung sa ako nagboluntaryo ako, no, sa mga manunulat, mga ilustrador at publisher na ito ay libre kong gagawin para sa kanila sa kondisyon na ito ay libreng maipamamahagi. So yung una kong naisalin ay ang kwento ng isang whistleblower mula sa Wuhan na si Dr. Li Wenliang na isinulat ni Francesca Cavallo, na isang Italian na manunulat at bestseller na manunulat. No, at ito ay naipamahagi ng libre, no, sa maraming mga wika, no, sa buong daigdig. Tinanggap ko ang proyektong ito dahil naniniwala ako na kailangan matutuhan ng bata. No, hindi lamang yung virus, kung hindi ang sino ba ang bayani, no, mga bayani sa panahong ito. Isa nga sa mga nangungunang bayani o kauna-unahang bayani rito ay ang nagsiwalat ng katotohanan tungkol sa coronavirus sa China. Ito naman ay ang tatlong muli libre, no, mga libreng mga e-books, no, na isang maliit na publisher sa US na ginawa ni Chloe Drulis. No. Ang una ay ano ang coronavirus. Ito ay mga batayang kaalaman, isang aklat ng batayang kaalaman tungkol sa virus, paano ito kumakalat, ano ang epekto nito sa kalusugan ng mga tao. Pangalawa naman ay ang bagong paaralan sa tahanan, muli ginawa ni Chloe Drulis. Ito ay hindi tumatalakay sa homeschooling, kundi tumatalakay sa quarantine school. No? Paano ba maipagpapatuloy ang edukasyon, ang pagkatuto sa loob ng mga tahanan. No? So, magkaiba ang homeschool. So dito, nung translate ko ito, no, doon ko natutuhan na magkaiba pala ang homeschool at quarantine school. At ang pangatlo naman ay ang planong pangkaligtasan ng pamayanan. Ito naman ay nagpapakita, nagbibigay ng impormasyon sa ano ba ang quarantine, ang halaga ng quarantine, at ang pakikiisa ng komunidad tungo sa kalusugan at seguridad ng lipunan. So, muli, tinanggap ko itong mga proyektong ito dahil naniniwala ako sa nilalaman, naniniwala ako na mahalaga itong matutuhan ng mga batang Filipino. So ito yung mga konsiderasyon ko sa pagkasalin. Una, dapat libre itong maipamahagi. Na may kita natin sa larawan ay ang aking salin, no, ng si Dr. Lee at ang nakakoronang-virus. Ito yung unang edisyon, no, maikling versyon, na nakatutok lamang, no, sa doktor, sa ophthalmologist. No. So number one, libre maipamamahagi. Pangalawa ay magagamit ito ng mambabasang Filipino. So mahalaga ito, papakinabangan ito ng Pilipinas. Pangatlo ay kapaki-pakinabang ang nilalaman. Kasi kung wala namang magandang nilalaman, ay di ko na isasalin, no, at ipapamahagi. Ikaapat ay meron itong mataas sa uri ng impormasyon batay sa siyensya at medisina. Panglima ay makatulong sa paglaban sa misinformasyon at mga mitong pangkalusugan. So gusto ko bigyan diin dito ang labanan ang mga mitong pangkalusugan, no, na kumakalat nung mga unang buwan ng pandemya, no, na ang gamot daw sa virus ay saging, bawang, lemon, no, kung ano-ano, no, na maghugas ng gasolina, no. So mga ganong bagay na gusto kong mabura, no, at mabigyan ng tamang impormasyon. At panghuli ay mabigyan ako ng pagkakataon sa intervention. So ibig sabihin ng intervention ay pwede kong baguhin ng ilang mga bahagi para ito ay mailapat sa konteksto ng lipunang Filipino. Pangalawang uri ng aking ginawa ay ang electronic picture book, no, na kinommission sa akin ng Vibal Group. At itong picture book na ito ay ginawang animation at nabasa rin, no, ng iba't ibang mga grupo at organisasyon para sa kanilang mga online storytelling. So, kapansin-pansin, no, sa panahon ng pandemya, napaka-aktibo, no, ng komunidad ng mga nasa aklat pambata, no, dahil sa unang-una ay ang online storytelling na bilang daluyan ng mga aklat. Sarado ang mga library, sarado ang mga bookstore, no. So ang talagang daluyan talaga ng mga kwento, no, ng kaalaman ay ang online, no, online storytelling. At iba't iba ang paraan ng pagkukwento na napansin ko, no, audiobook, creative storytelling, animation. So hangang-hanga ako, no, sa mga publisher at sa mga organisasyon na talagang lumikha ng mga produktong malikain para sa mga bata. Ang disenyo nito, no, ng aklat na ito na mahal ng mga frontliner ay pinagsama-samang liham o mensahe ng iba't ibang bata tungkol sa iba't ibang uri na o klase ng frontliner. Hindi lamang nakatutok sa doktor, no, o hindi lamang nakatutok sa mga nurse, kundi sa mga magsasaka, sa mga siyentista, nutritionist na tumulong sa atin para makaagapay, no, sa problemang pangkalusugang ito. At ipinapakilala din dito sa mga bata na kung makita natin sa pabalat ang iba't ibang propesyon at ambisyon na mahalaga sa ating bansa. May pandemya man o walang pandemya. Pangatlo na aking ginawa, no, sa tulong o sa pakikipagkolaborasyon kay Pergy Acuña ay ang aklat ng impormasyon tungkol sa coronavirus para sa batang Filipino. Kasi napansin ko habang ako ay nagkasalin, karamihan sa mga konteksto o mga impormasyon ay hindi akma sa Pilipinas, bagamat ang pandemya ay isang global na karanasan, no? Gusto ko maging Filipino ang ang mga larawan, no, at ang mga impormasyon. So ito ang aking nagawa, no, maging ligtas sa coronavirus. Ito ay mga kaalaman at matubay sa mga bata na nilathala ng Lampara Books ngayong taon. No, nagawa ko ito, no, hindi lamang sa aking imahinasyon, kundi marami ako mga references tulad ng nakikita natin sa slide na ito, no. Viruses, a very short introduction. Inaral ko ang mga ilang courses, online courses tungkol sa coronavirus, panonood ng mga pelikula at ng mga dokumentaryo sa Netflix na Coronavirus Explained. No, at ito rin yung aking mga impluwensya at modelo, no, sa pagsusulat. Tatlo ito, no, ang pinakagusto ko rito ay ang Tiny Creatures, A World of Microbes. Dahil ito ay mayroong masinsing pananaliksik, no, na mahalaga sa pagsulat ng impormasyon. Magaan ngunit malaman ang pagkakasulat, maraming guhit at karagdagang fotografiya bilang pantulong sa pagtalakay. No? At may mga technical na termino, ngunit ipinapaliwanag ito ng husto, no, sa paraang maiintindihan ng bata. So napakahalaga, no, na huwag tayo matakot gumamit ng mga technical na termino, no, dahil paraan to, no, pagtitiwala natin sa katalinuhan ng mga bata. At sa dami-dami ng mga impormasyon, naniniwala ako sa sinabi ni Mem Fox na writing a picture book is like writing War and Peace in haiku. So ang dami-dami, no, talaga sang katutak na impormasyon, ngunit talagang pipiliin mo talaga ang mga mahalagang detalye, mga pinaka-esensyal, no, na impormasyon na dapat mong ipamahagi sa mga bata. Ito, no, pananaliksik, pagsangguni sa World Health Organization at DOH, no? Ang pinakamahirap dito ay ang organisasyon ng impormasyon, no? At pagbabalangkas dahil sa dami isang katutak na impormasyon, ang dami, no? So kailangan talagang i-organize mo, balangkasin mo, piliin mo yung mga pinakamahalagang paksa na dapat matutuhan ng batang Filipino. Hindi lang bata, kundi ng pamilyang Filipino. At ang disenyong ginawa namin para sa aklat na ito ay isang paksa para sa isang spread. No, hindi yung isang paksa buong libro. Iba-ibang paksa ito. Pagkatapos kung maisulat ang unang draft ay dumaan ito sa validasyon sa mga doktor na may kinalaman sa public health systems at sa regular na mababasa para masiguro na maiintindihan ang teksto. No? So, bago ito malathala, ipinabasa namin sa mga eksperto at sa mga regular na mababasa. At nangalap kami ng mga suggestion para maging mas mainam ang pagpapaliwanag ng mga technical na termino. Lalong-lalo na ako, wala naman akong training talaga sa public health at sa medisina, no? Pero talagang pinangako ko, no, na magbibigay ako ng mataas na kalidad ng impormasyon, no, para sa proyektong ito. So ito yung mga paksang tinalakay, no, mga kalabang hindi nakikita, kilalanin natin ang kalaban, ang mabubuti at masamang mikrobyo, no, paano kumakalat ang nakahawang sakit, at marami pang iba, mga uri ng virus. No? Pang-apat na aking ginawa ay ang mga nakalathalang salin. No? So, yung una nakita natin dito ay ang libreng download, no, ng si Dr. Lee. At dahil sa tagumpay, no, ng download, sa dami na nag-download nito, no, naging viral pa nga, ay nagpasya ang author na gawin itong mas mahaba, no, na kwento. no, na hindi lamang nakatutok sa China, kundi paano ba kumalat ang ang virus at nakaapekto sa mga lipunan tulad ng particular ng Estados Unidos. Okay? So ano ba ang mga konsiderasyon ko sa pagsasalin at paglika? Una ay gusto kong paulit-ulit na to, no? Mataas sa kalidad ng impormasyon. Mahalaga ito. Pangalawa ay pagtiyak sa dalawang mahalagang tungkulin ng aklat, no? Una ay magbigay ng aliw, pangalawa naman ay magbigay ng kaalaman. So ito yung dalawang prinsipyo na aming sinusundan, no? Aming itinataguyod sa paglikha ng mga ito. Pagtiyak sa kahalagahan ng aklat para sa batang Filipino, no? Babalik ko ulit, no? Sa Dr. Lee, ang setting ay China at US. Nung isinalin ko, no, binura ko ang Estados Unidos. Binura ko yung pangalan ng kanilang presidente. Ginawa kong mas general na presidente, no, na mas pangkalahatang presidente na hindi naniwala sa epekto ng virus. So na para namang aangkop sa ating bansa, sa ating lipunan, no, na talagang hindi naniwala muna sa magiging epekto nito, kaya talaga naging grabe ang epekto, no? Epekto nito sa dito rin, no, dahil na buo na ang ilustrasyon, buo na ang layout, mahalaga ang precision, no? Dahil ang anyo na pagkasalin nito ay para sa picture book. So bawal akong lumagpas sa bilang ng mga salita, sa dami ng mga salita, no? Kailangan ko isaalang-alang ang teritoryo ng ilustrasyon, bawal ko silang iusog, no? Mahalagang igalang ang parehong volume. Ibig sabihin ng volume ay ang taludtod, bilang ng salita at haba ng mga talata, no? Likas ang wikang Filipino na mahaba, no? Talagang no? Hamon to sa akin na maging eksakto, no, sa pagsasalin. At pangalagaan ang original na layout o book design ng produktong Dr. Lee, no? Kasi ibinigay ito sa akin, meron ng mga ilustrasyon. Okay. Ang lima kong proyekto ay ang pamimintana sa pag-asa, no? Dahil napansin ko at ng mga kaibigan kong guro na para bang sa panahon ng pandemya, laging nakatampok ang kwento, no? Ba't hindi tula, no? Na kulang, no? Na parang hindi napapansin sa bansa natin, lalo na sa politikang pambata. Kaya lumikha kami ng antolohiya, no, na mga tulang pambata na tumatalakay sa karanasan ng bata, karanasan ng pamilya, no, karanasan ng quarantine, ng lockdown, no, yung danas nila ng kalungkutan sa loob ng tahanan, no, at marami pang iba, no. At ito ay pinamagandang pamimintana sa pag-asa, no, na kasama kong editor dito ay si John Ronel Popa at ilalathala ito, no, ng Lampara Books. Malapit na, no, baka sa Disyembre ay ito ay aklat na. So ano ba ang pamimintana sa pag-asa? Ito yung mga tulang pambata, no? Nabuo namin ito sa prinsipyo ng bayanihan ng mga guro mula sa DepEd at iba pang universidad. Ang mga guro ng DepEd ang gumuhit at nag-layout ng antolohiya. So nagpapasalamat ako sa kanilang volunteerismo, no, sa proyektong ito. Nagmula ito sa isang panawagan, no, nung Marso yata o nung Mayo, no, na gumawa ng mga tulang pambata na tumatalakay sa pandemya, sa danas ng lockdown, quarantine, at quarantine school. So ang layunin namin dito ay maipaliwanag ang pangyayari. So number one yun, maipaliwanag ang pangyayari. Dahil ang ganitong karanasan ay hindi man dapat talaga maranasan ng mga bata o ng sino man tao, no? Karapatan, naisin namin na itaguyod ang karapatan ng bata sa impormasyon at edukasyon, na ang kalaman ay sandata ng mga bata, no, na mahalaga ang kamulatan ng mga bata sa pamahalaan, usaping panlipunan at kahandaan sa mga sakuna, partikular na sa mga sakunang pangkalusugan. At sa dami na submit sa amin, nagpasa sa amin ng mga tula, no, mahigit 300, no? At pinili namin ito, ginawa namin 70, no? Kapansin-pansin na pamamayani ng mga imagery o imahen ng bintana, ayuda, halimaw, sardinas, pagtatanim sa bakuran, sa mas malalim na ugnayang pampamilya, pagkamalikain, problemang panlipunan, pagnanasa na bumalik sa dati o sa normal na buhay. So ito yung mga paulit-ulit, no, na tema. No, pag-asa, no, lockdown, So ito yung mga halimbawa, na dalawa lang itong pinili ko. No? Bawal lumabas, no? Yung ginawa ng isang guro na si Angelina Hasul. Napakaganda ng tulang ito, napakasimple, no? Na tumatalakay sa ikukulong mo, sige, ikulong natin ang mga ang pamilya sa bahay para maiwasan ang virus. Pero anong klaseng bahay ba ang kanilang kukulungan, no? Para sa mga middle class, madali lang ang lockdown para sa kanila, no? Dahil medyo malaki ang kanilang bahay, no? May elektrisidad. Pero paano naman yung iba pa mga pamilya, no? Na hindi ganun kalaki ang mga espasyo, no? Para sa gawaing ito, no? Pangalawa naman ay ang ginawa ng isang guro, no, na si Carmela Isguera, no, ang sardinas sa panahon ng COVID. Tuwang-tuwa kami dito dahil ipapakita ito, no, ng ng malikhaing paraan kung paano ba lalagyan ng sustansya, bibigyan ng iba't ibang uri ng pagluluto, no? Paano ba lulutuin ng iba't iba sa malikhaing pamamaraan ang sardinas na karaniwang ayuda sa mga pamilyang Pilipino. Okay, so bilang pagtatapos, nais ko lang magbigay ng mga rekomendasyon. No? Una, pagkatapos ng pandemya, sana ay maprotektahan ang karapatang-ari ng mga aklat na binasa o nailathala online. No? Maraming publisher ang pumayag na, sige, basahin niyo yung mga aklat namin, no? Na walang babayaran. Pero sana pagkatapos nito, no, maprotektahan niyo, parang pwede nang burahin, no, yung mga videos. Pangalawa ay napatunayan na kayang maging makabuluhan at napapanahon ng mga aklat pambata. Sana ay magtuloy-tuloy ito hanggang sa matapos ang pandemya. No? Sana hindi lang ito sa panahong ganito. No? Pangatlo ay kailangan pa natin ng mga aklat pambata na magpapaliwanag sa mga sakuna at kung paano ito may iwasan sa hinaharap. Halimbawa, kailangan pa natin ng mga aklat na magpapaliwanag sa epidemya ng dengue, malaria o HIV/AIDS. Okay, pang-apat, mainam na paunlarin ang iba pang anyo, no? Lalong-lalo na ang tulang pambata, mga dulang pambata, mga aklat na impormasyon, no? So ito ang mga mahalaga. Hindi ko sinasabing kalimutan na natin ang mga kwento. Mahalaga ang kwento, oo, pero mahalaga din ang iba pang mga anyo. At panghuli ay kailangan pa natin higit na payabungin ang aklat ng impormasyon at kasaysayan sa bansa na may kaugnayan sa kalusugan at kalikasan. Yun lamang po at maraming salamat.
Salamat, Jigo at Eugene, sa mga presentations ninyo at dadako naman tayo ngayon sa ating Q&A. Para sa mga nanonood sa panel discussion na ito ng Children and Crisis, maaari kayong mag-post ng questions niyo sa Facebook o sa YouTube saan man kayo nanonood. So, habang hinihintay natin yung questions from the audience, ako mismo ay may mga tanong sa inyong dalawa. Actually, medyo marami. Yung una kong tanong, yung sinabi mo, Eugene, about yung when you were using that quote from Mem Fox as your springboard, and you were saying na writing children's stories is like writing War and Peace in haiku, diba? And we should really look for the most essential messages during this time and during any time, actually. Sa palagay ninyong dalawa, Jigo at Eugene, ano yung pinaka-essential na mga mensahe na dapat itawid ng panitikang pambata sa panahon ngayon? Anyone can go first.
Well, for us kasi, it's always been about that children are not as helpless or unknowing as many might think. No? So, yung mga libro namin, we try to focus on the things that children can do even now. So, for example, we're working with Ilustrador ng Kabataan to come up with a book on climate change. So, it's a monumental challenge. Pero the book will focus on the things that children can do, both to adapt and to learn and to help out. So, I think yun yung focus. That's what I would like to emphasize in our children's books, no? That it's something that empowers children then, and recognize that they are empowered.
Jigo, napansin mo ba na yung focus na yon? Actually, yun din yung last message ni Eugene, di ba? Parang ang pinaka-importante ngayon na concerns ay kalusugan at kalikasan. nakikita mo ba na parang most of your publications will also gear towards that? Those two themes?
Well, it depends kasi yung story writing competition namin is an open themed competition. So it depends on yun, walang tema yun. So we try to pick if ultimately it's the artist that picks the winning story. So it depends on. Pero yung mga activity books namin, tinatry namin na they're related to socially relevant issues. So we've done activity books on children's rights. Like I mentioned, data privacy, fake news. So yun. So at our end, that's what we try to respond to.
Yes, kaka-order ko lang nga ng Safe Space eh. Sa website niya, babalikan ko yung New Think kasi parang ang interesante niya. Babalikan kita mamaya, Jigo, ha, tungkol dun sa contest ninyo dahil may tanong din ako. Eugene, ikaw, para sa'yo bilang manunulat, ano yung essential messages na, sa dami naman na sinusulat mo, no, baka nasulat mo na lahat nung naiisip mo na essential ngayon. Pero meron pa bang message na palagay mo ay very key in this time of a pandemic?
Okay, siguro di ko ito nasabi kanina, no? Pero parang lang, no? Recap lang. No? Una ay, ang mahalaga talaga mensahe para sa mga bata ngayon ay una ay mayroong tumutulong sa kanila para maprotektahan sila. No? Maprotektahan ng kanilang kalusugan, maprotektahan ng kanilang buhay, no? Na kahit na may pagkukulang ang pamahalaan, nandiyan ng pamilya, nandiyan ng iba pang institusyon tulad ng mga manunulat, ng mga paaralan, na para sila ay magabayan, para sila ay mapanatiling buhay, no, at malusog. Pangalawa ay yung bayanihan, yung napakahalaga nito no. Yung diwa ng bayanihan, yung praktika ng bayanihan ay mahalaga mo maipakita sa mga bata, no. Kaya sa mga introduction ko namin sa mga proyekto, sa mga antolohiya, lagi naming idinidiin na ito ay ginawa namin bilang bayanihan para sa inyo, no, na para pamarisan ninyo, no, sa hinaharap. No, pangatlo ay yung mensahe na may buhay pa, no, na kahit na ganito ating sitwasyon, pwede nating ipagdiwang ang buhay, ipagdiwang ang ating pamilya, ang ating sarili, no, ang ating kapwa, no. Pang-apat ay may problema ang lipunan. Mahalaga to. May problema ang lipunan. At bilang bata, ano ang magagawa mo? No? Ano ang magagawa mo para masolusyonan ito sa hinaharap? Kung hindi ngayon, sa hinaharap. At panghuling, no, yung konsepto ng One Health, na ang kalusugan ng isang tao, hindi lang tao ng hayop, no, ng halaman, ng kagubatan, ay magkakaugnay. No? Lalo na sa pandemang ito, no, na tinuturo nga na ito ay nagmula sa pagwasak ng kalikasan, pagwasak ng mga kagubatan, ang mga wild animals na palapit sa mga domestic animals, na ilipat ang virus, no, ng wild animals sa domestic animals at naipasa sa mga tao. So iyon, no, kapag igagalang mo ang kalikasan, ito ay kalusugan. No? So yun ang pinakamahalaga, ang konsepto ng One Health o iisang kalusugan para sa lahat.
Salamat. Ang ganda ng mga sinabi ninyo na yung mga bata ay may maaasahan at mapapagkatiwala ang mga institusyon at mga tao, mga grown-ups na nakapaligid sa kanila. At pareho rin kayong nagbanggit ng agency, no, ng mga bata na may magagawa sila tungkol sa mga kasalukuyan nating problema sa kalusugan at kalikasan. Tulad ng nabanggit ko, Jigo, may question ako sa'yo about the story writing contest ng Canvas. May napansin ka ba na trend sa stories na sinasubmit? Parang kung pupulsuhan mo yung entries sa contest ninyo, anong klase ng mga kwento ang nililikha ng mga Filipino children's authors?
Wala
walang trend.
ang pinakang the only trend na talagang pansin ko is the vast majority of entries Filipino. Kasi you can submit in either English or Filipino. Siguro 75% to 80% will be Filipino stories. Pero yung trend on the stories themselves, yun nga, it never ceases to amaze us na from a single painting, iba-iba yung mga story ang lumalabas. May masaya, may malungkot, may nakakatakot, may minsan may tula, minsan iba-iba talaga yung lumalabas. So mahirap i-predict ang imagination. So yun lang.
So, paano nyo pareho na-i-envision yung time after the pandemic? Wow, no? Hindi natin alam kung kailan yung yung post-pandemic. Pero parang, kunyari si Jigo, sure ako na feel mo yung change in the publishing process, in the creative process. Tapos ikaw din, Eugene, bilang isang creative, nakikita mo rin yung change na yon. How do you see that process within yourself and within your publishing house evolving post-pandemic? Ano ang mga nagbago o magbabago?
Siguro, sa amin kasi, well, we're not really a traditional publishing house, di ba? So, ang habol talaga namin is to give away the books. So, yun yung challenge. How do we give away the books? Noon, madali eh. Di ba? You can gather children sa schools. Tapos sabay-sabay mo ibibigay hundreds of books at a time. Pero ngayon, hindi na namin kaya gawin yon kasi may rules, di ba? May social distancing, and hindi ko nakikita na it will change at least for the next, siguro until baka after 2021 pa.
Right.
So what we're doing is we're working more with local government units kasi sila parang nag-house to house sila eh. So nakikiangkas na lang kami, binibigay namin yung libro sa kanila, and hopefully they can give it to children in their constituencies, no? Or they can give it to public school teachers. So that's one. The other thing is, yan nga, yung isang challenge sa amin din kasi is yung move ng publishing industry mukhang nagpupunta online. But I think the demand still by the children will be for physical books, di ba?
Right.
So how do you, yun yung, di ba? Noon, madali, magbebenta ka sa bookstores, there are physical, you can buy them physically. Now, most of the purchases will be online. So yun yung mga, hindi kami ganon ka-experience in those things. So those are the challenges we face.
Right. Saka, dahil alam ko na into climate change kayo, Jigo, yung shift din natin to online, malaki yung effect sa, di ba, sa pag-generate ng basura. Kasi yung packaging ng lahat ng binibili natin. Oo. So, kailangan din natin maghanap ng sustainable solutions for that. Ikaw, Eugene, paano mo na-envision yung effects ng pandemic sa creative process mo?
Mahirap, ang hirap sagutin.
Parang hindi ka naman na-affect yata ngayong pandemya, Eugene, dahil sobra ka pa rin prolific.
Yun nga yung napansin
dami mo pa rin nalabas.
Yun din napansin ko, no, yung mga publishing house, no, na nakatrabaho ko. Napansin ko parang wala nagbago. parang mas pa sila, no, parang mas produktibo pa sila, no? Talagang meron pang mga parang karera, no, na maglathala ng mga makabuluhang aklat, no? Hindi lamang sa mga nakatrabaho kong publishing house, kundi sa iba pa mga publishing house, no, na talagang ito yung pagkakataon, no, para maipakita mo ang kabuluhan mo, no, sa lipunan ngayon. Kasi siguro taglay natin yung yung paniniwala ng ibang tao na children's book lang yan. No, yung ganun paniniwala na wala tong at children's book walang pakialam sa nangyayari sa lipunan natin. So ito na yung panahon, no, ito na yung problema. Ang mga publishing house, mga writer, illustrator, tumugon sa pagbabagong sa hamon na ito, no? So ang nakita ko rito mga mga hamon o mga challenges o pagbabago ay una, sa panahon ng pandemya, ang mode of distribution natin ay online, no? Mga online selling, no? Yung distribution. Pagkatapos ng pandemic, online pa rin ba tayo, no? Napansin ko sa paggagala ko sa mga bookstore, para yatang bibihira na ang mga bagong lathalang mga aklat, no? Parang paliit ang mga bookstore at nawawala ang mga bookstore. So ito na ba, no? Epekto ba to ng pandemic, no? Yung pagkawala ng mga bookstore. So sana, no? Niniwala pa rin ako na mahalaga ang bookstore, no? Masarap punta ng mga bookstore, no? Kaysa sa mag-add to cart ka lang, no? Nawala yung no?
Hindi mo ma-browse di ba?
Oo. Nawala yung yung ligaya na binubuklat mo yung aklat na, ang ganda nito, no? Pangalawa, no, na magiging hamon dito ay ang usapin ng content o yung nilalaman. No, para bang pagkatapos ng pandemic, parang hindi na yata parang sa akin lang to, no? Parang hindi na yata uubra yung mga pakit na kwento, you know? Kasi ito na napagdaanan ng bata, pinapagdaanan ng mga bata yung hirap. Nagharap sila ngayon ng mas mabigat na mga tema o mas makabuluhang tema. Hindi pa naman bigat, mas makabuluhang tema ng mga aklat pambata.
Palagay mo, Eugene, yun ang effect? Parang na-harden yung mga bata, ang ating clientele, dahil nakaranas sila ng pandemya?
Yes, ang tingin ko, no, ang mga bata ngayon, no, exposed sa social media, exposed sa mga balita, no, exposed sa sa malupit na realidad. So handa na sila sa mas mabigat pa mga problema kakaharapin, no? Natuwa nga ako sa ilalabas ng Canvas, no, yung mga safe space, no, yung internet security, no? Yun yung mga nakikita ko magiging trend, no, sa politikang pambata natin na kahit nga siguro mga magulang, halimbawa pagkatapos ng pandemic at naglabas tayo ng halimbawa alamat ng ngipin, hindi bibili ng alamat. Bibili nila yung makatulong sa mga bata para maarmasan sila, mabigyan sila ng kapangyarihan sa mga susunod na problema. Huwag sana, ayoko na, no, na may susunod pa mga problema. No? Lalo pa, idagdag pa natin dito yung bagyo, di ba? Ang dami aklat pambata na na tumatalakay ngayon sa bagyo, epekto ng baha, erosion, no? So, yan ang nakikita kong trend sa hinaharap.
Nakakatuwa din kasi kunyari yung ilalabas ng Canvas, yung safe space saka yung You Think, informational books, 'di ba? Kulang na kulang tayo diyan sa local na non-fiction. So, sana nga mas magkaroon pa ng thirst for facts and truths and information ng mga bata tungkol dito dahil sandata talaga natin 'yon sa mga panahon tulad ngayon. Merong tanong mula sa audience natin, si May Jo Patino. Would children's horror stories be effective during a time like this? Or is it not recommendable considering that reality itself is quite frightening? What do you both think? Pwede bang mag-horror?
Oo naman. I mean, we've never shied away from sensitive topics, no? I'll tell you a story. Pero it's not now. Pero yung unang contest naming linabas, The Rocking Horse, the story na nanalo nun, The Rocking Horse. It's a very, very sad story. The mother dies at the start, and then the child dies in the end. And then parang iwan lang yung tatay. So nung lumabas yung story na yun, people, nung ginagawa namin yung story na, we were worried kasi is this as an appropriate topic for a child, di ba? Pero we had to trust the process. And maganda yung story, maganda yung artworks. And eventually, that book won the Gintong Aklat Award, and it sold out. It was well received. And I've had a lot of people, some children say na yun nga, of the stories we had, that's the favorite they had. We had a book about martial law atrocities. Itong libro na to, based on actual affidavits of torture, no? Pero we distilled it to 3-sentence stories, so it's very sensitive. So may nakalagay naman doon sa libro na parental guidance is recommended. So in a way, children, I think, can handle it, no? Pero we also, I would hasten to point out that we also try to be very careful, di ba? So kunyari, itong sa pandemic, naglabas kami ng mga infographics about the pandemic, about what children can do. Pinadaan namin yun sa child psychologists and even sa UNICEF so that they can give us feedback, not necessarily on the subject matter, pero how it can be presented. So kunyari, yung una namin ginawang infographics, maraming, don't do this. So yung feedback sa amin was, make it more positive. Imbis na don't do this, parang make it proactive, diba? Parang wash your hands. Imbis na don't eat before you wash your hands. Lagi mo, wash your hands or something that they can do proactively. So kunyari, sinabi namin, kunyari yan sa safe space on data privacy, parang meron kaming sinabi noon na always have your parents beside you when you or parang if a stranger contacts you, tell your parents. So may nagsabi sa amin, minsan hindi parent yung most trusted adult. So paltan nyo, wag nyo gawing parents, gawin yung tell a trusted adult. Kasi it can be an older brother or an uncle. So I think in terms of the storytelling, there's some merit to using reality, no? Trying to be realistic. Pero as publishers, hindi naman kami kasi trained in child psychology, so we try to make it a point then to get feedback from the experts.
Mm-hmm. Ikaw, Eugene, anong pananaw mo?
Pananaw ko, kung epektibo bang horror, wala na kasi mas horror pa sa virus. So
so fiction na talaga yon, di ba? Yung babasahin nila.
Fiction na naging realidad, no, na ang virus talaga, no, talagang para itong mga zombie movie ng Korea, no, na mga disaster movie na mga zombie, no. Tingin ko, no, pwede tayo gumamit ng horror stories hindi bilang entertainment, no, kundi bilang metaphor, no, talinghaga, no, ng ating panahon, no. Sino ba ang tunay na aswang? Sino ba ang tunay na tikbalang?
Muntik na ako sumagot eh. Oh, okay.
Maraming tatanong siya, di ba? Sino ba yung mga tikbalang na yan? Ano ba? So yun no? Yun ang magiging challenge siguro, no? Gagamit tayo ng horror stories mula sa ating folklore bilang metaphor ng ating pandemya, no? Ng ating kalagayan sa pandemya. So play ko yun. Pero kung gagamitin mo horror story bilang aliwan, nanakot ka lang sa bata, hindi ito epektibo, no? Kung ito ay para sa entertainment lamang.
Popular ngayon yung idea ng bibliotherapy, yung ginagamit yung mga libro for healing. Sa inyong dalawa, anong mga libro ang binabasa nyo ngayon na nagsisilbing bibliotherapy sa inyo mismo personal, yung binabasa ninyo to help get you through this pandemic?
Iba yung I'm not really reading books na about actually I'm reading books that take my mind off the pandemic. So hindi, yung siguro contrarian nga ako kay Eugene kasi I think hindi naman kailangan lahat ng libro tungkol sa pandemic or so, although of course that's what we come up with, pero there's value in books that entertain, di ba, or that just gets children's minds going and imagining. Kasi I think books, if they have a book that they love and they read over and over again, then they move on to other. Tama si Eugene, the present context probably gets children now more interested in other deeper things, no? Like anong gagawin natin ngayon. Pero I think there's still value when publishers publish books na storybook lang. If a book is able to get a child interested in reading another book, then I think that's the primary thing.
Pero Jigo, what gets you through a difficult time? What kind of reading?
Science fiction ako, fantasy, science fiction.
Yun na yung reality natin.
Hindi.
Sci-fi.
Sci-fi
gets you through difficult times.
Nerd stuff.
Ikaw, Eugene, ano ang bibliotherapy mo ngayon?
Ang dami. Ang dami. So, habang sinasagot kanina yung tanong, binalikan ko yung aking Goodreads, yung aking mga nabasa sa loob ng 8 buwan. Ang dami, no? So, ang nakikita ko, dalawang uri ang mga binabasa ko. Una para yung yung fantasy, mga Tales of Paper Rabbit, talagang yung buong collection binasa ko. Yung mga novel ng Kiki's Delivery Service, mga Totoro, mga novelization, na para lang makalimutan ko yung nangyayari kahit papaano. Pero nahilig din ako magbasa ng mga aklat ng impormasyon tungkol sa virus. No, tulad ng pinakita ko sa inyo kanina, no, yung virus, a very short introduction, mga aklat pambata tungkol sa pandemic, smallpox. Inisa ko lahat yan, pati Spanish flu, binasa ko. Hindi ko alam kung bakit ko gustong-gusto ng mga ganon, no? Disaster, no? Kahit nga sa panonood din, no? Puro mga disaster ang gusto ko, mga disaster. Siguro, ang nakikita kong tema ng mga mensahe ng mga aklat tungkol sa disaster ay matatapos din ito, you know? Kung susundin natin lahat ng mga aral ng kasaysayan, aral ng mga nakalipas, kaya nating tapusin ito. Kaso nga lang, ang problema sa bansa natin o sa mga namamahala sa atin, para bang hindi nakikinig sa mga aral ng kasaysayan. Sana nasagawa ito, no? Sana hindi umabot ng ilang buwan ng ating lockdown. Sana ini-enjoy na natin ang buhay ngayon. No? Kung naisagawa lang natin, no, yung kasaysayan ng medisina kasi, no, nung lockdown, contact tracing, hand washing, no, lahat yan mahalaga no. Ilan lang dyan ang napatupad natin, no. So, sa kakabasa ko ng mga aklat na tungkol sa science, sana, no, ito rin ang binasa ng ating mga namamahala sa atin para may scientificong solusyon ang ating mga problema. Yun
Tama.
lang.
Tama. Yun lang, di ba? Parang andali, pero hindi. Maraming salamat muli, Eugene at Jigo, at salamat sa lahat ng nanood sa atin ngayong umaga. I'm hoping that you will all check out Jigo's new books, Canvas's new books, and Eugene's new books, both physical saka do stick around for the next panel, which is at 1 p.m. entitled A Literary History of the Virus, How Writers Write About the Plague, featuring Manolo Quezon III and Alvin Yapan. Again, BDAP would like to thank our partners in this literary festival, the National Book Development Board, Happy Toothpaste, Daz Dishwashing Liquid, and Prime Trade. And we'd like to invite everyone to visit the Manila International Book Fair. It's online now, manilabookfair.com, to get big discounts on the best books. Salamat muli, Jigo at Eugene. At paalam sa lahat.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Pandemic Playbook, the BDAP Literary Festival. This festival is brought to you by the Book Development Association of the Philippines in cooperation with the National Book Development Board, Happy Toothpaste, Daz Dishwashing Liquid, and Prime Trade. Our panel this afternoon is entitled A Literary History of the Virus, How Writers Write About the Plague. I am Ina Reyes, BDAP trustee and your moderator for this afternoon's panel. Featured in this panel are two well-respected speakers. Our first panelist is Alvin B. Yapan. He is a fictionist whose stories have already been recognized by the Don Carlos Palanco Memorial Awards for Literature in 1997, 2002, and 2003, and NCCA Writers' Prize in 2005. He has published his first collection of short stories entitled At Nabulag ang Tagapagsalaysay, which was included in NCCA's Ubod New Authors series, and his first novel, Ang Sandali ng Mga Mata, which won the 2006 National Book Award for Best Novel. He is also a filmmaker whose first solo feature-length film for the Cinemalaya Philippine Independent Film Festival, Ang Panggagahasa kay Fe, or The Rapture of Fe, won Best Picture in the Digital Feature category of the 33rd Cairo International Film Festival in 2009. His latest film, Ang Sayaw ng Dalawang Kaliwang Paa, The Dance of Two Left Feet, won the Bronze Award at the 28th Festival de Cine de Bogota in 2011 and Best Picture at Tagawad Urian in 2012. He holds a doctoral degree in Philippine Studies from the University of the Philippines and currently teaches at the Ateneo de Manila University. Our second panelist is Manuel L. Quezon III. He is a speechwriter, political, strategic, and crisis communication specialist, a historian, TV host, an opinion writer, book conceptualizer, and editor, and a blogger. He writes for the Philippine Daily Inquirer and Spot.ph. He teaches at Colegio de San Juan de Letran in Intramuros. Manolo has won the Palanca Award for the essay in English and was Rotary Club of Manila's Opinion Writer of the Year twice. So after both panelists speak, we will go straight into a Q&A session. So those watching us through Facebook can post their questions in the comment space below, or you can also ask your questions through YouTube. So let's begin with the first panelist, Alvin.
Ayan. Good afternoon, Ina, Manolo, and good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me okay, because sometimes my audio here is not so good. But can you hear me okay, Ina?
Yes. Okay yung audio mo. Good.
Okay. So that I'd keep within the allotted minutes for the presentation, I wrote my lecture for these afternoons. I'm just going to read it, so I'd stay within the 20-minute limit. So maybe one of the reasons why I was invited to give this lecture on the literary history of the virus, or how writers write about the plague or illness in general, it is not only because I'm a fictionist. I write both stories and novels in Filipino, but also because I am currently editing an issue of an online peer-reviewed journal of the Kagawaran ng Filipino. It's Katipunan. It's called Katipunan. You can easily access it online. It is free, so I'm promoting it here. So it's in Filipino, as we try to advocate the use of the vernacular in intellectual discourse. The issue I am working on now has the title Critical na Patolohiya, or Critical Pathology, where I am hoping we get to analyze how we as Filipinos use the method of pathology in the sense of reading symptoms to arrive at the diagnosis of our social experience. How we try to read external appearances to guess at an internal condition. For example, how we are obsessed right now with the issues of pagpapaka-plastic, pagpapakatotoo, pagpapaka-ipokrita. This method of pathology we can actually trace back to Jose Rizal in that very emotional and famous exchange between the character of Ibarra and Elias in Noli Me Tangere. Here, in this scene, Ibarra and Elias were slowly paddling along the Pasig River, trying to evade the Guardia Civil. Elias is trying to smuggle Ibarra out of Manila, and this is what Ibarra has to say. So, quoting, maybe we can share the screen of the excerpts of the PDF that I sent the Secretariat. The excerpt is, you can find it on the third page. Can we do that? Ayon, thank you. And so I'll read it along with you. So Ibarra says, sumasakatwiran po kayo, Elias. Ngunit ang tao'y isang hayop na sumusunod sa kasalukuyang mga nangyayari. Niyo'y nabubulagan ako. Masama ang aking loob. Ayawan ko ba? Ngayoy inaklas ng kapahamakan ng aking piring. Tinuruan ako ng aking pag-iisa at paghihirap sa bilangguan. Nakikita ko ngayon ang kakilakilabot na kanser na kumikitib sa mga namamayan dito ngayon, na kumakapit sa kanyang mga laman at nagkakailangan ng isang makirot at ganap na paglipol. This excerpt came from the very first Tagalog translation of Jose Rizal's Spanish novel Noli Me Tangere by, the translator is Pascual Poblete, which was published in 1906, but the edition that I'm using here is from 1909. Here, Rizal uses cancer as a metaphor for social ills. He likens corruption and social injustice to a tumor that infects every part of the body politic, the social body. The tumor needs to be surgically removed. A stress here on precision. Otherwise, even if just a bit of the tumor remains unextracted, the cancer will flare even more violently, and this could lead to death. This method of pathology is not surprising in Rizal because he was a doctor himself. Although this is not actually peculiar to Jose Rizal. Emilio Jacinto, for one, in his essayistic writings, particularly Liwanag at Dilim, has often been cited using this method. Jacinto, for example, distinguishes between ningning at liwanag. He describes ningning as nakakasilaw at nakakasira ng paningin, and liwanag as kinakailangan ng mata upang mapagwari ang buong katunayan ng mga bagay-bagay. Again, the discourse between pagpapakatotoo at pagtatago. He advises, where is that again? He advises that, he advises that ating hanapin ang liwanag, tayo'y huwag mabighani sa ningning. If we are going to compare this method of pathology with how oral literature, in particular the Ulahingan of the Manobo, dealt with the experience of disease, we are going to find an entirely different worldview. Here in the epic Ague, and we will find this in the first page of the PDF I sent you, here in the epic Ague, we find a character that has leprosy or Hansen's disease. She is Mungan, the wife of Banlak. In this epic, we find one of the earliest mentions of the experience of quarantine. The tribe of Ague leaves Mungan behind as they flee their enemies. But once they have settled in Pinamatun or Maladamal, Ague, the leader, tries to send Banlak to share food with his wife. Banlak refuses for fear perhaps of contracting the disease. Ague then reprimands Banlak for not caring for his wife. He then sends Pangalawon Tayandang or Matilom Tag-Udanan to go to Mungan. When Pangalawon arrives, he finds a fully healed Mungan. She is described as now being golden, and she's been granted by the gods or Sugoy the knowledge of where the tribe of Ague could find their promised land or Nalandangan, our local version of heaven. In this epic, we find illness as a form of social purification necessary to be granted knowledge from the gods. And I always quote George Lukács at this point to explain this kind of worldview in his Fury of the Novel, where he explains the transition of the epic consciousness to the modernist novelistic form. According to Lukács, Passion is the way, predetermined by reason, towards complete self-being, and from madness come enigmatic yet decipherable messages of a transcendental power, otherwise condemned to silence. And this is, I stress this next few lines. There is not yet any interiority, for there is not yet any exterior, any otherness to the soul. The soul goes out to seek adventure. It lives through adventures, but it does not know the real torment of seeking and the real danger of finding. Such a soul never stakes itself. It does not yet know that it can lose itself. It never thinks of having to look for itself. And according to Lukács, such an age is the age of the epic. In the epic consciousness, then, there is no distinction yet between the individual and the collective, between the loob and the labas, the interior and the exterior. So if we're going to read the excerpt, you can actually find here that description of how Pangalawon goes back to their tribe and gives the gold that Mungan, that magic gold that Mungan gave him to share to the entire tribe, and that would make them immortal, and that would lead them to the land, the promised land, or the Nalandangan. Fast forward is because it's only 20 minutes and we're surveying the entire history of the disease. So fast forward to the short story form, a literary import from the American occupation, where we find descriptions of illnesses, particularly tuberculosis, as scourges of the poor, mga pasakit sa mahihirap. So we go to that next, I think it's in the 5th page, after that quote from Rizal. There, that one. In this short story, for example, by Antonio Rosales, published in this 1939 anthology, we find Tasio being punished, as it were, by the fates and also society for harboring Ninay. Ninay here is already married to somebody else, a forced marriage, an arranged marriage, a rich husband. She is with child. But she escapes, she goes to Tasio, a poor suitor, to stand by their love for each other despite the poverty of Tasio. Ninay dies giving birth to her daughter, Nene. Tasio contracts tuberculosis, playing the role of a single father to Nene. The entire story would then problematize where Tasio could possibly leave Nene upon his death. The story concludes that he has nothing to worry about. The innocence of Nene, just like the crystal waters, so the title of this story is Kristal na Tubig, just like the crystal waters of the river, the innocence of Nene will never break before the malicious judgment of society. So if we're going to read, it's important we read this. In this excerpt, we read how Tasio found out he has tuberculosis. So if maybe if we can enlarge the excerpt. So, ang pagsasabalikat ng mabibigat na tungkulin ng isang ama at ng isang ina na pinalulubha pa ng malulungkot na alalahanin ng pagtatakwil ng isang nayon ay nahahalata sa namamayat ng pangangatawan ni Tasio. Kung gabi pinagpupusan siya, kung sinasasal siya ng ubo, ay nagpapatawag na siya kay Bathala, alang-alang sa walang malay na pamana ni Ninay. Nang mapauwi siya ng bayan isang araw, may nakita siyang isang malaking truck na pinagkakalipumpunan ng mga tao. Samantalang nanonood siya, nilapitan siya ni Kakang Teryo. Tasio, mabuti patingin ka riyan, ang wika ni Kakang Teryo. Aba, ano ang patitinginan ko riyan, ang patakang sagot ni Tasio. Ngulit nahila na siya ni Teryo, sinulubong siya ng ilang suot nurse at doktor. Nag-uulik-ulik man siya, di na siya nakatutol, hinubdan siya ng baro at sinilipan sa isang parang pangkuha ng larawan na ayon sa pagkarinig niya ay tinatawag na X-ray. O, di ba? Parang ito pa yung time na naninibago pa tayo sa technology. Pagkaraan ng ilang sandali, siya'y kinausap ng doktor bago pinauwi. Pagkarating niya ng bahay, ang mga pisngi ni Nene ay walang nasa lubong na matatamis na halik. Ang umuwi ng bahay ay isang bagong Tasyong waring nagmula sa isang mapanglaw na kabilang buhay. Ibinagsak niya ang kanyang katawan sa isang bangko at doon ay napapako siyang kawangis ng isang bantayog. Nakatitig sa malayo ang kanyang mga paningin, tila di man lamang kumukurap. Maging ang kristal na tubig na lagi nang nakapupukaw sa kanyang isipan ay nalabo na tila noon kung malasin niya sa kanyang gunam-gunam. So here, because of being a single father and for actually adopting the daughter of a wife who tried to abandon her marriage with a rich husband, he's being punished by society here. So hindi dito glamorized yung pagiging yung single fatherhood. So we observe in this story how illnesses were read as moral judgments, as moral punishments for the condition of being poor. This could be read against the idea of progress brought by American occupation. Of course, there's also the residual influence of Spanish Catholicism trying to deal ideologically with its defeat under the American occupying force. Ibig sabihin, to believe in the American idea of progress and social development is to attract the punishment of the Spanish moral code or dogma. Fast forward to 1964. This reading of illnesses became even more intense in the stories we find in Mga Agos sa Disyerto. Stories here abandon the romantic tendencies of the traditional short story, just like this one that we read from Rosales. Instead, the stories in Mga Agos sa Disyerto subscribe to the stylistic form of naturalism under the school of thought of Émile Zola. We find here characters compared metaphorically and literally to cogs in the social machine. Ano na lang siya, parang tornilyo na lang siya sa makina ng lipunan. Characters were dehumanized in their labor. In this story, for example, the next page, please. In this story, for example, by Rogelio Ordóñez, titled quite graphically as Ang Inuud na Bisig sa Tiyan ng Buwaya, a very graphic description of poverty. We find the character who was forced to work instead in a textile factory after he was evicted from the land he was tilling as a farmer. We see here the destruction of the moral ideal in exchange for the fast-paced urban industrialism. In most of the stories in Mga Agos sa Disyerto, we always find the image of the factory as symbols of labor injustice. The factory is a symbol of deceit and greed. At first, the farmers thought the factory will offer them jobs, but also could potentially bring them out of poverty. But as years passed, to quote the story, ngunit lumaki ng lumaki ang pabrikang iyon. Yumaman ng yumaman ang may-ari, tumaba at lumaki ang tiyan ng tagapamahalang si Mr. White, at sa bawat taon naman, numipis ng numipis ang kanyang dibdib at unti-unting tumakas ang laman ng kanyang mga bisig. And in the paragraphs that follow in that story, we see the image of a tubercular patient re-emerging, but now against the backdrop of urban industrialism. Until it reached a point when Lino, the main protagonist of the story that we're talking about here, could no longer perform as efficiently as before. The kapatas or the foreman of the factory, Mr. Cruz, is now finding ways to fire him from his job of carrying bundles of textile from the factory to the delivery trucks. And it is this very graphic and crucial scene that I want to read in this excerpt, where Lino begs to continue working in the factory, which actually served as the story's ending. And literally, this is the last line of the story. And this is where it ends, where everything ends. Kabitin talaga. Tumindi ang pangangalog ng kanyang mga tuhod, at nang malapit na siya sa puwitan ng truck, bigla siyang nasunggaba. Sorry for the typo error. Ngumudngod ang kanyang bibig sa lupa at nabitawan niya ang balumbon ng telang kanyang pasan. Sa kanyang dibdib, nag-aalimpuyo ang init na iyon at napakagat siya sa mga putik-putik na lupa. Naramdaman niyang may gumagapang na kung ano sa naputikan niyang labi. Dinilaan niya iyon at ng kanyang ibuga, nakita niya ang isang malaking uod, sorry for those taking their lunch, na pakiwal-kiwal na gumagapang palayo sa kanya. Nang iangat niya ang kanyang tingin, tumambad sa kanya ang naglulumiyad na tiyan ni Mr. Cruz. Pinilit niyang tumayo, ngunit muli siyang nasunggaba. Talagang mahina ka na, Fajardo. Talagang di mo na kayang magtrabaho. Malinaw na malinaw sa kanyang pandinig ang sinabing iyon ni Mr. Cruz, at parang matilim na itak yung sumugat sa buo niyang katawan at kaluluwa. Nabanaagan niyang papalayo na ang mga paa ni Mr. Cruz at gumagapang gumagapang pilit niyang sinusundan ang mga paang iyon. Grabe no, the desperation of the laborer. Hintay, Mr. Cruz, malakas pa ho ako, malakas pa ho ako. Sabihin niyo kay Mr. White, malakas pa ho ako. At pilit siyang nagpatuloy sa paggapang. Actually, the stories that you will find in Mang Ayos ni Sherto is one of the most depressing stories that have been written in our literary history. So, there. So, in summary, this presentation, so that's how short it is, this presentation is in no way exhaustive, but we can already see the general outline of how, over the years and centuries of writing, we Filipinos understood the idea of illnesses and the plague. We always understood illnesses as symptoms of a degenerate moral or social structure. We can trace this back to Hispanic Philippines. It is a colonial legacy. Now, this presentation is just a descriptive presentation. I am still not, it still needs further study if this colonial legacy is actually good or bad for what's happening now in our social discourse. But I think this can explain so many things, so many tendencies that we're having now, we're experiencing now in how we discourse politically and culturally. And if only have the time and resources, this is a very interesting thread to follow and write a book on. But for now, I only maybe have this to jumpstart a conversation. And I hope that helps, or that meets the requirements of this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alvin. Now let's listen to Manolo.
Thank you. It's a hard act to follow when you're following Alvin, but I will do my best. Can you hear me? I hope my audio is okay.
Yes, your audio is okay.
Thank you.
Okay, your audio.
Okay. Now, the introduction of Alvin, I think, centers us on how we are tackling the same question from two different but related points of view. Alvin has focused on literature as a gateway to understanding our inner and communal reactions to epidemics and pandemics and the pressures that places on society. What about people who aren't writing stories or who aren't imagining what we're going through and instead left testimony or some sort of eyewitness accounts? When this epidemic was unfolding, when this pandemic was unfolding, and in the beginning it was unfolding in slow motion and then it sort of rushed into existence, I started wondering, when did we as a people experience something like this, where all of a sudden our worlds stopped, everything that had defined our lives suddenly didn't seem to matter anymore? And it seems to me the last two times we probably experienced this was the Philippine Revolution in 1896 to 1897 onwards, and of course, more recently and within living memory, World War II. It got me thinking along a theme that I have used in many presentations, which is a line from Leon Maria Guerrero, which is today began yesterday. And that if we look at how we coped with yesterday, we will find insights into how we are coping today. If you go to the next slide, and I'll just say next whenever we're going to the next slide, this became clear to me when we started saying goodbye to the people who I felt really could have helped us the most at a time like this. People like Benito Legarda Jr., who was one of the early cases who succumbed to COVID-19, a person who had his share to chronicle our experiences in World War II. And so if you look at the next slide, as you go through the International Book Fair, this is a wonderful opportunity to get to know his books on World War II, the memories that he did, or his research on the galleons, or his historical research that proved that the Philippine-American War started in Sampaloc and not San Juan, as a good sort of living memorial to all the writers and historians like him who are leaving us because they represent the vulnerable population at a time like this. And then I got to thinking, if you look at our next slide, how our modern reaction, people dying alone without their families in COVID isolation wards are being combined with behavior that ties us intimately to centuries past. In 2009, for example, I remember an article in which in Mexico, in response to the H1N1 virus, they started bringing out a image of Christ in processions in Mexico City. Things that they had been doing as far back as 1850. And this struck me again because in March of this year, as COVID struck us, the Catholic Bishops' Conference released an Oratio Imperata for God's help with the virus. And again, immediately I said, this is something that intimately ties us with generations past. If the next slide is any guide, this may be perhaps then one of the most lethal epidemics, and yet perhaps still not as lethal as the most lethal of all, which was ironically the great influenza pandemic of 1918 and how it struck the Philippines. Alfred W. Crosby, and you might encounter his book, said that 70,000 to 90,000 Filipinos died at that time in our country. It is one that, if you look at the next slide, the Department of Health told us was the worst epidemic in all of Philippine history. Was not the flu, but something even that came even earlier, which was cholera, a disease that is practically hardly known to us except in the poorest parts of the country. But this claimed 200,000 lives, including 66,000 children, including the great Apolinario Mabini. My single point is that we are no strangers to epidemics, and yet the epidemics of the past seem to have left little tangible signs in our behavior, in our approach, in our attitude. And this may be something that may be reflected more in the literature than in the history. And as Alvin was saying, this is something that is worth exploring. But this is what the history can tell us, and that's in this next slide. In a sense, looking at the past is easier than looking at what's going on now, because the evidence is self-selecting. People had to have written letters, kept the letters, and the letters have to have survived EPs and silverfish and wars and floods for the historians of today to make sense of them. Like this letter by Trinidad H. Pardo de Vera, writing to Governor General William Howard Taft at the turn of the century. And it's worth reading because I think this crystallized for me something that may sound familiar to you today. He was complaining, and Pardo de Vera said, "The people fear the Board of Health a great deal more than they fear the epidemic. The sanitary inspectors, white, brown, black, civil, and military, have committed and still commit all kinds of abuses. There are complaints against the barbarities of the health agents. In Pasig, the provincial treasurer set fire to a house where a victim of the cholera had died, and the flames extended to 2 neighboring houses, while the provincial inspector went about with a gun on his shoulder in order to intimidate the people, in order to make them obey sanitary laws." It is these little pieces of evidence that, sifted through, can give us little insights. Have we remained the same? Have some of the people around us, based on what they do, acted the same? And this brought me, if you look at the next slide, to a project that I've been doing sort of as a labor of love for many years called the Philippine Diary Project, where I tried to find both published and unpublished diaries by Filipinos and foreigners alike about the Philippines, because they are in many ways an eyewitness account of history and what has happened. I am very proud to say that this is fairly updated. And in fact, the newest diary, if you look at the next slide, that you will find is by a young Filipina named Psyche Salis, who's age 20 at the time that this was published. And her diary was written as an "I Told You" piece by the journalist Carmela Fonbuena, who very kindly let us republish the piece. It originally came out as the Manila Lockdown Diary in The Guardian in May 22, 2020, just a few months ago. But it includes stories from a long time ago. And I've picked just a few to give you excerpts. And in fact, there's about 6 excerpts in the time that we have left that I'd like to read you. And I'd like to ask you to do a thought experiment of your own as I read these excerpts to you. Do they ring a bell? Do they speak to you across the centuries or the decades to reflect something that you would still find familiar today or not? So let me start, if we go to the next slide, with a very interesting diary by a person with a really long name, John E.T. Millsaps. He was a member of the Salvation Army who was in the Philippines at the turn of the 20th century uh, to convert Filipinos to belong to his faith. On February 28th, 1899, this is what he wrote. When we entered the arched entrance to the San Roque Cemetery, we saw a box made in imitation of a coffin of box lumber. A sling was around it. Evidently, the same had been brought out by 2 Filipinos slung to a bamboo pole. While we stood looking at the strange coffin, an artillery sergeant, Ernst Koenig, hastened out of the cemetery and warned us to beware of the corpse as it was that of a 2-year-old child who had died of smallpox in a casco down in the Navy Yard at Cavite. One Filipino was busy digging a shallow grave in the coarse Black Sea sand. With the sand, he threw up the bones of other dead humans. While engaged contemplating this scene, Sergeant Koenig entered the chapel and inquired if I would not hold some kind of service over the grave. Certainly. Taking our stand on the windward side of the little grave, the 2 Filipino men, holding one each end of the coffin, with Sergeant Koenig and Privates George Baker and Frank Tar as witnesses, I consigned to Mother Earth the remains of little Damasa Garcia. While lowering the coffin of his child into the grave, the poor father wept. It was a touching scene. The next excerpt, and the next slide, is by an American soldier. His name was Alfred Burton Welch. He was here, like many American soldiers, to conquer us and bring us the blessings of American life. And here's what he wrote on July 7th, 1899. On guard tonight, saw a pitiful funeral today. 2 men with a rough box in which was a little babe. The men lifted the pole from their shoulders, sat down the box, took off their hats, and said, Buenos dias, señor, pase? Si. They then trudged away slowly with the mother who was carrying a baby upon her right hip and leading another naked kid following. She pointed to the box and with such a pitiful expression of countenance said, Picanini de mi. No candles, no chant, no priest, which they love so devotedly. These natives' emotions are sudden and intense, but very brief. Fast forward a few decades to 1915 in the next slide. This is the diary of William C. Allen, a Quaker, who traveled around Southeast Asia and the world and wrote this experience when he visited Manila. This was on February 16th, 1915. This morning, I addressed the high school on international peace. The student body constituted 600 young people and, as usual, they manifested intense interest. The Filipino audiences are more emotional and applaud much more easily than do those of China. A curious indication of the national temperament was manifested when I happened to refer to the sufferings of women in times of war. About half the students looked very sober, but the rest of them giggled. At the conclusion of the lecture, one of the audience remarked upon the different mental attitude of many Filipinos towards trouble from that of Americans. For instance, a young person will, with smiles, announce that he or she has just lost a parent by death. A teacher in one of the schools of Manila told me recently that when she was going over a lesson, she spoke of how Ghazan Khan had some of his enemies thrown into a cauldron of boiling oil. Immediately, the whole class laughed outright. She asked, "Why do you laugh? Would you like to be thrown into boiling oil?" They responded, "No." And at the same time, the thought of suffering amused them very much. The last 3 series of quotes will come from the diary of one person, starting with the next slide. And that is the diary of Teodoro M. Locsin, Sr. He kept a diary when World War II started. He was a young reporter and then had no work to do, so started writing his thoughts. And I'd like you to reflect on what he says in each of these excerpts. December 23, 1941, the war reveals the parasite, the non-essential man self-confessed. He who does not produce is regarded with suddenly clear eyes as an enemy. In peacetime, he often occupies an honored position, being then only a thief who lives lawfully on what his neighbor makes. The war leaves us with only human values to go by. It is not very comfortable. It either shows a man or shows him up. Out of this new revelation may come a new society, a true society, a society of man. Next quote comes from December 29th, 1941. The war has given me what I have never had before, time to read as much as I like. I had several books I brought and never found the leisure to read. I had given them up as money lost. During the last 3 weeks, I was able, between alarms and all clears, to finish reading them all. The war has been an unexpected dividend. It has changed, though, the character of my reading. I have a collection of detective novels still unread. I used to enjoy few things more than to run through their gory pages at the end of the day. Now I cannot read them. Their dismay over the killing of 1, 2, or 3 people seems to me rather petty. Now I find comfort and relish in the pages of the philosophers whose conclusions may be briefly stated, nothing matters. Last quote is also from the same entry in this next slide, December 29th, 1941 as well. The rich and influential are the pitiful ones. They have so much to lose. They shake for their lives. They shake for their office. They shake for their bank accounts. They read all the literature on the established methods of avoiding death and damage by bomb, bullet, and gas. They sit in a circle all day and worry over every rumor and report of disaster. They scan every threat to their security with the passion of scholars poring over a newly recovered line from the Greek anthology. The war freshly illumines a paradox. One may be casual about one's life, but rarely over one's property. In high good humor, the people are compiling a list of dishonor. With infinite malice, they treasure each new story of how their lords and masters have disgraced themselves. In this last slide from the Philippine Diary Project, we come back to Psyche Salis, one of our own, an ordinary person who had to tell her story for it to be written down. And this was her entry on May 10, 2020, not so long ago. Today, I gave birth. There were no vehicles, so me and my mom were forced to walk 30 minutes to get to the clinic. We stopped every so often when my stomach hurt. There were local officials out to police the lockdown, but they didn't stop us. My baby really gave me a difficult time giving birth. My mother brought me to the lying-in clinic last night, and I have been in painful labor for so many hours. It's true what they say, though. All the pain was gone when I saw him. His name is Asekle Salayan. Like my mother to me, I'm going to be a great mother to him. In the end, we don't know the literary effects, the historical effects of what is still taking place. But I think all of us, in our own ways, feel a compulsion that was nothing new to all the people I've quoted you today, which is to share our experiences. Except now, with technology, we have many more ways of sharing what we feel, and yet many ways of being isolated despite being able to share. In the end, the question both fictionists and historians will be asking is the same. In this time of pandemic, how much of what we are saying, doing, and acting on is what our ancestors did in a manner familiar to them, and how much of it is new? In this slide, after Sykes, there's a Frenchman named André Belesort who wrote 1 Week in the Philippines in November 1897. This was translated by E. Aguilar Cruz. And it's really one of my favorite passages because we're a tropical Baroque country. We don't need magical realism. We have our own. And here, this is what he wrote about 1897. In addition, news reports and slogans that virtually spread by themselves assumed the forms of legend in this country. Before the insurrection, it was rumored in Tondo that around 6 in the evening, people would see the apparition of a woman whose head was crowned by serpents. Everyone interpreted this vision to mean that the fatal hour was approaching. Another report had it that Biak na Bato, a woman had given birth to a child dressed in a general's uniform, which meant that arms had been landed. These tales and apparitions overexcite the people's imagination, which soon drops the supposed hidden meaning and gets lost in pure fantasy. These next two slides are simply recommendations by way of closing. There are two books you might want to pick up in this book fair. Some of them are enjoying very good discounts. And don't forget, this is all made possible because there are people who are writing and selling books. One of them is Colonial Pathologies, which is a very interesting book. You heard earlier about Alvin's excerpt about tuberculosis and the American era. Well, there was things about cleanliness and what they said about people that were ingrained into us by the Americans. And Warwick Anderson wrote about this very well. And even much earlier, Conquest and Pestilence in the early Spanish Philippines by Lyndon Newson is very interesting because it questions the idea that we didn't experience what Latin America experienced, which is that many people died because of epidemics caused by the invaders. The answers will surprise you. And finally, because we're all of us as writers have to do a certain amount of self-promotion, I'd ask you to check out these 4 free books made in a lifetime ago by teams that I had the good fortune to lead. You can find them in archive.org. Just type in the titles. Philippine Electoral Almanac, which covers all of our elections from Tejeros up to 2010. The Historical Atlas of the Republic, which is the first historical atlas that was produced in our country, I'm proud to say. There's the Official Calendar of the Republic, which is a calendar that shows you what happened in our history on what date throughout the year. And finally, Heroism, Heritage, and Nationhood, a selection of articles that I think you will find interesting about those topics that appeared in the Official Gazette. All of you, I hope, have been sharing your thoughts. Some of you may have kept diaries. If so, I invite you to send us your diary so we can include it in the Philippine Diary Project. It's your eyewitness. Other than that, I think it will be very exciting to come when the scholars and writers of today and tomorrow put down on paper or on the screen what we are all living through today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Manolo, and thank you, Alvin. And thank you for showing us the richness of literature that we can really look into, you know. I like what Manolo asked. He said, how have we remained the same, or have we acted the same? No? We know that literature and history influence us in a way in how we should respond to a circumstance or an event. Alvin, in the literature that you have surveyed, how do you think has this affected or influenced the readers of that literature? Or do you think, go on.
Actually, that's what I'm trying to figure out, because there's a shift. There was a shift, a considerable shift happened during the Hispanization of the Philippines, wherein this concept of what we see is actually symptomatic of what's happening inside. So that's what I'm trying to problematize. Actually, if I'm able to pursue this theory or this study, that's what I want to really excavate. So where did that happen, or how did it happen? That when you're going to observe actually the epics of the Philippines, whenever they mention illnesses, whenever they mention disease, there's no such thing as a distinction between the symptom and the internal condition. Actually, you will find the same thing in the study of Dr. Michael Tan in his book Revisiting Usog, Pasma, and Kulam, where he says the same thing. Na if you're going to go back to traditional medicine, to ethnomedicine, there's no distinction between a symptom and internal disease or a diagnosis of an internal disease. So it only happened, I think, with Hispanic Philippines, and that's what's very interesting for me because it continues to this day. I mean, it is not entirely metamorphosed or metamorphosed into something different.
Mm-hmm.
Several other issues got piled on top of it, but at the very core of how we analyze the social experience now essentially came from Hispanic Philippines, and that's why I go back to Jose Rizal because I think that's very indicative that quote from Jose Rizal. So to answer your question, I think nothing has changed. So many issues were just added, piled on top of that essential method that we use as a culture of diagnosing what's inside by way of reading the signs, reading the symptoms. And for me, I find that very interesting to study because again, just to connect it to what's happening right now. For me, I find it very ironic that we have here a disease in COVID-19 that's very asymptomatic. We are not allowed to read the symptoms. For the first time, we're presented with a disease, we're presented with an illness that refuses to be read, and yet it happened in an atmosphere of cultural discourse when we are obsessed by appearances. So sabi ko, my God, it's actually, I don't know if it's an accident, it's fate that we're presented with this kind of situation. It's a unique situation that I think needs further studying.
Yeah, yes. Manolo, you have something to contribute to
Yeah,
that?
I'd like to take a similar tack because you have a situation where which I think is not different from any past epidemic, which is um, different sectors of our society are responding in different ways. Rizal, for example, in his time, he said, "I'm going to follow the system of the Greeks, where they exposed people in the sort of the town plaza, so everyone can just sort of pitch in and give their diagnosis." I think that's what our society needs. But he is writing as a 19th century doctor who he was a clinician, so he said you have the very methodical scientific inquiry, but at the same time, you have a different way. At the time that Rizal was writing this way, you have this French visitor saying, no, people were trying to make sense of what was going on by omens and portents, mga panaginip, mga kwento, and things like that. You find it echoing today. There are people obsessing, as Loxin wrote, with finding out every item. It may be asymptomatic, but there are ways to find out, and we can use technology and that sort of thing. That's what the middle class and the wealthy are doing. The poor, like the novels that Alvin was telling us about, we're refusing to be diagnosed because a diagnosis is a death sentence in terms of earning for your family. That is unchanged. That is the price of poverty is that you cannot even admit illness because that itself is a death sentence. So you have this combination. You have the very interesting question of in many ways, and this is where literature in many ways has sort of had a more preeminent position in our society, because people who came from humble backgrounds still have a greater ability to contribute to literature than the official records and even the diaries and things, which is what more privileged people produce. And in a sense, that is what is lopsided for history. All the people I quoted to you as eyewitnesses, only one comes from the majority, and that's the most recent one. Everyone else were very high standard people, even if they were foreigners, writing in languages, as Alvin will point out, that aren't even our own. So lacking the even the flavor, and yet we have to look at through that filter. So I think what we're having is we are dealing in many ways with a culture that is pre-scientific, with a situation that is a new kind of mutation in science as well. And how we are merging the two is we are sort of experiencing for our own a crash course of what it must have been like for Filipinos in the 19th century to be facing cholera and smallpox inoculations after centuries of that sort of thing.
Yeah, yeah. Does our response also have something to do with like my observation that generally Filipinos are not serious students of history or serious students of literature? Because I know that the more we know what happened in the past, the more we will be helped, right?
Well, I think that's fundamentally a function also of the powers that be. If you don't encourage reading and you don't encourage history, you can't blame the people for not knowing. What I do think is important is it tells you how are we coping. Um, I think what this and this was what I was trying to do without trying to spoon feed people. The reason that these diary extracts spoke to me is they all reflected one way or another how we, who are essentially helpless in the face of a pandemic, were reacting to those we look to give us answers, which are the people in power. And I think you will see that the behavior in many ways is unchanged. They are, in many ways, the people in power are confused, frightened, and lost as we are, but they have to pretend to be in charge. So what do? They hit you over the head with a stick. They do. They just force people to do things without explaining why, and in the hope that things remain in control. And at the end of the day, that is both the sad continuing lesson and the challenge that remains before us. Then comes in how are we talking around the problem? Stories, jokes, poetry,
memes,
fiction. Yes, memes, right? Fiction. We create fiction to make sense of a reality that is senseless. And in that sense, we are all living in the creative process and taking part in it.
That's
Yeah,
true.
I agree with Manolo also. I think it's unfair for some researchers and for some critics to say that the Filipinos now have no interest in literature, have no interest, have little interest in history. I think we're just using a different methodology. We really need to craft a new way of theorizing how we look at how we look at things, how we look at our experience as a culture. Because really, sometimes the methodology that we have now in political science, for example, in sociology, do not quite match the needs of our culture. So I think we have to expand our our, our creativity in coming up with new reading methodologies and how to assess what's happening right now. So that's why I'm always trying to push for the methodology of literature because hopefully this literary methodology can shed some light on what's happening to us right now. So it's not your usual methods that you apply.
Yeah, yeah. So the more we need people like you, Alvin and Manolo, who will listen to people and look for stories and study history. Thank you so much. Alvin, you want to promote your books before we
Yes,
close?
yes. Sorry, I can't quite follow our conversation because at some points our audio is not too clear. So I'm going to promote my because my my publisher will get angry at me if I'm not going to promote this joke. So this is my this is Sangkatauhan Sangkahayupan. It is a collection of short stories that I've been writing for the past 10, 20 years. I've collected them here in one book. So I hope you buy it from the Ateneo de Manila University Press. I'd also like to promote the 2 textbooks that Ateneo de Manila published and I wrote edited both of them. This one is Burador for Filipino teachers who are looking for textbooks for malayuning komunikasyon. You can buy this. You can buy this as an institution, so you get discounts, and also a style guide for writing in Filipino. Sorry, Manolo, but I have to promote these 2 textbooks. Thank you, Ina.
Yeah, thank you, Alvin. And kanina Manolo also showed his slide, no, yung mga materials that he would want us to check out, no. So thank you very much, Alvin and Manolo, for sharing with us your expertise and your insights. And we'd like to thank our audience for tuning in today. Do stick around for the next panel. And the next panel is Light from the Regions, the State of Regional Literature in 2020. Again, BDAP would like to thank our partners in this Lit Fest, the National Book Development Board, Happy Toothpaste, DAS Dishwashing Liquid, and Prime Trade. And we'd like to invite everyone to visit Manila International Book Fair online at manilabookfair.com and get the books that Alvin showed you and get big discounts also. So thank you once again. Manolo, I'm following you on Twitter. All right. Follow Manolo on Twitter. Alvin, may Twitter ka ba? May Twitter ka ba, Alvin?
I avoid social media. No, I avoid social media.
All right, so I'm looking forward to meeting you both face to face.
Okay, bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Pandemic Playbook, the BDAP Literary Festival. This festival is brought to you by the Book Development Association of the Philippines, in cooperation with the National Book Development Board, Happy Toothpaste, DAS Dishwashing Liquid, and Prime Trade. Our panel for today is entitled Light from the Regions, the State of Regional Literature in 2020. I am Jory Arciga, BDAP trustee and your moderator for this afternoon's panel. Featured in this panel are two esteemed speakers. Our first panelist is Dr. Hope Sabanpan Yu. Dr. Hope Sabanpan Yu is the current director of the Cebuano Studies Center of the University of San Carlos, Cebu City, Philippines, where she teaches graduate and undergraduate classes in literature. She is the chair of the Division of the Humanities of the National Research Council of the Philippines and sits as the Commissioner for Cebuano Language of the Commission of Philippine Languages. Let's watch Dr. Yu's presentation.
the state of contemporary Cebuano literature. When we speak of contemporary Cebuano writing today, we must inevitably refer to a diverse body of literature deriving not only from the island of Cebu, but across the Visayas and parts of Mindanao. On the map, these are areas marked in blue, but even across the globe on cyberspace and written in Cebuano and in English. We cannot dispute that much writing in Cebuano derives from those geographical areas, but the plurality of its voices and imaginative range are not contained by that geography. Such observations may be obvious to readers familiar with the work of some of the writers here. Nevertheless, despite the wide ranging and often cultural concerns of many of these writers, there has been a tendency to package them into convenient pockets of separate geographies or languages that stitch them together as such. It has always been difficult in any context to be comfortable with the creation of literary canons, which, by their very nature, attempt to define and locate, include, or exclude. Such pigeonholing prevents the development of an open literary community which can move beyond the perpetuation of the narrow stereotypes or limits. So, contemporary Cebuano literature can be found from different sources. There are organizations and members of these organizations who publish individually, literary competitions, the Bisaya magazine, and on the online blogspot Kabisdak. So, for literary organizations, I will start with ang Bathalanong Halad sa Dagang or Bathalad, which is a group of Cebuano writers established on August 19, 1969. And last year, it was their golden anniversary. The group was founded under the direction of Dr. Melchedito Aliego Jr. And this is the guy you find to the leftmost portion of the slide. He is followed by the late Urias Almagro, Lamberto Ceballos, and the late Ernesto Lariosa. Collectively, Bathalad has published anthologies of their writings. We have Mananambalak, Pasumbingay, Wanang, Dila Ilab-Ilab, Black Hole. But their members have also published independently, and we have the publications of the late Ernesto Lariosa, Renato Pono, Grimer Chan Reyes, Lamberto Ceballos, the late Temistocles Adlawan, Vicente Bandillo, Mike Obenieta, Adonis Dorado, C.D. Borden, Kevin Lagunda, Gretchen Tidor, and Eric Tuban here collectively, Joshua Cabrera, and Janwar Yap. Another literary group is the Women in Literary Arts Cebu Incorporated, which was established in 1991. It has a 29-year history to giving voices to women's experiences in Cebuano literature. This is done through creative writing workshops, poetry readings, and book launches. Actually, all the other writers groups do the same thing. Collectively, WILA has these publications centering voices, Babaeng Buhat, Haling, Poetic Tryst, Babaeng Sugid, and Feminist. WILA members who have published separately are Cora Almarino, Jocelyn Pinson, Maria Paloma Sango, Charmaine Ralion, the late Irma Quizon, Erlinda Alburo. Here in the slide, you can see Sinugang on the upper right, and this is published together with Corazon Almarino and Esther Tapia. On the upper left, you have Duhawit, which was recently launched and published with Esther Tapia. Maria Milagros Dumdum, Shane Carion, Cindy Velasquez, Jonah Bering, Malu Aloro, Des Balota, Johanna Michelle Lim, and Hope Sabanpanyu. There are other literary organizations in Cebu, like Mga Anak sa Dagang, Tinta, The Stray Poets, The Nomads, Hablon, and Almost Poets Society. Of course, we have more writers. Renato Madrid, which is the pseudonym of Monsignor Rodolfo Villanueva. Cecilia Manguera Brainard, who writes from the United States. Simeon Dumdum Jr., Carlos Cortez, Lawrence Ipil, Ian Rosales Casocot, Noel Tuazon, Denver Torres, Ton Dapusala, Lorenzo Niñal, Richel Dorotan, Monsignor Agustin Angcajas, Ulysses Aparece, and of course the national artist for literature, Dr. Resil Mojares. He has written so many books. However, those closely related to Cebuano literature are the ones you find in this slide. Now, another source for Cebuano literature writing is the literary competition. Specifically here, we have the Carlos Palanca Memorial Awards for Literature because it has a category on the Cebuano short story. From the tables, we can see that in the 23-year-old history of the Cebuano short story category, in the Regional Languages Division of the Don Carlos Palanca Memorial Awards for Literature, 69 awards have been given with 3 winners per year. Some writers, though, have received not only 1 or 2 awards, but even 3 or 4 palancas like Bisaya editor Richel Dorotan. Now, the magazine Bisaya was founded in 1932, and it has given particular prominence to the work of writers whose literary preoccupations do not necessarily fit within the confining national rubrics of any particular tradition. So it has charted not only an important cultural and literary history, but has also signposted new waves and connections in the related literary community worldwide. So Bisaya is the sister publication of Liwayway, Banawag, and Hiligaynon. And this was originally published by the Liwayway Publications and then later acquired by the Manila Bulletin Group. Since its establishment, it came out with weekly installments and have published poetry, fiction, and prize-winning pieces aside from events that they cover. And we have here the online blog moderated by Michael Obiñeta, who is now based in Kansas. And this Kabisdak promotes Cebuano as well as other regional poetry, which he feels, during an interview we talked about this, that has been relegated to the margins of the establishment for a very long time and will never make a dent on the most impregnable fortress of the English language and its whole cultural architectonics in the Philippine psyche. The long overdue thrust of appreciating and nurturing the legacy and identity as Cebuanos by means of the mother tongue with which one articulates what he or she thinks or how he or she deals with the immediate world is never to be misconstrued as a threat to the dominance of English in the Filipino mindset and attitude. So Michael says, the blogspot keeps me oriented to my roots as Cebuano poet who needs to be perennially nurtured with a sense of home that my mother tongue provides on a psychic level. It also sustains my kinship with fellow poets, especially the hardy souls who persist to reaffirm their native heritage of language regardless of their place in the global diaspora. Thematically, Kabisdak submissions are middle of the road and stylistically in the sense that there is no obvious attempt to steer away from the traditional or to hew closer to more adventurous experimentation. Cebuano poetry as published, whether in print or online, is still young, according to Obeneta, compared to the publishing and academic exposures that nurtured Filipino poets writing in English or in Filipino. Here it is. Kabisdak serves as a lighthouse against the tides of diaspora that continue to drive Cebuanos across and around the world due to the tidal cross currents of socioeconomic forces. It is heartwarming to note that something so fragile and so disposable as poetry can provide a compass or become portable points of reference, as lighthouses are, against the shifting landscape of departures and arrivals that characterize the borderless world in the age of Facebook. So, thank you very much, Mike, for that wonderful work that you have done. It's nothing short of magical how the words of Kabisdak contributors and their evocations of sights and sounds could restore one back to one's place of origin and foster a continuum of continuity and community no matter where one is placed or displaced. There are new diversities in contemporary Cebuano writing and the multiple voices and perspectives this diversity brings with it. In recent decades, contemporary Cebuano writing has been profoundly influenced and enhanced by a multitude of voices coming from around the globe with new styles, images, rhythms, and themes. They redefine traditional ideas of what Cebuano writing means and what it can do. To give context to the writing scene today, I would like to take up a traditional poem, characteristic of the 1950s to the 1980s in Cebuano, which was, overwhelmingly male and very traditional. I have a poem here by Juni Canizares, Awit Pagdaig sa Buhat. Usa ka hulagway sa trahedya kining baruto sa bunbun, way lingaw, hawang, sama sa nagtapol nga mga bukton. Kini nagakinahanglan og tuyo aron magmatahom, kinahanglan magalihok sa dagat ipadagan. Ang porma kon hitsura lamang dili nakabtangan, bisan sa salampati sama ra nga ang kasing-kasing, mahimo lamang tuburan sa kalaay, kun dili makamao nga mahigugma ug dili higugmaon. So it's a very straightforward poem that praises work and industry and how this movement can help make things beautiful around. Now, let us compare this with the works that later on follow. I have writers who definitely established a lot of change in the Cebuano writing scene since then. We have Mike Obeneta, Jan Waryap, Adonis Dorado, and Cora Almerino, with many voices, many styles. And in a way, you could say that these young people then became the center of contemporary Cebuano writing. I mean, at least in Cebu. It was a striking instance of poetry meeting politics. And like colloquial language, or what Dr. Alburo would call street slang, that was characteristic of Januar Yap's writing, the feminist poetics of Coras Almerino, a fertility of inventiveness, imagination, and thought which invaded and continues to animate Cebuano writing. Okay. Now, let me talk about Adonis Dorado, because he is the most widely known Cebuano poet writing today. His poetry collection, especially Dili Ta ng Matagak Mahagbong and Minugbo, achieved significant success. And this is due in no small part to many of his poems being used in classes, providing a captive generation of new readers with his work. Now, over the years, his characteristically conversational style, what some would call democratic and others would call simplistic, has made his work accessible to an admirably broad range of readers. He's best known for Balaki Kuday, Samtang Gasakal Kitag Habal-Habal. But here I'm going to discuss another poem, Mamugna ra ang baruto kun kini mulawig. Ang baruto nga wap-a kataak og tubig di pa baruto. Di ra layo sa troso nga wap-a katilaw og tigib. Ang baruto maingon nga baruto sa higayon nga magkabunbon. Kun hikamrasan sa pansilon nga baybayon. Dihang misagirit paingon sa kinis nga dagat ug sa dihang natugkag kapay ang tigbugsay nga nanguros padulong sa tuya sa lugitom nga panganod. Wow, such beautiful writing. And here, a dominant feature of Dorado's writing is his ongoing concern with meaning. This interest has been evident ever since the publication of his first collection. So, for instance, in this poem, the boat is not simply a physical vessel, but given the qualities of what being a boat means. The poem is organic and striking in its language and metaphor. Let's look at it. The boat becomes a boat the moment it wears sand. Wow. The moment the oarsman grows fins. How beautiful that is, like a fish. With an elaboration characteristic of the coming to be, this poem suggests Dorado will be infleshed or embodied. Another writer I would like to talk about too, but I only have such little time for this, and we can only talk about poetry here, is Jonah Bering. Snow. Sa imong hulagway sa FB, nagsapo po kag snow sama sa pagsapo po sa atong apuhan sa bag-o niyang kinaut nga kamote. Atong panahon nga mangihi patas banig. Nangutana ka kun wa ba ko'y planong mo puyo mulaag sa Amerika. Aron makahikap og snow ang unang rason nga imong gihatag dihang magipangutana ti ka kung nganong ganahan kang makigminyo sa 50 anyos nga kachat nga kano. Nipahiyom ko. Nagsudong sa imong panagway, hayag, usa ka daktol. Pasaylo ako kung mikabot og pipila ka tuig, una nako natubag ang imong pangutana. Gaw, gihapuhap sa akong pananaw ang snow na nagkorona sa Himalayas. Igo na kini para kanako. Super! Translation. On your FB photo, you're scooping snow the way our grandmother held her newly harvested sweet potatoes. Those years we were still wet the woven mat. You ask if I have plans to live, travel to America. To touch snow was the reason you gave when asked why you wanted to marry your 50-year-old American chatmate. I smiled, looking at your face, bright, a full moon. Forgive me when it takes me years to answer your question. 'Cause here my eyes touch the snow crowning the Himalayas, and that's enough for me. Written as a response to a cousin's question, Bering's poem begins with a recollection of a past memory, her grandmother cupping sweet potatoes, paralleling the cousin's act of cupping snow. Then this moves forward to the present absence of the cousin, now in America, married to a former pen pal, And this hints at the social realities of mail order brides with old Americans and Filipino dreams of a better life in the United States. Of course, this is not to belittle the common dream of experiencing pure white snow, which most of Filipinos dream in this hot paradise of ours. Bering's reply clearly invites a kind of admiration, as she seems to have made it to snow in the Himalayas with less effort and without lifetime commitment than her cousin, and it characterizes the poem's independent mode. The persona declares without irony her determination to develop mobility, poise, and a sense of self as a woman of substance, complete without a man, yet enjoying being able to sit on top of the world. So beautiful. But this kind of voice is something that characterizes contemporary Cebuano writing, especially by women. Um, this is the part where we can say that the poet Jonah Bering and even like Adonis Dorado would go on doing new work and pushing poetry forward. At this juncture, I would say that the discussion of literature is long and my time is really short. So let's have more discussions in the future. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you, Dr. Yu. Our second panelist is Noel De Leon. Noel Gallon, better known by his pen name Noel G. De Leon, is a poet, publisher, and a teacher. He is a founder and publisher of Kasing Kasing Press, an alternative press with the primary aim of promoting West Visayan literature. For the last 7 years, it has organized groundbreaking events such as the biennial Magsulanonay Kita, West Visayan Mother Tongue Children's Books Summit, the Hiligaynon, Kinaraya, and Aklanon Flash Fiction Competition, #Zinezoned, Iloilo Literary Zinefest, and Iloilo Mega Book Fair, the biggest local book fair in Western Visayas. Since then, its initiatives have been hailed by the academic community and cultural advocates in the country, making it a significant game changer in Iloilo City's thriving literary scene. In 2016, his film Sa Dapa Dapa Sangbalaan Bukid won jury prize for directing in the Cine Kasimanwa Film Festival. He is the author of Sanday Tay Alib Kag Tay Amar and Ang Kuring ni Mayin, books for children originally written in Hiligaynon and designed for elementary readers. Recently, he won the Tula category for his collection entitled Ang Mga Bata sa Panahon ng Ligalig of the 2018 Carlos Palanca Memorial Awards for Literature. After Noel De Leon's presentation, we will go into a Q&A session. Please type up your questions in the chat box. Questions may also be asked through YouTube. Now, let's hear it from Noel De Leon.
Maraming salamat, Ms. Jory. Maraming salamat sa imbitasyon ng Book Development Association of the Philippines. Maayong hapon sa lahat ng nakikinig sa atin ngayon. Hindi ko kayang ikwento sa loob ng 20 minuto ang kasaysayan at ang kasalukuyang lagay o state ng regional literature ng bansa. Kaya hayaan niyong mag-focus ako sa panitikan ng Pilipinas mula sa Western Visayas upang ipakita sa atin ang nagaganap na pag-uswag o development na maaaring sumasalamin rin sa mga nagaganap na pagbabago at pag-uswag sa iba pang rehiyon ng bansa pagdating sa usapin ng publishing. Zoom in tayo sa karanasan namin sa Kasing Kasing Press. Sa mga hindi pa kilala ang aming independent press, ang Kasing Kasing Press ay ang publishing at marketing arm ng Hubon Manunulat, grupo ng mga manunulat na nagsusulat sa mga wikang Hiligaynon, Kinaraya at Aklano na nakabase sa Western Visayas. Pangunahing layunin namin ay ang ilimbag ang mga manuskrito sa mga wikang Hiligaynon, Kinaraya at Aklanon at bumuo ng mga literary events kung saan namin maaaring i-promote, ibenta at pag-usapan ang panitikang Filipino mula sa Western Visayas. Taong 2013 ang founding year ng Kasing-Kasing Press. Sa pagkakatanda ko ay nagkaroon kami ng book giving ng librong Mga Kwento ni Dato Lubay ni Alex de los Santos sa probinsya ng Guimaras. Din-publish ito ng NCCA. Ngunit taong 2015 na nang una kaming maglimbag ng libro. 15 books. Sabay-sabay na inilimbag at muling ipinakilala sa pagkakataong ito ang 15 writers na noon ay nagsusulat na sa mga wika ng Western Visayas. Nariyan halimbawa sina Alistan Gonzales, Melchor Sichon, Alain Ras Dimson, Mel Turao at John Barrios. Ano-ano yung mga librong inilabas ng Kasing-Kasing Press sa nakaraang 5 taon? Narito ang ilan sa mga itinuturing naming importanteng ambag namin sa pagpapalago ng panitikang Filipino mula sa Western Visayas. Inilimbag namin ang NCCA Writers Prize for Hiligayno Novel na isinulat ni Jesus Insilada, ang translated work ni Felino S. Garcia na nanalo ng Gawad Rolando S. Inyo para sa pagsasalin, ang collected works ni Maria Luisa Defante Gibraltar, isang Gawad Balagtas Awardee ay inilimbag din namin. Gayun din ang mga gawa ni Alain Ras Dimson, yung poetry and translation works niya. Inilimbag din namin ang mga gawa at isinulat ni Melchor F. Sichon, manunulat mula sa probinsya ng Aklan. At nitong MIBF 2020 ay inilimbag namin sa pamamagitan ng e-book ang screenplays in Kinarayaan na isinulat ni Manny Magbanwa, nominated for Best Short Film in the 34th Gawad Urian. Gayon din ang mga stage plays na isinulat ni Glenn Mas. Adaptation ng Sugidanon Epics into picture and art books for children. Ilan lamang ito sa mga gin-publish namin. At ang isa sigurong pinaka-importanteng ginawa natin ay tumulong tayong i-distribute sa ibang lugar at bagong platform ang mga librong nauna nang ginawa bago pa dumating ang Kasing-Kasing Press. Dinala rin natin sa Iloilo ang ilan sa mga libro na madalas ay hindi umaabot sa Iloilo upang magkaroon ng access ang mga Ilonggo na may interes na magbasa ng mga ito. Gin-encourage natin ang mga souvenir shops at cafes, alternative spaces na magbukas ng espasyo sa pagbibenta ng mga libro kahit hindi talaga tayo sigurado sa magiging resulta nito. Tumulong rin tayo sa pagmamount ng mga literary events na inaalok ng mga kasama natin sa Maynila. Halimbawa dito yung National Children's Book Day at yung pambansang komperensya ng Union ng mga Manunulat na nangyari sa Rojas City. Pagkatapos ng 2015 o ng taong 2015, sunod-sunod na ang proyektong paglilimbag ng Kasing-Kasing Press sa tulong ng Hubon Manunulat. Gin-launch na namin ang mga libro ni Leoncio Deriada, Dulce Deriada, Agnes Españo Dimson, Felino Garcia, Jesus Inselada, Genevieve L. Asenjo, John Erimil Chodoro at iba pang manunulat. Tinanggap namin ang hamon na panindigan ang paglilimbag. Nilapitan kami ng iba pang manunulat at humingi ng tulong kung maari naming ilimbag rin ang kanilang mga manuskrito. Tumulong kami dahil ito ang alam naming tama sa mga panahong iyon na kahit napakalimitado ng aming budget ay gin-accommodate pa rin namin ang mga manunulat na noon ay naghahanap ng masisilungang bubong para sa mga manuskrito nila. Nagkaroon kami ng mga kaibigang manunulat sa Mindanao at sa Cebu at sa iba pang parte ng Pilipinas. Tumulong kami sa mga literary initiatives nila hanggang sa magbukas rin ang iba sa kanila ng sarili nilang publishing house. Ikinikwante ko ito dahil mahalaga itong aspekto ng aming pagkatuto bilang isang indie publisher na nakabase sa rehiyon. Noong mga panahon na ito, maliban sa tiwala ng mga kasamang manunulat, lumakas rin ang loob namin sa Kasing-Kasing Press dahil kinikilala ng iba pang rehiyon ang aming mga initiative para sa Western Visayas na ginagawa namin dahil hindi lang naman talaga para sa Western Visayas, kundi para sa panitikan ng bansa sa kabuuan. Wala kaming pera noong nagsimula. Tiwala at patuloy na pagtitiwala ang nagbigay sa amin ng lakas mula sa mga taong naniniwala sa mga ginagawa namin at tuluyang bumuhay sa Kasing-Kasing Press hanggang sa ngayon. Siguro, Kaya naging malakas rin ang loob namin noon ay dahil maaga naming naintindihan na ang papasukin naming paglilimbag ng mga regional literature ay hindi naman talaga namin ikayayaman. Isa itong gawain at hindi trabaho. Kaya nga isang advocacy para sa amin. Sa tingin ko, gusto namin, kaya nananatili kami ni Early Sol Gadong at Hil Montinola sa mga gawaing katulad ng ginagawa namin para sa lokal na panitikan dito sa Western Visayas. Kung makaramdaman kami ng pagod, nagpapahinga kami. Hindi ba't gano'n naman dapat? Kung napapagod, magpahinga. Walang hindi napapagod sa atin. Lalo kaming mga nasa rehiyon ng bansa na patuloy na binabalanse ang klima ng panitikan, marketing at distribution ng libro sa bansa. Sa loob ng halos 6 na taon ay nakapag-mount kami ng mga literary events katulad ng Iloilo Mega Book Fair, Magsugilanunay Kita, West Visayan Mother Tongue Children's Book Summit, Iloilo Zine Fest at iba pang literary events. Sinasabi ko ang lahat ng ito dahil gusto kong maintindihan natin na hindi basta-basta ang maging cultural workers, lalo pat sa mga rehiyon. Ano ang totoong kalagayan ng paglilimbag sa ating mga rehiyon ngayon? Ang karanasan namin sa Kasing-Kasing Press halimbawa ay isang karanasan na maaaring sumasalamin rin sa karanasan ng iba pang mga rehiyon pagdating sa usapin ng publishing, marketing at distribution ng libro. Ilagay natin sa konteksto ang usapin. Hindi katulad ng ilang publisher sa mga rehiyon ngayon, ang Kasing-Kasing Press ay isang indie publisher na hindi nakabase o nakapailalim sa anumang academic institution o hindi kami academic press. No? At madalas, ay ibig sabihin nito galing sa sarili naming bulsa. Sa bulsa ng mga manunulat namin ang perang ginagamit sa paglilimbag ng aming mga libro at pagmamount ng aming mga literary events. Balikan natin ang tanong, ano nga ba talaga ang kalagayan ng paglilimbag sa mga rehiyon natin ngayon? Makikita natin ang state of regional publishing sa kung papaano tayo kinakausap at hindi kinakausap, tinitingnan at hindi pinagmamalasakita ng mga influential at makapangyarihang mga institusyon natin sa ating lipunan. Simulan natin halimbawa sa National Bookstore. Sa tanong na gaano kalalim ang malasakit ng National Bookstore sa atin bilang mga regional writers. Halimbawa, ilan ba sa mga manunulat mula sa Western Visayas ang nabibigyan ng pagkakataon na maibenta o mabigyan ng espasyo upang makilala sa napaka-influential na bookshop na ito sa ating mga respective regions? Hindi ko alam. Pero ang alam ko, hindi na tayo dapat nagtitiwala sa mga institusyong nagpapanggap na bookstore, ngunit 2 lamang na bookshelf ang mayroon sila sa napakalaking espasyo ng kanilang tindahan na puro bond paper, plastic cover at gift wrappers ang makikita natin. Ang gusto kong sabihin dito, wala sa mga institusyong katulad ng National Bookstore ang pag-asa natin bilang mga regional writers. Maganda lamang na pakinggan na nasa National Bookstore ang libro natin. Yun lang yun. Kaya ano ang dapat nating gawin? Suportahan natin ang maliliit na bookshop na nagsusulputan sa mga rehiyon natin. Yung mga bookshop na hindi natatakot magbenta ng mga kwentong radikal at mga librong hindi lamang nakasulat sa Filipino at Ingles. Huwag nating asamin ang fully book sa ating mga rehiyon. Bagkus igiit natin sa ating pamahalaan na i-update ang mga libro natin sa ating mga public libraries, na mag-purchase ng mga bagong libro, na suportahan ang mga indie writers at publishers sa bansa sa pamamagitan ng pagbili ng kanilang mga libro at hindi ang paghingi sa mga ito dahil kilala o dahil natulungan rin minsan. Ang pag-asa ng ating panitikan bilang mga regional writers ay ang pag-empower ng ating mga librarians na kilalahin ang mga manunulat ng ating rehiyon. Ikalawa, nagbabasa ang publiko. Itigil na natin ang pag-iisip na hindi nagbabasa ang publiko. Bigyan mo ng libro ang bata at babasahin niya ito. Kung ayaw niyang magbasa, ay gabayan mo siya. Ikaw ang magbasa para sa kanya. Ito dapat ang paraan ng relasyon natin sa publiko. Provide them quality materials to read at bibilian at magbabasa. Ito ang naging karanasan namin sa nakaraang BDAP Aklatan Book Fair. Halos 600 e-books ang naibenta namin. May bumili at nagbasa ng aming rehiyon dahil may kopyang available at ma-access ng publiko. Usapin din ito ng mentalidad. Paano tayo mag-isip? Paano natin tinitingnan ang ating mga manunulat mula sa rehiyon? gaano kahalaga ang mga manunulat na ito sa produksyon ng cultural knowledge natin sa bansa. Hanggat nananatili ang malasentro nating pagtingin sa produksyon ng kaalaman sa bansa, hanggang nakasandig tayo sa mga academic institutions at mababa pa rin ang pagtingin sa mga manunulat sa larang ng popular literature, hanggang alternative pa rin ang pagtingin sa mga manunulat sa larang hanggang alternative pa rin ang pagtingin natin sa production of zines, ay hindi natin makakamit ang isang inklusibong community of writers na nagbabasa lampas sa mga kakilala o kaibigan nila. Kaya ang hamon ay hindi lamang pagpo-provide ng space at ng venue para sa lahat, kundi pagpo-provide ng isang space, venue at pagkakataon na malay sa politics na ipinaglalaban natin. Bakit may culture of zines sa maraming parte ng bansa ngayon? Sa tingin ko, hindi lang dahil marami ang gustong mag-publish, kundi dahil marami ang gustong magprotesta sa nakadidiring kalakaran ng bentahan ng libro, publishing at distribution sa bansa ngayon. Ang mga underground na gawain na ito ay isang uri ng pagre-rebelde ng ating mga manunulat. At nakatatakot itong paraan ng pagre-rebelde dahil binabasag o binabangga nito ang mga namamayaning ideya, paraan ng pagsulat, paglilimbag, marketing at distribution ng libro sa kasalukuyan. Maaaring iba ang tunguhin ng mga susunod na henerasyon ng mga batang publisher sa bansa ngayon, lalo iyong mga batang publisher sa ating mga rehiyon. Ako halimbawa, hindi na ako naniniwala sa iisang paraan ng distribution at marketing ng libro sa bansa. The more independent, the better. Ito palagi ang inilalagay ko sa isip ko. Being independent can lead to a better and inclusive community. Walang pagdidikta mula sa kasanayang standards. Kaya importante ang partnership sa mga mababait at hindi mapang-abusong mainstream o malalaking publisher sa bansa. Maaaring sabihin, para sa akin ulit, na hindi na natin kailangan ang National Bookstore pagkatapos ng pandemya. O sa hinaharap, kung gusto nating mabasa sa buong bansa o ma-access ang mga libro sa ibang bansa. Napakalaki ng posibilidad na ino-offer sa atin ng pandemic upang balikan, suriin at buwagin na ang mga pamantayang idinidikta ng mga naghahari-hari ang publisher at book distributor sa bansa hanggang ngayon. Wala sa kanila ang pag-asa ng regional literature. Wala sa 3,000 copies na madalas hinihingi sa atin upang ma-distribute nationwide. Ang totoo, nasa isang matibay na government policy. Kailangan nating protektahan ang maliliit na publisher sa bansa na despite sa very challenging na karanasan nating lahat sa panahon ng pandemya, ay narilito pa rin at naglilimbag pa rin ng mga librong sa tingin namin ay dapat na mabasa ng bawat Filipino. At ang mga librong ito ay wala sa malalaking bookshop na mayroon tayo sa ating bansa. Nasa kamay ito ng indie writers at publishers na magtuturo sa atin kung paano dapat pinatatakbo ang isang sustainable, makabuluhan at higit na makataong book marketing at distribution. Dahil nabanggit ko na rin lang ang importansya ng polisiya, tulungan nyo kaming kalampagin ang mga existing government agencies natin na may kaugnayan sa pagpapayabong sana ng book industry sa bansa. Tulungan lahat, hindi pwedeng tulungan ang iilan. Isama, kausapin, tawagan, i-email ang mga kilala nating mga cultural workers sa mga rehiyon at tanungin kung ano ang kailangan nila. Isama ang kanilang mga proyekto sa pagbabudget para sa susunod na taon. Huwag silang pahirapan sa paghingi ng pondo. Hindi sila kaaway. Katuwang sila sa na magpapagaan ng trabaho dapat ng inyong mga opisina. I-reevaluate natin ang guidelines ng ating mga book awards. Mas palawakin natin ang ating impluwensya sa pamamagitan ng higit na pagiging bukas sa mga ginagawa ng mga regional at indie presses sa bansa. Itigil na natin ang pagpapakonte sa wikang Ingles lang. May 8 pangunahing mga wika pa tayo sa bansa na dapat na higit na paglingkuran at pag-ingatan natin. Ano ang sinasabi ng karanasan at obserbasyon kong ito tungkol sa estado ng paglilimbag sa ating mga rehiyon? Na napakadami pa nating dapat gawin. At ang isa rito ay ang mag-usap tayo. Isama sa plano ang rehiyon dahil deserve ng mga mambabasang Filipino na mabasa ang mga libro mula sa mga rehiyon ng bansa. Hindi competition ang paglilimbag para sa aming mga nasa rehiyon at indie publishers. Isa itong gawain Kaya mas nakapananabik dahil isa itong advokasya na palaging magbabantay sa karapatan ng bawat manunulat sa bansa. Importanteng napag-uusapan ang mga ganitong karanasan ng mga regional at indie publishers sa bansa upang lubos nating maintindihan ang kalagayan ng regional publishing industry. Hindi pwedeng isandig o iasa sa mga katulad naming organisasyon ang patuloy na pagpapatatag ng panitikan at kultura ng pagbasa. Napapagod rin kami at ang tanging gamot upang magpatuloy ang marami sa amin sa rehiyon ay ang patuloy na suportahan at kumustahan na matatanggap natin mula sa mga institusyong dapat na maaasahan sa mga panahong iniisip na naming sumuko. Hindi natatapos sa mga book fairs ang relasyon ng mga institusyon gaya ng NBDB, BDAP, NCCA at CCP sa mga cultural work movers and writers natin sa mga rehiyon. Mas kailangan kayo ng mga rehiyon sa panahong walang book fairs at literary events. Hindi dapat natatapos sa pagbibigay ng writing workshops ang responsibilidad natin sa komunidad. Kailangan na rin nating silipin ngayon ang praktikalidad ng pagkatha at ang nagagawa nito upang iangat ang moral at buhay ng mga manunulat na Filipino nasa loob man o labas sila ng rehiyon. Kaya napakalaki at napaka-importanting hakbang para sa MIBF at BDAP ang pag-a-accommodate sa mga indie presses natin sa bansa ngayon sa nagaganap na MIBF 2020. Hakbang ito na gumigiba sa mataas ngunit marupok na pader na patuloy na itinatayo ng mga kapitalista sa bansa. Nakatutuwang isipin habang nakasuwi ang makikita na sa kanilang website ngayon. Sa kasing-kasing press ay nag-launch ng 40 new e-books titles sa Manila International Book Fair noong November 24. Tinawag namin itong Manggad sang Banwa o Yaman ng Bayan. Poproblemahin na namin ang printing ng 40 books na ito pagkatapos ng MIBF 2020. Ito ang sinasabi ko, no? Ito ang sinasabi kong paraan ng pagbabalanse ng klima ng panitikan sa bansa na hinahayaan natin ang publiko na magdesisyon kung ano ang gusto nitong basahin sa napakaraming librong pwede niyang pagpilian. Sa ganitong paraan, nagkakaroon ang bawat isa sa atin ng pagkakataon na magpakilala, kumita at magtagumpay sa larang ng paglilimbag at pagsulat. Sa pagtatapos, maliban sa pangangamusta sa amin, sa kalagayan ng regional publishing, maganda ring itanong sa ating mga sarili, sa lahat ng nakikinig rito, kumusta naman tayo? Ano ang naitulong natin upang suportahan ang mga local book and literary initiatives sa mga rehiyon natin sa bansa? Maraming salamat sa pakikinig.
Ulitin ko po yung tanong ko. Saang paraan po nakatulong or hindi nakatulong ang teknolohiya sa pag-promote or pag-encourage ng production ng regional literature at pati yung distribution nito? Lalo na ngayon na halos lahat ay naka-online. Paano po ang naging epekto nito sa regional literature natin?
Kay Noel ba yung question o sa akin? O sa aming dalawa?
Sa inyo po.
Well, actually ngayon ang mga news or whatever yung anything that is happening is being broadcasted online. So technology has really helped in the sense so long as you have the internet access. Kasi mas wider ang reach ng technology. But at the same time, because of the COVID pandemic, people are also ordering online. So, mas mabilis ang mga online transactions ngayon. However, sa amin, kasi we don't publish, my job is basically a critic and a professor. So, I am on the side, but as a member of a literary group, we do meetings and we talk about what's happening. So, yan ang tulong ng technology ngayon.
Sir
Siguro
Noel?
siguro yung sagot ko dito, i-take advantage natin itong pandemic, no, lalo na yung community of writers and the local publishers dahil napakasipag umorder sa online ng mga Filipino readers ngayon, no. And but of course, kailangan ulit natin na i-reclaim yung experience natin, no, na hindi dapat ikinukulong, no, ang book distribution, ang pag-order ng libro sa online. Kailangan natin ng physical spaces katulad ng halimbawa, i-push forward pa natin na i-influence pa natin yung ibang mga businesses o book-related businesses na magtayo ng mga alternative space katulad ng bookshop na pwede nating puntahan pagkatapos ng pandemic.
I agree doon sa sinabi ni Noel. Maganda yung mga bookshops.
Maganda rin, Ma'am Hope, no, kasi makikita mo na after this pandemic, sigurado akong may mga maliliit na magsusulputan ng mga bookshop. So instead of us parang yung ipo-focus natin yung tingin natin sa mga existing na mga bookshop sa bansa natin, yung mga malalaking bookshop, siguro i-refocus natin ito sa mga local initiatives na nasa community natin mismo.
Yeah. Kasi ang lalaki rin, 40% din yung mga hinihingi, di ba? So, talo ka na dyan kaagad.
At madalas, yung mga regional publishers at yung mga indie writers, sumasali lang naman sa mga malalaking events, na literary events, dahil gusto nilang magpakilala. O siguro, masabi no, na may ginagawa rin tayo sa regions natin.
Well, actually, sa Cebuano Study Center, we have this shelf where we sell books. Kasi marami kaming traffic, but not now during the pandemic. There are scholars who come to the center, students, and then we display the books that are sent to us sometimes by consignment. And the books that we also come out with are there, so they can buy. Yan lang. But maganda yung bookshop kasi, you know, it's alive. It increases the community of people coming together and, you know, educating them also about the concerns of writers, the concerns of institutions and such.
Sa tanong din po sa inyong dalawa, parang in 3 years time, saan niyo po nakikita itong development na to sa regional literature natin? In 3 years time, ano po yung nakikita niyo pang posibleng mangyari? Sir Noel?
Okay. Napakaganda ng mga nangyayari ngayon sa region. Sana makita natin itong mga pagbabago, no, na extreme na mga pagbabago. Ang daming lumalabas from the academe at nagiging influential ang mga writers sa maliliit na communities natin at ini-empower sila to publish alternative ways, no, of publishing, at napaka-importante nun. Siguro 3 years from now, 5 years from now, mas magiging makulay, mas magiging buhay ang regional publishing at yung production ng mga libro natin because nare-realize na at na-educate natin yung community sa importance ng translation. At yun yung gusto nating maging tunguhin, no, yung puntahan ng mga initiative natin ngayon na ita-translate yung mga pinapublish natin originally. Although ginagawa na ito nasa Cebu, no, nila Ma'am Hope, no. Ito yung tinitingnan ko din in the future, no, ng Hiligay non literature na itra-translate lahat ng mga original works na pinapublish namin ngayon. So, in the future, mas bongga, no, mas makulay at mas rich, no, yung ating yung araw na kapag dumating ito ay mas magiging masaya ang lahat dahil nababasa na tayo lampas sa ating mga rehiyon.
Well, sa center kasi, we are excavating the classic Cebuano writers and then also translating them for the public. So tinutulungan kami dito ng KWF, lalo na nung isinasa aklat ng bayan yung mga translations nito into Filipino. So mas nababasa ng lahat. At meron din kaming translations into English kasi ayaw naman naming pabayaan yung mga magaganda talagang mga gawa noon na hindi talaga pa nababasa dahil mula lang sila sa mga newspapers naka-serialize doon. And we noticed that once na nagiging libro na ito, marami ang nag-aaral. So it also generates a lot of critical work. And at the same time, gusto naming sabayan ito with the developments in what's happening in the creative community. So sabay-sabay. At yung talagang sana massive. Kaya lang ang isa nating problema rin yung pera. Kagaya ng na-mention ni Noel. And then maybe explore din yung publications through Kindle or ebook. Hindi ko pa alam ito, but we will definitely be talking to some other people so that it's a venue. Kasi mas mabilis siya, di ba? I mean, kahit gusto ko pa yung amoy ng libro, yung bagong-bagong libro, ganyan. Pero, I mean, let's face it, it's the future. So, we will be looking at that then.
Okay, we have a question from Alrom Ricafuente. How can we empower the readers to buy books written by local writers? How do we empower them?
Well, number one, you really have a talk about the book. I think that, you know, critics can do their part by talking about the book. Come together, encourage yung mga book clubs. And at the same time, I think kagaya ng ginagawa nila, Noel, they choose also yung mga pinapublish nila na alam nilang malalakas. Pag binasa ito, hindi sila mahihiya, di ba? So, and another way is also the translation. But dito nga, lumalabas din yung isang mandato ng Komisyon sa Wikang Filipino na dapat mag-aral din tayo ng iba-ibang lengguwahe sa Pilipinas para hindi tayo hostage sa sarili nating wika o sa wikang Ingles. Napaka-dependent natin doon. So, yan ang isa, yung mga pag-uusap.
Sir
At
Noel.
gusto kong idagdag, tama yung sinabi ni Ma'am Hope, no? Pero gusto kong idagdag yung importance nung kailangan na nating mag-mount ng mas malalaking events for our books. Isi-celebrate natin ang lahat ng libro na pinapublish natin, no? Noon kasi may mga libro na hindi nilo-launch, di ba? Ngayong panahon na ito, importante na ang bawat libro ay nilo-launch natin, pinag-uusapan natin, at sa launching pa lang, ubos na yung libro, di ba? So, maganda na nagkakaroon din tayo ng patuloy na pakikipag-usap sa mga manunulat natin, 'di ba? Yung conversations with our writers, napaka-importante nito dahil kailangan nating itawid, no, yung relasyon ng mambabasa sa mga writers. Ibig sabihin ay hindi lang nabubuhay, no, ang mga writers, o hindi lang sila kilala sa mga libro. Buhay sila at pwede natin silang kausapin, at sa pamamagitan nun pwedeng palakasin, no, yung loob din ng community at ng mga interesado pang magsulat in the future sa pamamagitan ng meron pala tayong makakausap ng mga writers sa community natin. So to encourage the public, no, kailangan nating ilabas doon. Marami kasi mga writers na nahihiya, no, sa mga book launch, sa mga conversations. So tulungan natin sila na makausap ng publiko.
Yeah.
Another question, how has the pandemic affected your creative process as writers?
Well, maganda yung pandemic except na grabe rin ang trabaho, no? Parang wala ka na pahinga, dapat on call ka every time. Ano pang nangyayari? Parang 24/7 na tuloy tayo. Wala nang space kasi puro meeting, ganyan. But at the same time, if mamamanage lang yon, kasi after such time na nagreklamo ang mga tao na grabe na naman yung hingi nyo sa oras, parang hindi na yan makatarungan. So, nagkakaroon ng space to write, to breathe, and you know, it makes you focus on what you want to do rin. Parang nabibigyan ka ng oras na nagkakaroon ng tunnel vision. Ay, sandali lang, pwede eto, lalabas kami nito, yung mga stories ni Gomera Fanan. Gomera Fanan is from actually a Cebuano, but he's he recently passed away and he was based in Iligan. And we did a translation of his stories, that Black God and other. So lalabas na ito. It's in press. Yan ang nangyayari sa pandemic. Meron pa dito ito yung but sige na lang later.
Sir Noel, kayo naman.
Sa karanasan namin, sa experience namin sa Western Visayas, ang daming nagsusulat. No, ang daming nakapagsulat ulit. No, at marami sa mga manunulat na ito ay ginagawa nilang available ang mga isinusulat nila online. Kaya ang dami-daming oras para magbasa ng mga isinusulat nila. But siguro mas magandang tingnan natin after this pandemic, ano yung mangyayari sa experience natin na ito, na we make all these writings available to public. Paano ito pakikinabangan ng publiko after pandemic, no? At paano natin siguro poprotektahan din, no, yung ating karapatan bilang mga manunulat after this pandemic.
Okay, for our last question, what kind of regional writing is being read, sa tingin nyo, is being read by millennial and Gen Z readers? Sir Noel.
Yung tanong, ano yung mga regional?
What kind of regional writing is being read by millennial and Gen Z readers, sa tingin nyo?
Yung sa karanasan lang namin ito sa Western Visayas, no, sa Iloilo lang ito, maraming bumibili ng mga libro na translated in English, no. For example, yung libro ni Dr. Leoncio Deriada, yung mga winning books niya na nanalo ng Palangka in Hiligay noon na translate into English. So maraming nagkaroon ng interest ngayon kay Dr. Leoncio Deriada na basahin because nakasulat siya sa English. Pero interesting din yung zine community sa Western Visayas because ang dami-daming nagbabasa ng mga maninipis lang na mga babasahin. Yung alam mo, pag upo mo, after 10 minutes, 15 minutes, tapos mo na itong basahin. So normally ganun yung ganun yung kinukonsumo ng mga ng generation ngayon sa paraan ng pagbasa.
Ma'am Hope, sa tingin nyo?
Well, yung alam ko lang kasi syempre nabibigyan sila ng mga assignments. Gusto ng mga bata yung meron na kaagad na in book form, translated na into English. Minsan ayaw na nila maghanap ng gumawa ng archival work. I mean, this was before the pandemic. So they study the what's there and they consume literature that's found on the internet. Like ang daming nagpupunta doon sa blog ni Mike Obenieta. Kung anong nakikita nila, tinitingnan nila at they also consume what's being published in the blogs. So I think that's one area. Online is something that we should really consider.
Yeah. Okay, so at this point, I'd like to thank our two panelists, Dr. Yu and Sir Noel De Leon. And also would like to thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Sir Noel. And thank you to our audience for tuning in today. Do stick around for the next panel on the right kind of viral, how literary stars are speaking of fear and hope on social media. Again, BDAP would like to thank our partners in this Lit Fest, the National Book Development Board, Happy Toothpaste, Dash Dishwashing Liquid, and Prime Trade. Would like to invite everyone to visit Manila International Book Fair online at manilabookfair.com to get big discounts on the best books. And don't forget to check out the 14 newly launched titles of Kasing Kasing Press, written in Hiligaynon, Kiniraya, Aklanon, Filipino, and English, which are available at the Indie, tama po ba? The Indie Publishers Collab PH page of the MIBF Online. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jory. Thank you, BDAP.
Hello, everyone. Anyway, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Pandemic Playbook, the BDAP Literary Festival. This festival is brought to you by BDAP in cooperation with the National Book Development Board, Happy Toothpaste, Does Dishwashing Liquid, and Prime Trade. Our panel for today is entitled The Right Kind of Viral, How Literary Stars Are Speaking About Fear and Hope on Social Media. I am Segundo Matias Jr., your moderator for this afternoon's panel. Featured in this panel are two esteemed speakers. Edgar Calabia Samar is an award-winning poet and novelist from San Pablo City. Two in his young adult series, Jan Silang won the National Children's Book Awards, the NCBA, in 2016 and 2018. He is currently an associate professor in Ateneo de Manila University and special appointed associate professor in Osaka University. Ang pangalawa naman nating panelist ay si Maki De Luna, or Maki to her friends. She's a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Accountancy at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Taguig. Before she became a published writer, she was a certified public accountant by profession. Her writing style is very contemporary. Her stories, The Wicked Princess, The Bad Boy Slave, and Sweet Surrender from Temptation Island series are very popular online. Her stories that trend online are The Wicked Princess, The Bad Boy Slave, and Sweet Surrender from Temptation Island series. Is that correct? It's a series, right, Maki? And then today, she has more than 700,000 followers with 21 published works on Wattpad. Okay, pagkatapos magsalita ng ating panelists, we will go on a Q&A session. Feel free to post your questions whether you're watching or on Facebook or on YouTube. Let's begin with our first panelist presentation. Hey, Guy.
Hi, magandang hapon, June. Magandang hapon, Maki. Magandang hapon sa lahat. Ang totoo, nang nalaman ko ang pamagat ng panel namin, aaminin kong mayroon akong pag-aalangan sa paggamit ng nosyon ng viral at literary star. Kakabit ng pagsusulat. Nasa simula't-simula, pinasok ko ng may malay na nagmumula ako sa espasyong marginal at na posibleng nasa mismong espasyong yon na hindi popular ang kapangyarihan nitong kumatha ng mga tekstong iba sa kinukonsumo ng marami, lalo pa kung ang ibig sabihin ng pagkonsumong ito ay yung potensyal na pagsusuko ng mga totoong ninanasa at pinahahalagahan ng isang manunulat para sumunod sa dikta na labas sa sariling mga ninanasang ito. Kaya naman, nang pinili kong maging manunulat, alam ko ring hindi ako maaaring manunulat lang dahil kailangan ko ng ibang gawain bilang hanap buhay. Kaya ako napunta sa pagtuturo. Kaya nasa iba't ibang industriya ang mas malaking bilang ng mga manunulat na Pilipino. Ito ang realidad na hindi mababago ng kahit anong ilusyon ng popularidad sa loob ng maliit na mundo ng panitikang ginagalawan ko. Na ang pagsusulat ay isang gawain na minamahal ko, pero at kaya kailangan ko itong harapin at hanapan ng espasyo sa pagitan ng totoong trabaho para mabuhay. Siguro inimbitahan ako sa talk na ito dahil sa pag-explore ko nitong mga nagdaang taon habang narito ako sa Japan at nagtuturo sa mga posibilidad ng social media para gamitin bilang platform nang hindi kinalilimutan na ang pangunahing layunin ko pa rin ay makapagsulat ng mga libro. Hindi ko ito dapat kalimutan. Mukhang paradoxical ito, pero ang totoo, very minimal ang interaction ko sa social media. Matagal ko nang hindi ginagamit ang personal FB ko dahil kung hindi mauubos sa pakikibalita at pakikipagkumustahan sa mga kakilala at kaibigan ng oras ko na hindi naman masama kung hindi nga kailangang magsulat ng mga nobela at hindi nila kinakain ang oras ng isa't isa. Karaniwang scheduled ang tweets ko na cross-posted sa aking FB page, kaya may post kahit tulog na tulog pa ako o hindi pa ako bumabangon. Nililimitahan ko rin sa IG ang pagsagot ko sa personal messages o kaya may auto-reply ang FB page ko. Halimbawa, kung hindi malulunod ako sa tanong ng iba't ibang estudyante at mambabasa sa kung ano ang kahulugan ng ganito't ganyang detalye sa mga isinulat ko. Pero syempre, paminsan-minsan may mga mensahe na hindi ko maiwasang tugunin. Halimbawa, nitong panahon na nasa pandemya tayo, isa sa mga hindi ko makakalimutang mensahe ay mula sa isang mambabasa na siya mismo ay sinabi na binabasa niya yung libro ko at habang nasa quarantine siya, habang nasa isang quarantine facility siya. So marami ng mga mambabasa na nagpapadala ng personal na mensahe, ng appreciation sa sinusulat. Pero yun yung unang pagkakataon na may COVID mismo yung nagpadala ng mensahe sa akin. So talagang nakikita mo na merong ganitong, kumbaga, katotohanan ng karanasan yung mga mambabasa na dinadanas nila ang pandemya ng ganito katalik. Wala namang so yun yung mga bagay na hindi ko dapat kalimutan. Tulad ng sinabi ko, napakarami kong sinubok online itong nagdaang taon at sa palagay ko isa sa mga bagay na interesado yung mga nakikinig ngayon. Pero ang laging layunin ko ay para maipahatid pa sa mas maraming tao ang ginagawa ko. Muli, ang layunin ng lahat ng ito ay hindi bilang pamalit sa mga libro, kundi bilang pagpapalawig sa kamalayan tungkol sa panitikan, sa kamalayan tungkol sa mga libro. Halimbawa, gumawa ako noong 2018 ng Patreon page para tingnan kung mayroon bang susuporta sa mga ginagawa ko sa ganitong paraan. Kumbaga, ginawa kong test subject ang sarili ko. Posible ba itong Patreon na ginagamit na sa iba't ibang bansa sa isang manunulat na tulad ko at manunulat sa Pilipino? Mayroon ba talagang ganoon ka-interesado sa ginagawa ko para itaguyod buwan-buwan? Hindi ito basta pagbili ng libro. At yun pa lamang pagbili sa uri ng realidad na meron tayo sa kasalukuyan ay isang biyaya na, dahil naranasan kong laging sinasabi ito, naranasan kong maging scholar nung college na mahilig sa panitikan, kaya may mga kailangan akong isuko para makapag-ipon ng pambili ng libro. Kaya napakatindi ng pagpapahalaga ko sa bawat mambabasa na bumibili ng mga libro, dahil alam ko na hindi ganun kadali na magkaroon ng pera at bumili ng aklat ng kahit na sinong manunulat. So itong Patreon site ay higit pa roon. Kumbaga ito ay isang pagsuporta na nagpapahayag ka ng pagtitiwala na maaari pang magsulat ng mga bagong libro at isang pagtutulak sa akin para gumawa ng mga bagong akda. Magpapatuloy pa rin naman ako siyempre sa pagsusulat kahit walang sumusuporta, tulad ng ginawa ko noong simula't-simula at tulad ng ginagawa ko sa pagsisimula ng bawat akdang hindi ko alam kung may maglalathala ba o may magbabasa. Pero yun nga, nang sinimulan ko yung Patreon site, may sumuporta, 1, 2 hanggang sa unti-unting nadagdagan, at yung dating pagsubo ko lang, kinailangan ko ng panindigan. Kumbaga napasubo ako sa isang banda dito sa Patreon na ito. Ngayong taon naman, habang nasa gitna nga tayo ng pandemya, sinimulan ko ang 2 pang bagay. Sinimulan ko una ang isang podcast, ang Mga Teorya ng Paghuhulog, isang podcast tungkol sa panitikan at pagsusulat at bayan, na tulad ng Patreon page, hindi ko alam kung may makikinig. Akala ko nung una, mga kilala na ako, mga nabasa na yung mga isinulat ko, yung taging makikinig, pero hindi pala. Iba rin pala talagang platform yon. May ibang uri ng audience, yung podcast. Ang totoo, maraming nakilala lang ngayon ang mga libro ko at ng iba pang mga Filipino na nababanggit ko sa podcast dahil dun sa podcast mismo. Sa ngayon, halimbawa, simula nung nasimulan ko yon ay mayroong 25,000 na listen counts dun sa podcast. Hindi ito malaking bilang, pero di hamak na malaki kaysa sa inaasahan ko. At nung pinick up ito ng Podcast Network Asia, nagkaroon ako ng pagkakataon para i-record ng mas maayos yung podcast na lalabas. Actually, simula bukas, yung enhanced na season 1. Dahil nagsimula lang ako sa pagre-record nito sa cellphone, gamit ang Anchor app. So, very crude, very raw yung recording. At hindi pa ako nakontento sa isang podcast. Sinimulan namin ni Glenn Diaz, isa ring nobelista, yung Anong Kwento Natin. Doon, tinatalakay naman namin ang iba't ibang paksa gamit ang iba't ibang kathang Filipino. So, mga akda ng ibang mga manunulat na Filipino ang pinag-uusapan namin. Bawat episode ay meron kaming paksa at naging topic na ng mga episodes namin ang tungkol sa sakit, pagkain, pangibang bayan, libog, pag-iisa, bromance, gubat, happy ending, kasaysayan, at iba pa. Pero bukod sa podcast, sinimulan ko na rin ang Santinakpan, isang indie press, pero dahil narito ako sa Japan at nasa gitna nga tayo ng pandemya, sinimulan ko muna sa e-books at sa mga sarili kong libro. Ginamit ko rin pagkakataon ito para magbigay ng oportunidad sa mga batang artists at book designer para magkaroon ng extra income sa pamamagitan ng mga talento nila, sa pamamagitan nga nitong mga libro. Muli, hindi ko alam kung may susuporta, pero nung sinimulan ko, marami pa ring sumuporta at patuloy na sumusuporta. Simula nung August, nakapaglabas na kami ng isang libro bawat buwan, so nakakaapat na kami. Ang maliit na kinikita ng Santinakpan ay karaniwang ginagamit ko upang makapamigay rin ng mga libro ng ibang manunulat na Filipino sa mga mag-aaral, sa mga library, at kaunting tulong na pinansyal, lalo pa sa panahong ito na napakaraming nangangailangan. Buti na lang at sa mga ito pa lang ay kulang na ang oras ko. Siguro nag-TikTok na rin ako kung meron pa akong extra na oras para lang mapalawig yung pagpapamalay patungkol sa panitikan gamit nga itong iba't ibang platforms. Gusto kong banggitin na noon pa man nung mga unang taon ng paglaganap ng internet, nasa kolehiyo ako noon, lagi kong nakikita ito bilang espasyo ng pagpapamalay nga sa panitikang Filipino. Para bang hinahanapan ko lagi ng puwang ang isang bagay na mahal ko sa mga lunan na alam kong kinatha ng hindi ito yung nasa isip, hindi panitikan ang nasa isip. Aside pala na noong undergrad ako, halimbawa, psychology ang undergrad course ko, ang pinili kong thesis ay tungkol sa opendiary.com, na hindi ko alam kung naaalala pa ng marami ngayon, pero isa itong online writing site bago pa lumaganap yung dating Live Journal, Multiply, at Friendster blog. At paglaon ang Blogger, Tumblr, WordPress. Noon pa man nagbablog ako tungkol sa mga nobelang Filipino. Doon nakita ni na Ricky Lee at Tony Perez, halimbawa, ang mga sinulat ko tungkol sa mga nobela nila. Kasi nga ang layunin ko ay maipakilala ang mga panitikang Filipino sa mga nasa online. Kaya paglaon, hiniling ni Sir Ricky na gamitin niya bilang blurb sa nobela niya ang bahagi ng sinabi ko, at hinilingan naman ako ni Sir Tony na magsulat ng mahabang introduksyon sa isa sa mga libro niyang inilathala. Noon hanggang ngayon, nagbabago ang mga platform sa internet, pero hindi nagbabago yung pangunahin kong layunin na maipakita ang halaga ng panitikan na ito. Pero sa harap ng lahat ng ito, may tama bang nosyon ng viral? Yun yung topic yun yung kumbaga pinapataw sa atin na tanong ngayon. Sa daigdig nating karaniwang sinusukat ang tagumpay sa popularidad, napakadaling ipagdiwang ng anumang naging viral. Ganito ang lohika ng mass media, halimbawa, na pinaiikot ang sarili sa liberal na pananaw na there is no such thing as bad publicity. Pero alam din natin na itong modernong virality na ito, na bagaman inampon sa medisina, ay isa ng technological term, ay may pagpapalagay ng access nga sa teknolohiya at kaalaman. At dito ako hindi mapalagay. Mapanganib sa tingin ko yung assertion na may tamang anyo ng virality kung palaging nakapaloob ito sa partikular na access sa teknolohiyang walang demokratikong distribusyon. Lahat ng access sa anumang anyo ng teknolohiya ay isang pribilehiyo. Kahit itong dialogo natin ngayon ay isang anyo ng pribilehiyo. Paano pahahalagahan ang anumang anyo ng virality online kung halimbawa kasabay nito nababasa natin ang balita tungkol sa mga estudyanteng namamatay at nagpapakamatay dahil sa kawalan o hirap ng access sa internet. Sa mga patuloy na nagmamakaawang estudyante sa academic freeze mula sa panawagan sa DepEd na halimbawa hanggang sa iba't ibang mga pamantasan. O may mga estudyanteng nagbebenta ng kung ano-ano online mula sa sarili nilang koleksyon ng libro hanggang sa sariling sexual videos umano para lang may pambili ng laptop o tablet o may pambayad sa internet. O may mga politikong nakikinabang sa manipulasyon ng mga big data na ito na habang aliw na aliw tayo sa iba't ibang pakulo ng FB, sa iba't ibang personality test o paggamit ng iba't ibang filter sa IG, may mga nalilikom na datos sa mga individual nating buhay na napagsasamantalahan upang patuloy silang maging makapangyarihan sa ibabaw nating lahat. Hindi ko alam kung gayon kung nasa social media ang tamang anyo at luna ng virality. Baka kailangan nating i-reclaim ang anyo ng virality na katangian ng panitikang bayan, isang bagay na naglalaho nang nagsimula tayong magsulat, maglimbag, at ngayon humarap sa computer or tablets o smartphones. Virality yon na hinuhubog ng nosyon ng pamayanan at lapit sa isa't isa. Kailangan lamang ng tinig at pakikinig. Walang elitismo ng edukasyon at teknolohiya. Alinman sa gawing accessible ang edukasyon at teknolohiya para sa lahat, o mananatiling mapanikil ang anumang anyo ng virality na nakatungtong sa mga ito. Ang virality ng panitikang bayan ay nasa pag-unawa nito sa kapangyarihan ng mga salaysay na magpahayag ng paglaban sa mga pang-aabuso ng makapangyarihan. Ang virality ng panitikang bayan ay lagit-laging pagkilala na may hindi timbang sa lipunan. Nasa panahon tayo na kailangan ng mga non-negotiable sa pagsusulat. Dahil kahit nasa ang platform man tayo ng pagpapahayag, may mga hindi dapat isinusuko. Kaya naman gusto kong magwakas sa dalawang bagay na laging paalala ko sa sarili rin mismo. Gusto kong sabihin na itong mga sinasabi ko ngayon, ultimately ay reminder sa sarili. Paalala ko sa sarili ko. Nasa loob o labas man ako ng social media. Una at sa lahat ng pagkakataon, kailangang kilalanin na may nakapaibabaw na ugnayang pangkapangyarihan kung saan may naaapi dahil sa pagkakaiba ng uri, kasarian, etnisidad at iba pa. At sa lahat ng ito, may pananagutan ang manunulat na pumanig sa naaapi at pinagsasamantalahan. Ibig sabihin sa bawat gagawin at sasabihin at isusulat, mahalagang nagmumula yon sa pag-aaral at pagtataya sa kung sino-sino o aling panig ang sistemikong napagsasamantalahan at manindigan sa panig nila. Hindi upang katawanin sila o magbigay ng tinig sa kanila dahil may sarili silang katawan o tinig, kundi upang hindi makapag-ambag sa puwersang ng aapi. Kahit pa sa pamamagitan ng akala natin ay di pagpanig. Laging ang di pagpanig ay pagpapatibay sa kasalukuyang kondisyon ng mga pang-aapi. At ikalawa't huli sa ngayon, subalit kailangang laging suhayan sa mga darating na panahon, mahalagang magkaroon ng pananagutan sa katapatan. Kailangang hindi mapanatag hanggang hindi nakatungtong sa katotohanan. Gaano man karupok yung katotohanan na yun. Walang paraan para magpatuloy kundi sa pamamagitan ng patuloy na pagmamahal dito sa isang gawain na mananatiling nasa gilid ng kamalayan ng nakararami at para sa patuloy na pagpapahalaga sa pinaniniwalaan at pinaninindigan nating mahalaga. Maraming salamat. Sorry, ang bilis ko magsalita kasi hinahabol ko yung 15 minutes natin na. Okay.
Naintindihan naman kahit ba. Kaya naman, ako tayo mag-Q&A, Egay, pakinggan natin si Maki. Okay? Bago tayo mag-Q&A sa mga nanonood. Maraming salamat, Egay.
Wow, it was a tough speech to follow, Mr. Egay Samar. Hello, my name is Maki Daluna, aka Maki Wonder. Gusto kong kumontra ng natawagin bilang isang literary star. Maaaring ang iba ay magtaas ng kilay sino siya. Ano na ang kanyang naging ambag sa pagsusulat. However, I could not actually do that because I am a Wattpad star. Meron kaming ganong parangal sa Wattpad. Most of you are already familiar with it. Wattpad is where aspiring modern writers are putting their first draft, ang kanilang mga unang pangarap, ang kanilang unang pagtawid mula sa walang mambabasa hanggang sa milyon na mambabasa. That's exactly what happened to me. I was discovered through Wattpad. It is a literary stop talaga. Writing since 2014, I have more than 700,000 followers and my stories garnered a million reads to date. Mula ron ay nagkaroon ako ng social media para kausapin ng mga readers ko, but I am not the viral type. Hindi kasi ako mahilig mag-post. Maliban na lang kung picture ng mga anak ko o travel, pero nakalimit naman yun sa kapamilya o ilang kakilala. I would say that I am a very private person. On March 16, 2020, the Philippines were placed under community quarantine. Gaya ninyo, marami rin akong planong noon siya, Hindi ko akalain ng laking impact nito sa aking buhay bilang manunulat o bilang tao. 4.6 million Filipinos went jobless since the lockdown, and one of the biggest news source is the social media. Dumating sa puntong gusto kong mamahinga sa social media kasi parang walang pag-asa. We were too far from the solution, yet so close to giving up. At first, I want to be calm despite the storm, pero napakaraming bubuhay ng ating galit at takot kahit lungkot habang nagbababad sa social media. Dumami ang online bullies. Naalala ko pa nga sa dinami-dami ng problema natin na kinakaharap ngayon. A person went to my account trying to hurt me, saying, tumigil ka na sa pagsusulat. Hindi ka naman magaling Wala namang 1 milyon yung followers mo. I got so angry. Galit ako nagtipa sa laptop ko, halos lumubog na yung keyboard. Sabi ko, screenshot ko tong sinabi mo. Post ko sa page ko. Tingnan natin kung di ka bulubugin ng mga supporters ko. I want social media sympathy, which I can easily get. It was hate that I felt dun sa sinabi sa akin. And it was also fear that was speaking. Maybe because it was partially true that I stopped writing and I may not have that million followers right now. And it's not even hate to the person who said that online, but I was speaking hate towards myself because what was said may be true currently. That's my truth kasi hindi ako nagsusulat ngayon. Kasi hindi ka naman magiging apektado sa isang bagay na hindi totoo. Kaya lang makapangyarihan ng social media para magmukhang totoo ang mga bagay na wala din namang katotohanan at siguro sa sobrang dami ng walang kasiguraduhan, lahat tayo mainit na ang ulo. And it is a bad idea to open yourself up in public with rage because that can be easily transferred to other people. Ang ginawa ko, in-screenshot ko pa rin. Pinost ko, pero binakla ko na lang. I replied, ano naman ngayon kung wala akong 1 milyong followers at sa tingin mo hindi ako magaling. Meron naman akong complete family, meron akong husband na good provider, meron akong lisensya, CPA ako, contento ako. May mga nagalit pa rin doon sa nang away sa akin, pero mas maraming natuwa. It actually went viral, 11,000 shares because it is funny. Kasi kasi parang imbes na ako yung mapikon, pinikon ko na rin lang siya. So totoo lang nakakatuksong gamitin ng impluwensya para mas lalong magalit ang karamihan. After all, napakarami din namang gumagamit ng kanilang impluwensya. So kanya-kanya na lang tayo. Kaya lang, napakalaking kapangyarihan ng meron sa social media. It could make or break someone. Minsan, nagpapaawa ka, mag-backfire pa sa'yo. Merong sasaang-ayon sa'yo at hindi, pero ang pinakamahalagang tanong, nakakapagbahagi ka ba sa bawat post mo? There are so many viral videos online, taking sides. Sino ang mas tama, sino ang mali. Kapag itong madalas mong tugunan o panoorin o lagyan ng komento, puro ganito na ang makikita mo sa newsfeed mo araw-araw. Napag-usapan na natin to, di ba? Noong nakaraan, yung dokumentaryo sa Netflix na may title na Social Dilemma, ewan ko kung napanood nyo na rin. It's the psychology of social media na it could actually make a company multi-billion in a matter of hours. The algorithms are our imprints in the internet that could actually read our character and know our responses. For example, mahilig ka manood ng videos regarding sa kabit kasi chismosa ka o di kaya naman makaka-relate ka lang, kaka-search mo ng kaka-search. So susunod, di ka na nagsisearch tungkol sa kabit, ito na lang yung makikita mo sa timeline mo. Same goes to news, politics, and sadly, even fake news. And this social media doesn't even have the capacity to know which are the fake news or the truth. And people are actually dying because of false information, especially during the pandemic. There are a lot of false interpretations, false medications, false preventions. So malalaking social networking sites, probably it's just for the ads or for the money. But to the end users, kagaya natin, yung emotions natin, nakataya yung emotions talaga natin. Kaya naman bilang isang influencer na merong boses sa social media, I choose to be responsible. Oo, hindi ako perfecto pero sinusubukan kong maging tama at kung mali, sinusubukan ko pa rin itama. For the past months, what I've been doing, just an update, I've been mentoring writers every Sunday. So kasama ko dito si Sir Ricky Lee at si Sir Ardy Roberto. So that's what we are doing right now. So ang goal namin is makapag-produce kami, kasama na ako ng isang panibagong nobela pagkatapos ng 10 linggo. So sana magawa namin. But I'm very happy na just by writing sa Wattpad, nagkaroon na rin ako ngayon ng isang masasabi kong magiging legacy ko balang araw na nakapagturo ako, naipasa ko ang mga natutunan ko sa ibang manunulat. Oo, bago rin lang ako. Oo, ang kurso ko is accountancy. Pero sa tingin ko ay yung mga experience ko sa pagsusulat is maaari ko na rin ipasa at papakinabangan ng iba. Aside from that, nung nakaraang bagyo, may pagmamalaki ko talaga ang mga readers ko dahil nung nakaraang bagyo, ang bilis eh. Ang bilis talaga ng social media. Nanghingi lang ako ng tulong. Sabi ko, tulungan natin to. Tulungan natin ang mga biktima sa Bicol. Tulungan natin ang mga biktima sa Cagayan. We were able to collect 100,000 pesos in cash pa lang as donations na ipapadala namin sa Cagayan, sa Bicol, na ipadala na namin sa Marikina. At yung mga street families, mababahagian din namin ngayong Pasko. Dahil ang dami na yata tumutulong sa iba't ibang lugar. So, hindi namin makakalimutan ng street families. So, that's what I'm really proud of this voice of being viral, of being a social media influencer na tulong-tulong tayo, hindi lang tayo nagpapalaganap ng kaartehan o kaya nakakatatawanan because they say Wattpad is just for entertainment purposes. You may say that, maybe ang mapupulot mo hindi naman talaga matututunan, but it's really love for for reading entertainment. So it's really a proud moment for me. What is the right kind of viral? Ito na aking pagtatapos. For me, it is avoiding to amplify the rage and fear, instead sharing the light in these trying times. We can use our voices to call out any inadequacies, but we still want to spread hope because the grace and mercy of the Lord is not only for the rich and the famous, but to everyone who believes. We will maximize our presence and make sure that every post matters. Yun lang. Salamat.
Wow. Ayoko na formal. Gusto ko chill lang tayo. Anyway, di ba? Napakaigting ng mga sinabi ni Egay kanina. Hindi ko makalimutan yung lahat ng mga sinabi niya, napaka-importante. And of course, Maki, no, the usual. Kilala ko na si Maki. Anyway, and kilala ko na din si Egay. Nagbita tayo sa NBDB. Anyway, meron akong tanong sa inyong dalawa kasi matingkad ang mga salitang viral, takot, pagiging influencer. So bilang manunulat, yung fear na mga sinasabi kanina ni Egay, paano nyo, alam natin na ang isang manunulat, nababago niya ang lipunan, nababago niya ang kasaysayan, kamalayan, di ba? So anong role nyo sa social media bilang influencer at nagba-viral? Paano nyo to ginagamit? Sino unang sasagot? Sabi nga na kanina ni Egay, oh my God, parang sabi niya kanina bilang writer, ang laki-laki mo na dahil may social media, di ba? At yung pribilehiyo ng social media, nabanggit niya. So, who will start to answer the question? Egay. Gusto ko marinig process mo. Okay, game. Sandali, nakamute siya. Yung technical man natin, okay, nakamute po siya. Nakamute
ako. Okay. So okay. Kagaya nung nag-meet tayo before nitong event, nabanggit ko na kumbaga, syempre kumpara sa following ng mga writers sa Wattpad, kagaya ni Maki halimbawa, incomparable yun dun sa very kumbaga limited na sobrang liit ng scope ng naaabot noong mga writers na nagaya ko na nagsimula sa isang traditional na ruta ng publication, ng mga libro. Dahil alam natin na, yun nga, yung sinabi ko kanina, hindi lang itong social media yung kumbaga kumatha ng ganitong, nagpasimula ng ganitong uri ng hati din sa isang banda. Dahil lagi nating nakikita na yung mga nagva-viral, malawak yung naaabot, pero alam din natin na napakarami pang mas malaki pa rin yung bahagi ng mga Pilipino na hindi naman talaga natin naaabot. So lalo pa yung nagsisimula nga sa isang traditional na printing. Ilan lang ba yung kopya ng libro? Ilan lang ang kayang bumili na kopya ng mga libro na ito? So napakaliit ng naaabot. So kumbaga sa simula't simula, wala akong ilusyon ng quote-unquote pagiging influencer o ng talagang kayang maka-apekto sa marami or significant na dami ng mga tao. Pero dun sa maliit na bilang ng naaabot ng kung ano mang sinusulat ko online o ng mga sinusulat ko na libro, tulad ng binanggit ko kanina, laging ang pananagutan ay doon nga sa pagkilala na yung mga relasyon at yung mga kondisyon at relasyon natin sa lipunan ay bunga ng isang kondisyon, isang sistema na hindi pantay-pantay, hindi lahat ay mayroong access sa mga bagay na mayroon tayo. Hindi lang ito mga material na bagay, kundi kahit kalayaan lang na magawa yung mga kailangan mong gawin bilang isang karaniwang tao, halimbawa. So itong mga bagay na ito, halimbawa, sa tingin ko bilang isang manunulat, may pananagutan upang laging i-amplify itong mga tinig na ito na hindi naririnig. Sabi ko nga kanina, hindi naman ipapalitan or hindi ka magsasalita sa ngalan nila dahil may tinig naman sila, pero kailangan mong tulungan sila na mas marinig pa ng iba sa iba't ibang paraan. So yun yung isa sa mga sinisikap kong gawin, pero yun nga yung teknolohiya ay kumbaga nag-iisang tao lang din ako, consuming yung binanggit ko kanina, consuming yung di ba parang nung sinukuan ko yung Facebook, kailangan ko siyang sukuan dahil parang isang well ng pag pumunta ka sa newsfeed, marirealize mo 3 oras na nandun ka na. Wala ka nang ginagawa kundi tumitingin ka dito. So sabi ko parang, ito ba yung gusto kong gawin sa bawat araw? Parang interesado naman ako sa buhay ng mga kaibigan ko, pero meron din akong iba pang gustong ma-accomplish bilang manunulat sa bawat araw. So yun, may mga kailangan kang isuko din, kakabit ng consumption na yan ng social media. Pero yun, basta hindi kumbaga kapag tingin ko nawawala ako dun sa kung ano yung sa tingin ko mahalaga. Kailangan lang laging mag-refocus within or even outside social media kung kailangan.
Tapos na. Pero bago mo sagutin yan, Maki, kasi naging curious lang ako kay Egay, kasi nabanggit niya kanina, nagsimula siya as a traditional writer, okay? Tapos, eto nga, dumating ang social media. Meron na siyang sinasabi na sinukuan niya yung Facebook, lahat-lahat, may mga gano'n. Pero nasa social media ka, di ba? Binanggit mo kanina. Pero bilang manunulat, kasi gusto ko to, bago mo sagutin yung una kong tanong kanina, Maki. Actually, nakalimutan ko na ata. Curious lang ako. Bilang traditional writer, nasa social media na tayo ngayon, ano yung pagbabagong yon? Yung transition mo bilang writer from traditional, tapos nagkaroon ng social media and naging influencer ka. Let's face it, naging influencer na kayo sa social media, di ba? Ano ang nagbago sa'yo bilang manunulat? Nakita mo yung walang social media, tama ba? Tapos meron ngayon. So, ano yung pakiramdam at saka ano yung nabago sa'yo bilang isang manunulat?
Parang hirap sagutin ko ano yung nagbago. Kasi usually hindi natin napapansin yung
tapos biglang nagkaroon ng Twitter, nagkaroon ng Facebook, sabi mo, isinukuan mo to. Pero sa iyo bilang manunulat, ano yung nagbago? Lumawak ba yung perspective mo? Yung sasabihin, oh what? Ang dami na to. Pwede na ako magsulat sa social media. Or iba yung tanong, ano yung naging bahagi o pakinabang ng social media bilang isang manunulat, hindi lamang sa pagiging influencer. Of course, siguro yung sales mo lumaki dahil lumawak na yung followers, di ba? Kagaya ni Maki de Luna. Pero bilang yung sensibilidad mo bilang writer, di ba? Ano yung lumawak ba o lumiit o yung gano'n?
Siguro yung isa sa mga malinaw na naidulot itong social media ay yung possibilities ng network with other writers, with readers, yung mga dialogue na ito na otherwise ay halos imposibleng mangyari sa realidad. Siguro kung hindi nangyari itong kumbaga phenomenon na ito ng social media, talagang mas limitado pa lalo yung circle mo bilang isang writer, yung awareness mo sa kung anong ginagawa ng ibang tao, kung anong ginagawa ng ibang writers. So, yun. So obviously nakatulong ito sa ganung uri ng pagpapalawak ng scope. Pero again, may kabig ako na hindi rin kailangang makalimutan, lagi kong pinapaalala ito sa sarili ko, na sa kabila ng ganitong ang paglawak ng kamalayan sa mga nangyayari sa iba pa, ay yung recognition din na napakarami pang ibang nangyayari na labas din dun sa social media. Pero admittedly, pinalawak ng social media yung possibilities ng dialogues na ito na otherwise ay halos imposibleng mangyari kung hindi nangyari yung social media.
Okay. Anyway, ibalik naman tayo kay Maki. Maki, nabanggit nga kanina, very matingkado, idididiin ng mga salitang takot, influencer, yung kanina may nabanggit ka, nagba-viral. Bilang manunulat, paano mo ba, may nabanggit ka na, paano mo ba na itatama yung mga mali na feeling mo mali? Di ba may mga sinabi ka kanina, hanggang saan ka ba? O paano mo na itatama sa pamamagitan ng social media at bilang manunulat na rin? Paano mo? Kasi kanina may sinabi ka na parang binagsasabihan mo sila, something like that. Inilalagay mo ba ito sa iyong panulat o hanggang social media lamang? O mamaya pa, ang dami kong tanong sa iyo pero kahit magkakilala tayo. Anyway.
Ako sir, nilalagay ko rin siya minsan sa storya ko. Pag nagsusulat ako, medyo modern eh. Kunwari merong isang nag-viral, sinasama ko siya bilang sangkap. Kasi rom-com naman ako so walang problema. Sinasama ko siya bilang sangkap dun sa nobela ko. Kaya mas nakaka-relate yung mga tao. Kasi feeling ko nasa gitna na ako ng ng pagka-millennial tapos palabas na ako sa millennial age. So, ganun ako magsulat. Yung mga, pero mas konkreto talaga yung yung mga pananaw ko pagdating sa mga social media post ko. I make sure that it matters, na meron akong matututunan. Meron matututunan ng readers ko because most of my readers, mga bata talaga. Yun talaga ang audience ni Wattpad. So, kailangan talaga ng konting pangaral bilang isang ate sa kanila. Even the newbie writers, I'm trying na i-reach sila doon sa pamamagitan ng post ko. So, yun.
Okay, pumunta naman tayo sa panulat o may social media. Naubusan na ako ng tanong sa social media. Ang tatanong ko sa inyo, ano ang mas importante kay Egay, ano ang mas importante sa iyo? Ang kwento o ang karakter?
Pero hindi ko alam kung siguro depende dun sa project. Pero siyempre sa sandali ng pagsusulat lagi namang kumbaga magkaugnay sila parang ang hirap kumbaga pag-usapan. Kumbaga naihiwalay lang natin yung character sa story sa sandali ng analysis So kapag pinag-uusapan na natin ito halimbawa sa konteksto ng klase pero sa practice ng pagsusulat, parang lagi naman silang nakatahi sa isa't isa. At kahit mismo sa personal kong karanasan ng pagsusulat, may mga nasulat akong kwento at nobela na pwedeng mas nagsimula yung konsepto sa kwento or sa isang partikular na tagpunga o eksena o sa ideya ng isang karakter. So, wala akong kumbaga privilege na gustong ibigay dun sa alinman sa dalawa. Pero silang mahalaga, pero silang kumbaga contribution sa pag-unawa. Ultimately kasi para sa akin, yung kwento o yung karakter at lahat ng iba pang elemento ng mga pagkukwento, mga detalye ito sa pagsasalaysay na ginagamit ng isang manunulat tungo sa lahat kasi ng panitikan, lahat ng anyo ng panitikan para sa akin ay mga ambag ng manunulat para higit na unawain kung anong ibig sabihin ng maging isang tao. Parang silip sa iba't ibang aspects ng humanity na ito. Kaya valuable lahat ng forms ng literature kasi may mga ipinapakita yung iba't ibang anyo ng panitikan na hindi naman maipapakita ng isang nobela. Kaya nga patuloy na nagsusulat ang mga tao hanggang ngayon kasi ganun ka-complex yung humanity. Ganun karami tayong tanong tungkol sa sarili natin. So yan. So mas ang tanong ko ay kumbaga ang valuation ko ay paano nakatutulong yung kwento o yung karakter para makapag-contribute doon sa kumbaga essential question na yan. Now, what does it mean to be human? Anong ibig sabihin ng maging isang tao sa iba't ibang yugto ng kasaysayan at sa iba't ibang lokasyon na kinaroroonan mo kung nasaan ka man?
Okay.
Sorry, hindi ko sinagot directly, pero yun yung mahalaga sa akin.
Hindi, sinagot mo na rin.
Mahalaga lahat.
Sagot na. Anyway, pandemic. So, may epekto ba ito sa inyong proseso ng pagsusulat, ang instant feedback o madali ang komento na nakukuha sa social media o dead ma lang? Maki. Pwede niyo sagutin to. Sino mo nang sasagot?
Sa sir, sa Wattpad kasi talagang instant talaga yung feedback. May epekto nung una, apektado ako kasi yung validation ko nanggagaling pa sa audience At saka totoo naman na very raw yung parang alam mo yung lahat naman ng pumapasok sa Wattpad, gusto ko lang magsulat kasi parang kaya ko yun Pero walang kulang sa aral, kulang sa kinis, medyo magaspang. Daming komento na sasaktan ka. Pero habang nagmamature ka, maisip mo na baka hindi lang maganda yung pagkakasabi, pero may konteksto naman dun sa May ibig sabihin naman, talagang may laman din naman yung sinasabi niya. Hindi lang maganda yung delivery. So hindi na ako masyadong nasasaktan. Pero ngayon binabasa ko, hindi na ako masyadong nasasaktan and I try to improve galing dun sa mga sinasabi. So
bakit?
Yun.
Sanay ka na?
Sanay na. Pero kasi di ba yung iba, parang nananadya lang, sasabihin na, tumigil ka na, mas magaling si sa'yo. Pero yung mga sinasabi na, siguro, improve mo yung Tagalog mo dito, dapat ganito yung ginamit mong salita. O kaya, siguro, konting research pa dito sa location kasi hindi accurate yan. Ginagawa ko yun. Sinusunod ko yun. So, yung iba na, tumigil ka na, walang kwenta tong sinusulat mo Wala na yan, natatawa na lang ako dyan. Manhid na.
Kaya gaya ulitin kong tanong, may epekto ba sa iyong proseso na pagsusulat ng instant feedback o madali ang komento na nakukuha sa social media? O wala na?
Siguro merong mas mahirap sigurong isipin na walang epekto sa iyo dahil ang totoo, 'di ba? Yung mga, 'di ba, kung halimbawa mahalaga sa iyo yung isang tao o mahal mo yung isang tao, sa dinami-dami ng positibong sinabi niya sa iyo, pag may sinabi siya sa iyo yung isang negatibong bagay, parang titining yun sa iyo, hindi mo makalimutan. So parang ganun din. Merong epekto, pero laging ang tanong nga, kagaya siguro ng ginagawa nga ni Maki nung nabanggit niya, ay kung paano mo ito ipoproseso sa loob mo. Parang paano mo, kumbaga, may epekto sa iyo, pero yung epekto sa iyo, paano mo i-manage yun bilang isang manunulat nang hindi ka naliligaw sa kung ano yung mahalaga sa iyo sa sandali ng pagsusulat at dun sa proyekto na sinusulat mo. So definitely merong mga feedback dun sa social media na hindi sang-ayon dun sa gusto mo sanang gawin o sa gusto mong isulat. So opportunity 'yan para sa akin para mas linawin mo sa sarili mo kung bakit mo ginagawa yung isang bagay sa isang paraan na iba dun sa mga punan nila. O kung nakita mo naman yung value nun, ay paano mo mas pahuhusayin yung sarili mo? Kumbaga, naging ibang anyo lang ito kasi ako naman dahil nga dumaan dun sa traditional na proseso na ito na umattend ng workshops, ng mga writers workshops, kumbaga sanay na dinadaot-daot na. Pero noon older writers, yung mga mas matatandang writers yung nagbabasa. So sanay ka na binibigyan ng puna na yun nga ang pag-asa ay na may improve mo yung isinusulat mo. So medyo bukas naman ako sa ganong pagtingin. Pero yun nga dahil ang mga puna naman na ito ay kadalasan contradictory rin. Merong exactly the same point pero gusto ng iba, ayaw nung iba. So ultimately, kailangan mong manindigan talaga bilang isang manunulat kung ano yung mahalaga sa'yo. Pero definitely ay may impact emotionally at sa processing mo ng mga sunod na proyekto.
Okay, ngayong pandemic, pag-usapan uli natin pandemic, naging mas prolific ba kayo ngayong pandemya o mas hirap kayo magsulat? Paano nyo napupush ang sarili nyo despite everything? Maki ulit. Mas naging prolific ka ba ngayon o tinatamad ka?
Nasabi ko na to, na-answer ko na to sa'yo, sir. Pero hindi naman tinatamad. Siguro medyo, dahil naninibago pa ako sa, gusto kong sabihin, hindi new normal, temporary normal. Nag-a-adjust din yung mga schedules ko eh. Kasi marami akong ginawa ngayong pandemic na hindi ko ginagawa noon. So nawala ako dun sa nawala yung, kong tao, para gusto ko may plano lahat. So pag nawala ako sa plano, matagal bago ako bumalik ulit. So hindi ako masyado nakakapagsulat ngayon. Pero paano napupush yung sarili ko? Kasi yun nga, nasabi ko na may workshop ako every Sunday. Pag binigyan ko sila ng assignment, dapat gagawin ko rin yung assignment na yun. hindi pwedeng sila lang. So kailangan ako din, magsusulat ako. So feeling ko, meron akong teammates that will check my productivity as well. So yun, nagsusulat din ako. Pero hindi nga lang buong nobela pa. Pinaghahandaan ko para next year, sana.
Ikaw, Egay, ilang nobela na
Simulan, ang totoo, kumbaga, in terms of siguro output, marami akong nasulat at parang medyo sa panahon ngayon, parang nakaka-guilty na sabihin yun, sa gitna nitong pandemya, nakapagsulat ako. Pero siguro ang isa sa na-observe ko ay medyo sabog, yung parang hindi, siguro kagaya ng nabanggit ni Maki, hindi ako makapagtuon. Sanay din ako na medyo mas organized. Parang pinaplano ko na kung ganitong number of pages yung kailangan kong matapos, ibig sabihin every day or every week, ganito yung target number of pages ko na masulat para dun sa project. Pero halimbawa, tinatapos ko supposedly yung fifth book ng Jano Silang na series. At yun yung final na book. Hindi ko alam kung kumbaga ito ay separation anxiety rin na parang ayaw kong iwan yung series. So hindi ko siya matapos buo na, pero yung mismong pagharap at yung mismong rendering noong mga huling kabanata ay natatagalan ako doon. Sa halip, yun nga, ito, kung ano-anong ginagawa ko, nag-podcast ako, nagsusulat ng kung ano-anong essays, nakatapos ako ng ibang novel, ine-edit ko din ng kasabay nun. Pero yung dapat kong hinaharap, nandito si Annie, nakikinig sa yung dapat kong hinaharap na Jano Silang, parang hindi ko alam kung dahil din dun sa mga issues dun sa content ng nobela na parang tungkol din dito sa related din dun sa mga nangyayari sa atin na mga paghihirap na ito sa kasalukuyan, kaya parang medyo mas may difficulty dun. Pero definitely nakakasulat, pero baka hindi yung kailangan kong sulatin ngayong panahon na ito yung talagang nasusulat ko.
So Egay, anong may expect nila sa Jano Silang? Meron bang lahok ito o meron ka bang ilalagay tungkol sa mga issues na sa nangyayari ngayon, sa pandemya? Mukha.
Hindi ko alam kung pwede kong sabihin. Pero yun namang outline kasi ng buong series, tapos na siya even prior to the pandemic. So kumbaga, siguro in spirit, hindi necessarily sa details, bagaman merong mga similarities, syempre, dahil kumbaga kahit may pandemic naman, constant pa rin yung ilang mga karanasan natin nga ng paghihirap, halimbawa, so nandyan pa rin naman yan, hindi naman binago, pinatindi lang sa isang banda, or kumbaga pinarealize sa atin na nag-exist talaga ng pandemya na ito. So yun, pero ayoko sigurong magbigay ng detalye muna. Baka mapasubo ako sa... Pero yun, in terms of outline, matagal ng buo.
Si Maki naman, Maki, meron ka bang trabaho o meron ka bang ginagawa ngayon na may kinalaman ng pandemya? Curious lang ako. O ayaw niyong isulat or meron ka bang kwento na actually sa mga TV series, no? Meron tayong mga lockdown romance, may kung ano, ibinabagay nila sa mga nangyayari. Sa iyo naman, Maki, meron ba?
Wala. To be honest, wala. Kasi parang hindi ko talaga pa matanggap na ganito na tayo na feeling ko kasi temporary lang talaga. Kaya ayoko magsulat ng ganito. Parang kung pasusulatin ako ng script ngayon, may nagtanong na sa akin, kung magsusulat ka ng script ngayon, babagi mo ba na yung mga bida naka-mask na, tsaka naka-face shield? Hindi pa rin. Mas gusto ko pa rin yung kung paano ko sinusulat ng kwento kagaya ng dati. Dahil naniniwala ko, babalik tayo sa dati. So, very hopeful ako dyan. Kaya, yung regarding sa kwento na parang may kinalaman sa pandemya, wala. Kung magsusulat ako, probably yung patapos na. Tapos, tuloy-tuloy na yung kwento sa masayang tema na. Ganun.
Anyway, babalik ulit sa social media. Kumusta na ba kayo sa social media? Wala ba kayong sinusulat ngayon online? Kayong dalawa? Well, si Maki, minsan sabi mo sa akin, napapahinto ka na parang how effective it is na ba sa ngayon yung social media dahil may mga fears kayo, kanina nabanggit ni Egay yung umalis sa Facebook. Bakit sa Facebook, sa iba ba meron ka bang ginagamit ibang platform bilang manunulat? O so anong use ngayon ng social media sa inyo bilang manunulat?
Ikaw na, Sir Egay.
Oh.
Hindi. Napaka basic ng dahilan kaya yung Facebook. Kasi sa Facebook, mas yung personal na FB ko ay mga personal na kakilala. So parang may pressure kasi doon na mag-respond ka. Parang pag nakita mo yung post nila na mag-comment ka. Tapos pag nag-comment sila, parang tapos sa isang tao pa lang yun. So imagine kung ilan yung friends mo dun sa Facebook, diba? So kung lahat ito. So parang na-imagine ko lang na kung sa ganong interaction pa lang, at ako din parang personally, parang in reality ay very introverted na tao. Kaya madalas pagkamalang suplado o ganun. Kasi hindi ako, kumbaga, talagang mag-i-initiate ng contact or ng pakikipag-usap. So sa akin yung ganoong kahit online, halimbawa sa Facebook, parang hindi ko alam kung naunawaan ito, kung ganito rin yung karanasan ng ibang may ganitong introversion, pero parang draining sa energy yung ganoong interaction, kahit sa social media. So kailangan kong gawin yun. Ngayon, yung lumipat ako sa Twitter at yung sa FB page nga, kumbaga walang pressure sa akin na tumingin sa post ng iba or na mag-interact. Basta nagpo-post ako dito, so bahala yung mga tao kung mag-respond sila or hindi. So mas ganon. So yung mga personal na kaibigan, kumbaga private na messages, parang ganon. So mas private na messages, parang Telegram, Viber, sa ganon nag-uusap. Pero yung interaction sa public sa mga tao na otherwise ay personal ko namang kakilala, siguro yun yung sinubukong i-minimize. At yung pag-alis ko sa Facebook, hindi naman galit sa Facebook in itself as a platform. Again, sobrang dami ko kasing personal na kakilala doon at merong parang personal na pressure sa akin na mag-interact na parang hindi ko kayang i-sustain dahil lang dun sa sarili kong temperament. Kumbaga, it's me. Kasalanan ko na hindi kaya ng energy ko yung ganoong. Kasi yung ibang tao talagang, kumbaga, nakikita ko dati, parang halos doon na, walang judgment doon. Parang, meron naman kasing mga ganun talaga na tao na doon naman, kumbaga, nakakakuha ng energy. Nagkataon lang na hindi ako ganong uri ng tao. So, medyo draining sa akin yung ganong interaction. So, yun lang yung dahilan. Hindi naman talaga dahil ayaw ako nung Facebook. Nagkataon lang na time-consuming siya masyado para sa akin, para i-maintain.
So, sa ganitong nandiyan ang social media, pandemic, etc. no? So gusto ko lang malaman, no? So ang dami niyo sinabi tungkol sa social media. Naging malikhain ba kayo bilang manunulat? Ngayong pandemya at saka nandiyan ang social media. Maki, mas naging malikhain ka ba? Yung totoo.
With the social media, oo. Pero yung with the pandemic, hindi. Nabawasan kasi napalitan ng anxiety. Kasi bilang nanay na manunulat na marami akong inaalala. Siyempre yung future ng mga anak ko rin. Kagaya ng anak ko na nagbago na, homeschool na siya. Yun, nakabawas sa oras ko yun sa pagsusulat. Marami talaga akong inaalala. Health ng bawat isa sa pamilya, may matanda kami sa bahay. So yung pandemic talaga, napalitan talaga yung pagiging prolific ko ng anxiety, ng takot, sa totoo lang. Kaya din binabawasan ko rin yung social media presence ko because I don't want to share that fear. Kasi kilala ko na lagi ako nagbo-boost, nag-i-inspire ng mga tao. Then, takot din ako. Parang ayoko yun nang i-share ko. Parang gano'n.
Pero nadagdagan ng 100,000 ang followers mo. Kasi the last time nakausap kita, 600. So parang wala pa yata 1 month, naging 700. So yung fear mo, nakakontribute na 100,000.
Hindi ako nag-update, sir. Pero feeling ko, marami lang talaga din ang nasa bahay, kaya marami nagbabasa. So nadagdagan din yung readers ko. Yun lang yung isip namin mga writers. Ang bilis ng pag-akyat ng followers namin kasi nga, maraming walang ginagawa sa bahay.
Guy, gusto mo bang sagutin yun? Kasi may isa pang question, tapos we'll go on to the next. Kung gusto mong sagutin yun,
siguro similar din lang dun kay Maki na...
is it necessary for writers to have a strong social media presence? Maging honest kayo, ha? Huwag kayong pa-cute, ha? Is it necessary for writers to have a social media presence? Maki? O si Egay muna. Egay.
Siguro para sa akin ay yes, in the sense na lahat ng posibleng platforms para makatulong sa dissemination ng panitikan na kaya mong i-explore as a writer, bakit hindi mo i-explore? So kumbaga, yes sa ganong uri ng response. So hindi lang social media, lahat ng iba pang avenues, lahat ng iba pang platforms para mas makaabot sa maraming readers ay pwedeng gawin. So kaya nga sinasabi ko na kailangan itong social media pero hindi rin ito sapat dahil ang daming hindi nga naaabot din. Walang internet connection, walang computer, walang tablet. So outside of this, parang may mga kailangan pa ring pagkilos na gawin. Pero for sure kailangan dahil isa rin itong puntahan ng maraming kabataan. Yun nga, daang-daang libo yung following ni Maki at pwedeng kung wala yung mga writers na kagaya niya na binabasa ng mga kabataan na ito, pwedeng iba yung ginagawa at hindi natin alam kung ano yung ibang pwedeng ginagawa na yun. So, yun, lahat ng venues for awareness sa literature at sa iba pang mga bagay na mahalaga sa atin ay pwede mong i-explore. Pero again, hindi ko alam kung i-expect ko yun sa lahat ng writers. Siguro sa lahat ng writers na kaya. Dahil again, iba't iba yung kondisyon ng mga manunulat, iba't iba rin yung mga hinaharap sa pang-araw-araw. Pero kung kaya mo, bakit hindi? Kung makakatulong itong social media para.
Dahil kailangan natin magtapos, si Maki lang, sagutin lang niya yung tanong. Is it necessary for writers to have a strong social media presence, yes or no?
Yes. Kasi kung nga, di ba, tinitake advantage nila ang sales. Also, we can sell sa yung libro namin, pwede namin ibenta social media. That's it lang po.
Anyway, dahil ang dami-dami pa natin gustong tanong, itanong sa inyo, pero kailangan natin magtapos para sa susunod. Thank you, Egay and Maki, and thank you to our audience for turning in today. Do stick around for the next panel at 4 p.m. entitled Pandemic Poetry, Meditation, and Protest, featuring Lourdes De Vera and Muki Kadigbak. Again, BDAP would like to thank our partners in this Lit Fest, the National Book Development Board, Happy Toothpaste, Dash, Dishwashing Liquid, and Prime Trade. We'd like to invite everyone to visit Manila International Book Fair online at manilabookfair.com to get big discounts on the best books. Maraming salamat sa inyong dalawa and
salamat din, June. Salamat, Maki.
Salamat, Egay.
Ingat kayo dyan.
See you pagkatapos ng pandemic.
True. Or dalaw kayo rito. Salamat.
Sana pwede.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're in the 7th panel of this two-day Lit Fest, the Pandemic Playbook Lit Fest, brought to you by the Book Development Association of the Philippines. Poetry, the title of the panel is Pandemic Poetry, Meditation and Protest. Poetry in this time of the pandemic seems to be a space for the non-conventional, for risk and disruption. It is also a space for intense and deep interior examination, a dimension to interrogate the present and maybe imagine the new future. So poetry today is at once both meditation and protest. With us today, this afternoon, are two of the most active poets, always in conversation with their publics. They will share how they have been writing in the last 9 months. I will introduce them both. I'll start with Lourdes. Good afternoon, Lourdes.
Hi, good afternoon, Corina. Hi,
Hi.
everyone.
Lourdes is the author of 5 books of nonfiction, the novel Super Panalo Sounds, and 4 collections of poems. He's the recipient of the first ever National Commission for Culture and the Arts Writers' Prize for Poetry, Don Carlos Palanca Memorial Awards for Literature, as well as the Free Press Literary Awards. When not busy doing news and commentary for the News and Public Affairs Department of TV5, he plays guitar for the band called Kapitan Kulam. His newest poetry book is titled Marca Demonyo. There. I'll also introduce Mookie, our second panelist. Good afternoon, Mookie.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Moki.
Mookie is the author of 4 poetry collections, The Proxy Eros, Burning Houses, Hush Harbor, and Eros Redux. She completed her MFA from New School University in 2004 and has since taught in major universities in Manila. She has also edited and co-edited various literary anthologies, including Metro Serie, a fold-out zine featuring new fiction, poetry, and graphic art, as well as contemporary Filipino poetry anthologies for the Cordite Poetry Review and Vagabond Press. Let's begin, and maybe we can start with Lourdes.
Hello, Karina. Hi, Mookie.
Hi. Hi, Lourdes.
Let me just say from the outset, I'm very, very nervous.
Ay, shoot.
Mm.
You're a performer.
This is different. That's me getting drunk on stage and assuming a different persona.
Okay.
Okay, so let's start. I'd like to show you a video of our street. This is the sounds of lockdown starting March. Barangay Quirino 2A project to Quezon City. So for all the serial murderers out there, you know more or less where I live. So in a barangay at exactly 12 noon, speakers placed at every strategic lamppost would blare quarantine instructions, Catholic prayers, and this thing called the Oratio Imperata versus COVID-19. It goes exactly like this. Play video, please.
Ng virus na ito. Gayon din upang mapahinto ang patuloy nitong paglaganap. Gabayan mo po ang mga inatasang mga laga sa kalusugan na kanila nawang magampanan ang kanilang tungkulin ng buong husay at may malasakit. Gabayan mo po ang mga kawani ng pamahalaan at ang mga nasa pribadong institusyon sa kanilang paghahanap ng lunas upang masugpo ang epidemyang ito. Ipinapanalangin namin ang lahat ng mga naapektuhan. Nawa ay ilumi mo po ang kanilang karamdaman. Ipagkaloob mo po nawa sa amin ang iyong biyaya upang kami ay patuloy na makagawa ng kabutihan para sa lahat at makatulong sa lahat ng mga nangangailangan. Ipinapanalangin po namin ito sa pamamagitan ng aming Panginoong Heso Kristong iyong anak, na na nabubuhay at naghahari, kasama ng Espiritu Santo, magpasawalang hanggan. Amen.
Okay, there's one more, but this is very short. Yung next slide na lang.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you. Blessed are you amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. And the Word was made flesh and dwelt among us. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you. Blessed are you amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and in the hour of our death. Amen.
All right. So, at least those prayers, I mean, the reading has sort of improved. I think they got a new set of readers. I think now the one is, I think he sounds like he's coming from a theater background. Ano? So mas dramatic yung ano. But this is something people in condominiums who live in private villages may not exactly understand. But of course, we know the Oratio Imperata as a set of Roman Catholic invocative prayers consisting of call to liturgical action, a public prayer during times of grave need or calamity. And to hear this twice a day, 12 noon and 3 p.m., and replete with doomsday bells before and after prayer, and including a 10 p.m. Warning sound that is truly unsettling, was at first a disarmingly surreal experience. We grew up hearing the Oratio Imperata and these kinds of prayers in Mass and in church, but not exactly in barangay speakers. But these are truly strange times, but still not as strange as that RC Cola commercial. So back in March, I read this essay by the Italian book editor Sara Reggioni, which perfectly sums up our sentiments. We live as if a predator roams outside and no one knows when it will tire of the hunt and move on. Okay, ang galing. Kasi what do we write in this situation? You know, it's the equivalent of wildly punching the air. Ours might be a protest that is both political and existential in nature, because you can argue that everything can be reduced to politics, but all pestilence, while arguably man-made, is almost entirely purely biblical. But the poet Theodore Rothke reminds us, in a dark time, the eye begins to see. In a dark time, the eye begins to see. But if I may ask, what sort of vision is it? We can probably just pray that the darkness does not play tricks on our senses, or it could be that it is actually the illusion that results into our own original aesthetic visions. So the appreciation of what is poetry should never be just limited to what our idol Jose Lacaba once described in jest as duguang placard. Just as the themes of love and grief come in varying tonal habiliments, the poetic expressions of protest need not be always in the form of a raised fist wrapped in concertina wire and reeking of tear gas. So at this point, allow me to do something really embarrassing, which is to show you several works in progress, shamelessly raw. So we go back to the comment, we live as if a predator roams outside and no one knows when it will tire of the hunt and move on. So nothing is as powerful as fear taking on what seems to be physical dimensions. Human beings as prey to an invisible hunter is a horror movie trope. So I thought of writing something that discusses a serious, mysterious something that crawls through the streets, as it were. No? Something, so the title came first because actually what we thought we know isn't really something we had perceived it to be. No? So like nervous teenagers in a slasher flick, we have no idea what is chasing us. You know? Also comes to mind, something is the title of a slow and mournful Nirvana song about being alienated from ourselves. But of course, look what happened to Kurt Cobain. So this is a poem called Something. Buti na lang hindi to workshop. Nakabahan ako kay Mookie. Write something. Shut windows will negate sunlight. Stay inside. The choice is not yours. Something without mass, without weight, without teeth, prowls the streets. Something nameless, shapeless, soundless, but leaves a red, fleshy stain. Be still. Let silence be your mirror, so this discomfort may soon comfort the unsuspecting. Rusty door bolts will dissolve into wood. Light filtered through curtains will be redder than lungs. You will not peek through the cracks of the door. You will not wrestle with the problems of radiance. You will not. You will stop groping in the dark, listening for strange sounds. Something inhuman in the street makes us quiver, like children in bad movies we watch before we sleep. When the slightest noise snaps strings and rouses rats. Something cautious us from laughing, stops us from dancing, so we put away our guitars and we mute our snares. While outside we have ceased shooting each other in the head with guns and guns of light. Something has shut down those stores, something forced the baker to shut his ovens, something has made the signals of ourselves weaker. Now the fruits are rotting, the old florist has vanished, the one on the street corner, the one who feeds a strange brown cat. These days, when cats are not missed, and nobody really buys flowers. So, that is an attempt at trying to make an imagistic poem, but not really providing an explicit political statement. It's more like an attempt at a versified version of a horror movie scene with an abstract sort of ending, an open sort of ending, because something about cats provides this really existential sort of imagery. You know? So the next, what I'd like to read is, of course, inspired by the video we saw earlier, Horacio Imparata. Christine, please, screen. This is really raw. And what I wanted to capture here is a certain tone, one of this Imperata, so surprise, surprise, something imperial, something biblical, something apocalyptic in diction and imagery. Usually in times like these, we turn to the Eastern Europeans, you know, those verbal and philosophical tricksters who can deftly balance oblique insight with dark existential humor. But also in times of crisis, we turn to what I tend to turn to poetry that is difficult and opaque. An example is, of course, Wallace Stevens. In short, it is stuff that I can barely comprehend, but you understand like an abstract cathedral or an experimental piece of music. So here's Horacio Imparata. Suddenly black skies carrying the stench of rot had sent us locking our doors and shutting out the world. But let it be said, nature is the ultimate butcher. Its bloody cleaver sheathed in flowers and fur. No one to blacken your name this time, Almighty Father. Tell us where it hurts, and we will show you an abstraction. We poor, unworthy stewards of your creation, we have chopped down your mountains and forests for a steady supply of crosses for our unending crisis. The silver in our pockets rendered useless like the shopping carts, snaking to nowhere as black umbrellas swarm the cityscape. We have learned to ignore the little horrors we inflict on ourselves daily, Almighty Father. Spare us, the weary, for what we refuse to wear, for that last rasping sound we refuse to make, and the prayers we mouth without conviction or malice, for the degrees of which we find it appropriate to pester God, or to bury him along with their earthly father, whose essence is incoherence and obsolescence, evoking only murderous mythology from his own divinities, a warmer but less reassuring world. Like the stainless steel table on which the corpse is stretched out, covered in the light of candelabras. Sin pecado concebida, floating off our lips without the tyranny of understanding. Tremolo of transmission more problematic than our half-hearted Latin. If pathogens are the world's way of exercising hygiene, then we warn our children, floods are God's tears. For our impenitent souls, droughts are dress rehearsals for hell. Until we find ourselves robed in the thin brown coat of gratitude and held airborne by wonder. What we are saying, Almighty Father, as we have stopped measuring the ballistics of rain. May the wind spread our supplication through the gasping gray cartographies. May the wind, or may the earth, after its glacial labors, finally find rest through muddy avenues, drying rivers, scorched rice fields, cathedrals that burn with silence, the dominance of broken glass, and defaced saints. These words we write on the white wall with a bloody finger. We are alarmed by mosquitoes buzzing in from the undiscovered country, and television makes things less awkward. We forget about the rats in the barns, raw sewage in the grains, to which we say, there's absolutely no reason to panic. There's absolutely no reason to panic. Absolutely no reason to panic. It is here, the center of the world, right before a long, heavy downpour, but the smell of humid soil is upon us. We don't know how it ends, but we know how every immortal story begins, with great rain. Yun. So basically, this needs a little editing. At kinapalan ko lang mukha ko by showing you the really raw stuff. Dahil pang mga parang cut and paste. So my best friend during this lockdown was actually the iPhone notes, no? Na I heard ay ginagawa ring technique ni Ricky Lee because you have no excuse. Hindi mo kailangan maghanap ng physical notebook and pen and paper. It's just there. No? If you're really lazy, there's actually voice memos on the iPhone or any smartphone for that matter. There's furious note-taking happening on my end during this entire lockdown, and so whenever the need arises, it becomes a fairly mechanical exercise. But in that mechanical exercise, you're sometimes able to create new stuff, no, new poems that sometimes pag inisip mo, kung hindi ko siya nina-note down, my God. So, with the notebook, with the notepad, with the notes, it all is reduced, thankfully, to a matter of carpentry sometimes, no? And it's demystifying, actually, the craft. To be able to address something as existential or dreaded or as abstract as a worldwide pandemic, you are reduced to actually applying little exercises like this, no? In my last book, plugging, of course, Marca Demonio, I drew a lot of visual inspiration from the grotesqueries of the drug war, the grisly tableau of corpse, police investigator, and the map of blood framing the body, no? So, the first few weeks of the lockdown, it became clear that a lot of the governmental inefficiencies that we have witnessed, it became clear to us that human lives are fundamentally a major abstraction for someone who's so obsessed with wholesale murder, no? Parang lahat statistics na lang, etc., etc. Hello pala sa mga DDS dyan. So for our my last poem I'm going to read, I would like to read something which is lovingly titled Fisting, which either refers to that notorious salute or something that provides a bit of discomfort in the backside. So this is called Fisting, and this is from the book Marca Demonio, released by An independent publishing company called Anvil. I think nagsisimula pa lang sila. Thank you, Jordan Santos. Nakikinig siya ngayon, nanonood siya. And it has an illustration by Paul Eric Roca. It's called Fisting. The effect that I wanted to, this is really a protest poem. This is quite explicit. And it has the overtones of a punk rock lyric. I listen to a lot of punk rock, hardcore punk. Punk lyrics actually were my entry point into creative writing. No, those maniacs, those punks, were actually little poets in their own deranged way. No, so you have songs like "Kill the Poor" by the band called the Dead Kennedys, and it showed you possibilities that, of the pop song. So this is called Fisting. It starts with a German word, which up to now I still cannot understand. It's the first time reading this in public. Bach, fight, fen, Geist, a face that badly needs a fist. So next slide, please. A face that badly needs a fist. A fist to smash through the TV screen and the deficiencies of English. Oh, how the Teutonic vowels hammer on our skulls. We also need a word for a face that looks as if poisoned, poisonous, and slowly dying. The shape of unripe, or the shade of unripe eggplant. A touch of black eye won't hurt too. Another day, another wasted speech. First he makes them laugh, then cringe, and then suddenly, boredom. The repetition renders it trite and tiring. Jokes do not follow a narrative arc, only a strange circle stained with spit, semen, and blood. His unpredictability makes him rather predictable. When he throws a tantrum that trashes my time, I want to drive my knuckles through his skull. Too monstrous and absurd to be real. Oh, what a rare breed he is. He should be hunted to near extinction in our country's proud tradition, or hacked into pieces by Chinese poachers. From the screen, his spittle has a way of seeping like slime until the pile of bodies become mountains. It will not be stopped by a cataract of decimal points. But oh, they hold on to his words, they hold on to his words. They savor his breath, pure as ammonia, smiling beneath the hard light of torches, till our diction completes expansion. Oh, praise be, praise be, praise be the German language that is a word for everything. Deutschland, Deutschland, über alles. Thank you. And thanks for listening. Christine, yung last slide, pakita natin. Pang-thank you lang.
Oh my God. Okay. Thank you, Lord. Ang ganda kaya. I like that line. What was that? Constantino wire? What was that?
Concertina wire.
Concertina wire.
Thank you.
Next. Yeah. Muki?
Hi, everyone. Lord, now I'm nervous because I have to follow you. I'm the nervous one this time.
Okay lang yan. Think lang, Liav.
So, when I learned that I was invited to this panel, I was really, really happy and I felt honored because it allowed me to kind of look back at my behaviors, I guess, our behaviors at home and our coping mechanisms when the pandemic started. And sineryoso ko talaga, like I did a chart and I went through what happened month by month, politically, personally, and at particular stages of the pandemic. So my tracing took me back to March, where we had ECQ. And I think we just kind of forgot what was going on politically when the pandemic hit. And at home, as in everywhere, nationally or internationally, we were just, I think, concerned with the logistics of survival. How do we get our food to our homes? How do we keep safe? What are the safety protocols? How do we protect ourselves and our loved ones? Which was really, really hard because there were no definite measures. I mean, we were left to our own devices. We were left to figure out things on our own and kind of implement protocols on our own. Because really greater guidance was lacking. So in March, I'd like to call it the logistics of survival, which continued on to April, and we were still in ECQ. And then in May, things got pretty tricky because that's when we had the ABS-CBN shutdown, while we were in ECQ also. Creatively, this was the time when I really had the headspace and heart space to start writing again, because somehow our own personal protocols were already in place. And since they were in place, I could then move on into writing. So when ABS-CBN shut down, it was a big blow because I had just come from ABS-CBN. I was with them for a year and a half. And a lot of my friends really suffered because they were out of jobs all of a sudden. Some of them very young, in their early 20s, really left to just suss it out in the middle of this terrible pandemic, which was complicated enough in and of itself. So we had that, and then tuloy-tuloy. So we had the ABS-CBN shutdown in May. The next month, in July, that was when Maria Ressa was found guilty of cyber libel. We did emerge from lockdown to GCQ at that time. And then July, again, the anti-terror bill was passed. So things were happening to us practically every month during the early stages of the pandemic. So we were in GCQ. And then all of a sudden in August, we were back in lockdown. And basically, concurrent with all of this, I just never stopped writing. And it was, I guess, an escape, a protest and a meditation. I'll get into that later. So thankfully, I had that to keep me sane, to keep me mentally fit. Even as we really didn't know what was going to happen, the future was really uncertain and there was no end in sight at all. So literally, when my kid was in school, when you're trying to explain the pandemic to a child, what do you really say? You end up having to lie, right? You end up really not being able to tell your kid that you're very uncertain of what's going to happen next because you can't imagine the future yourselves. How are you going to explain that to a kid? And I do have a kid, he's a 10-year-old boy. And then to make matters worse, this November, we've enjoyed 3 months of GCQ by my accounting. And in November, we were hard hit by Shawnee and Ulysses. So all of these things were happening to us in the midst of this terrible pandemic that there is an end in sight, but there's no precise date for it. With a vaccine, I mean the vaccine. I mentioned this earlier when we were talking, and I saw that in my creative process or in our coping mechanisms at home, we had 3 phases. So the first phase, when things were really, really terrible, at the beginning of the lockdown, I want to say from March to about July, that was actually our proactive phase at home. So paradoxically, when the world was turning to shit, back home, we were trying to keep an open mind. We were trying to be optimistic. And really, our survival instincts really kicked in. So this was the stage where we were trying to teach ourselves a new skill. So I don't cook. This was the stage when I was trying to teach myself how to cook. I was experimenting in the kitchen. Sarge was writing. My husband was writing every day. He was writing his novel and then various scripts. And then we downloaded a hell of a lot of meditation apps, and took classes. I actually took a class under Margaret Atwood. That was really, really awesome. So, and outside my realm of experience. So she writes fiction and poetry, but I took her fiction master class. So all of these things, that was the proactive phase, just as the worst hit us, really. And they say that as writers, you're either marked for life or marked for death. And I think that writers and artists, and I think that at the beginning of the pandemic, we were really just hell-bent on surviving and realizing at the end of it all, I just realized that back home, my husband and I are really marked for life. Like the first instinct is really survival. And then moving along, from I want to say August to the present, I am experiencing actually, even as I talk now and put on like a smiley face, brave face, that there's really so much pandemic fatigue already. And I felt this, but I only read about, I read an article recently in Vice that really named it precisely, and it's pandemic fatigue. And I think this started for us at home beginning in August when we were entering our second lockdown already. And all these things politically in the country had already happened. Environmentally, the worst was still to come. But Vice said, this article that I was reading said that, during this pandemic, we've really lost our sense of control. And because we've lost our sense of control, everything else that happens around us, all the negative things, politically, environmentally, socially, they're really, really magnified. So even as we deal with all these political, environmental, as I said, and social factors, you're doing that in the midst of this terrible pandemic. And this pandemic just magnifies your feelings about what's going on in the world at large. And consequently, there's a huge drain on our mental and emotional and physical energy. So I feel like these days, one day it just bleeds into the next. It takes a supreme effort, a supreme act of will to really just try to normalize things back home, to get through the day. There are days some days are easy, some days aren't. But I think that it's safe to say that for most of us, there's really just been a huge exhaustion, a huge mental, emotional, and physical exhaustion, because mentally and emotionally, those aspects also take their toll on how we are, how our bodies are. And then I mentioned this, instead of all the proactive things that we did at the beginning of the lockdown, I saw back home a total dissolution of all the optimistic and proactive things that we started. And, our viewing habits certainly changed. Like we would watch, because I have a 10-year-old, I would make sure that he watched, and 10-year-old was asking all these questions and was visibly anxious about what was going on. He would watch comedies. And all of a sudden, when he was asleep in this second phase, this pandemic fatigue phase, I started watching horror movies. And I think I did so because what we're facing is an invisible enemy. And you want that invisible enemy somehow to be made concrete, even if it's a manufactured script. You see it there, and then there's a kind of catharsis in the end where the monster is overcome, or in the case of ghost stories, where the ghost story is kind of explained or kind of gotten over. And so after that dissolution of good, like these positive attitudes, we found that they were really replaced by more fear, more anxiety, and more frustration. And I think that continues to the present day. And in terms of the way we respond to the pandemic, I think that we do still follow national responses, and we do still follow strict measures, but there's a certain fatigue about it already. The Vice article I was reading said something like, this is when all the conspiracy theories start coming in. Before it was like, do we need to use masks? But before, no. In Singapore, they were like, only use masks if you're sick. Then all of a sudden, we all had to use masks, right? And then in the beginning, we weren't allowed to touch surfaces. Now, actually, they're finding that it's airborne. It's transmitted through the air. So although we still take proper precautions at home regarding touching surfaces and all of that, by and large, we already know how it's transmitted. And my third phase was just writing, because as these phases were going on, concurrently, I was just writing. We were just writing at home. And I saw this writing as a kind of protest in two ways. Personally, it was a protest because It was, it was a protest against fear and the uncertainty of the future. The very fact that you can get yourself together, sit down and write means you're already willing yourself to get past whatever it is you're going through. And I think that writing also imagines the future. So in my case, personally, Lord, I don't know how it was with you. I feel like writing imagined the future for me. I couldn't imagine what would happen. Like there was no end in sight when this pandemic hit. I don't know when it will finish. But the fact that I was writing enabled me to kind of imagine the future too. Because when I write mostly for me, I guess. But you also imagine a reader reading your work. You also imagine being published, all events that happen in the future. So for me, it was a protest that way. Publicly, Karina knows I started writing political poems. So there were actually two political pieces that I wrote during the pandemic. One poem was about Maria Ressa, written on the very day that she received her verdict. And then the second one happened in October, where it was very timely, actually. It was for an international venue. It was for a cultural magazine based in Berlin. And they really just said, okay, in your country, what do things look like outside your window? So take an image. You don't have to go out. Just take a picture of anything at home or outside your window that encapsulates something that Filipinos are going through right now. My response was, but Filipinos have always been going through something. And my husband's Sarge had a poster, I remember, given to him by one of his friends. And it was one of those, it was called The Fighting Filipinos. And you have a Filipino with a grenade in one hand and a flag on the other hand. And it was basically a guerrilla poster during the Japanese occupation. So, and I discovered so many people are part of the guerrilla, of the resistance. Not just people who fled to the hills, but also people who, like small acts of subversion, where people were spies, men and women would pass information about Japanese movements to friends of MacArthur, who would then, radio him wherever he was hiding. At first it was Australia, then New Zealand. So Filipinos had, young and old, and Hilda Cordero writes about this in A Wilderness of Sweets. A beautiful, beautiful story. I think it's a novella already, Karina. What do you think? It's about 30 pages long. And it's just a normal family in Manila. And basically their sons are, part of the guerrilla movement and have fled to the hills. And then the women are left behind waiting for them. That's part of it. That's part of the story. So, teenagers, young women, young men, passing intelligence, retrieving intelligence from various sources, delivering intelligence at the risk of their lives. So Filipinos really fighting for something. And that was what my piece was about. We're always fighting for something. We are never not fighting for anything. Siyempre, I entered that whole discussion na about not just our politics now, but, fighting for freedom from various colonial occupations. Then now it's whatever we're facing politically, of which I will keep tight-lipped. I know what my opinions are. My friends know what my opinions are, and my family. But it's suffice it to say that there's really massive resistance going on now against what's going on in politics. So I feel like, we are always fighting for something. And that was my second political piece. And then I wrote that Maria recipes, and I was surprised because, I felt like I was a fish out of water and writing out of my depth. But at the same time, I also felt compelled to put it on a public platform because I think I wanted to share in a kind of community catharsis, a kind of community empowerment where you're allowed to speak your thoughts and feelings about a particular political situation. At the same time, you share these thoughts and feelings with a public at large, and that you're reading a poem. I think I wrote the poem hoping that it would really just resonate with a lot of people out there, a lot of hopefully a lot of readers out there, but my following on Facebook is very, very small. So apart from my family, siguro ay mga 100. But I wrote that Maria Ressa poem, and then I heard Karina. I think you shared it with her. I was very
Yes.
scared at first, but I think it reached her through you and then another channel. Okay naman yung feedback. Kinilig ako. Okay naman. Positive naman yung feedback. So I thought that maybe I could end this talk, this mini lecture, mini lecture with that poem I wrote for Maria Ressa. Oh, and one more thing, like I felt like this pandemic really just, unboxed me, I think, as a writer. Like, you don't care anymore about your inhibitions and limitations you place on yourself. There are greater things, like there are bigger things that need to be said, that need to be expressed. Who cares about your own interior world? There are larger things that have to get out there. So I wrote this poem actually for Taratula with Mikael and Juan Ekis. And I also gave a small lecture with them, and this was a writing prompt, the political poem. So this is called Verdict. And I take the point of view of Maria Ressa. So I remember she entered the courtroom with a mask on. This was in May, in the early stages of the pandemic.
In June.
In June, yeah, in the early stages of the pandemic. On the morning of the verdict, I sling the strings of the mask behind each ear, press the clip around the bridge of my nose. This will not go well. This will go well. On the morning of the verdict, I brush aside the plastic curtain by the security check. I keep between us a lawful distance. The mask slides. The thin clamp of metal loosens on its bone. I will be let speech or I won't. It is that simple. Outside, unmuzzled dogs piss and bark on long, unguarded streets. I want only what is theirs by right. Want only the freedom of dogs. Instead, this woman's freedom. I clamp the metal on my nose, tighten around my face, each livid string. So there. That was one of two pieces I completed.
Thank you. Thank you, Muki.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay. I have a few questions of my own before we take questions from the audience. Do you feel like somehow you address this or to some extent, but is this very conscious now in these times of the pandemic that you write to an issue? Does it begin there or I remember, I think it was Irish poet Haney who said that when he writes poetry, he's never sure whether the will could do the work. So I think he means that he has a purpose, he has an issue, but he has to make sure he's able to do that with his imaginative writing. Is that your process? Lloyd, you said now you take notes on your phone. You didn't do that before?
Well, I did, but I'd like to agree with what the observation of the great Seamus Heaney, because you actually start out with, I think it's like jazz. You start out trying to explore a certain melody, but something happens in the process of creation and writing that takes you somewhere. And I think that is one of the joys of writing poetry is you start out with something, you end up somewhere. That is a very, very fascinating thing.
You mean
to observe,
somewhere you didn't intend to, but there's still something. There's still an issue that you write to, right?
Yes. Yes, an issue that usually is ticked off by a certain word or a certain image. Kunyari, it begins there. more often is you take a piece of, kunyari sa TV, because I work in the news department, these sound bites, especially when you're editing, they get to your nerves, actually listening to the same voice over and over again. Na, you just want to drive a fist into the screen. You started with something like that, but sometimes you end up somewhere.
Okay. Honestly, like the older I get, I feel like it's a person. I mean, if I write a political poem, it's something I feel an actual reaction to. I feel strongly about it. I won't write about an issue just because I have it in my mind that writers have to be political. I certainly believe writers have to be political, and that's something that I just imposed on myself as I matured in the craft. But related, and in life, matured in life. But related to what Lord said, I think it has to be. I'm conscious about craft. So even while writing this poem for Maria Ressa, the talk I gave in Karatula really was trying to find the personal detail in a political poem. So that's the craft for me. That's the craft aspect involved in it. So in the poem that I wrote, it was really the mask. The detail was the mask, and which stretched out to a larger image of muzzling freedom of speech, muzzling women's freedom compared to the freedom of dogs. I think about that time Duterte was like, "Oh, these bright girls, look at them." I'll never forget that. He called, I'm not sure if Maria Ressa was part of the list, but he called them bright girls. Look at them. They think they can break the law. They think they can do subversive things and get away with it. And really, what crime occurred in all those cases, in all the women that he really cited in that speech or that rant. So yeah. So there. Long story short, I think everything is writing. Eventually has a political, not agenda, but message.
Did you do a lot of revisions for that poem? Go through a lot of revisions for that poem, Muki?
Surprisingly, no, because I think there was a prompt. I mean, there was an actual exercise involved. I don't know how it is with you, Lord. Like, if there are parameters set, na, do you revise heavily or just?
I'm a manic reviser.
Really good for you.
Sobra. Minsan, kahit nasa ipiprint na yung libro, hi Jordan Santos, ipiprint na yung book para may gusto pa akong baguhin.
Oo, same. Same. I
Pero
think that
the verdict, the poem verdict was more or less, it more or less wrote itself.
It did, because it was, I think I was just describing what I saw on TV that day. And then, those things that you can't explain it, it's just formed already. You sit down and then it's formed. That doesn't happen to me many times, but for this particular poem, it really did.
I remember that scene, I remember that si Maria was wearing, I think it was a copper mask pa ata, no? Kaya may bakal dito. And I remember that scene where she has to pass through this hall and that plastic plastic curtain. I remember that.
Parang basically with that poem, all I had to do was describe the scene. And then the larger metaphor just developed on its own. So I feel like I was very lucky with that poem. That rarely happens.
Okay. This is not, sabi mo, not your comfort zone, mga political poems. Okay, but style-wise, how is it different from your earlier work?
Style-wise, I feel like it's fairer because you have a message, or it's more immediate. I feel like I wanted, if people were reading me on Facebook, let's say, and it's not a public account, it's just really catering to a select, few, not naman few, but a group, like a limited group. But whatchamacall this, it was more immediate. So I feel like to be understood quicker, it's like a movie, but you don't really think about it. you just sit there and then you say it's either good or it's bad. You have an immediate reaction to it. So I think with this poem, I wanted my 3 or 4 readers to have a more or less immediate reaction to what is going on.
Si Karina's trying to get back, she was disconnected, but si Annie Almario throws in a question from Karina.
Yeah.
And I guess ikaw lang makakasagot nito, Muki, because I don't even understand. What does it mean to put yourself in a place of poetry?
You, Lord.
What does it mean to put yourself in a place of poetry?
Yeah.
Let's try to comprehend. Place of poetry meaning what? You're in that mode where everything is transformed into something of lyrical grace and ganyan. I think, no, Muki, sometimes which is actually quite a struggle if you're spending a lot of time in the newsroom.
Yeah.
Where it is the absolute opposite of, I think it's good for fiction, no?
Yeah.
But for poetry, it's quite a challenge. And I think anyone who's able to hurdle that challenge will be rewarded with significant amounts of material for their poems.
Yeah, certainly.
Place of poetry, ewan ko, parang you're more or less in that meditative, it's a kind of meditative state.
Yeah.
Where everything that is inputted, no, takes on a resonance of poetic material, I guess, like music siguro. Everything you hear is possibly, this could be a sample here, you could place it here. Ganon. Parang masyado ka madrama. Ganon. Parang feel mo siya. How do you do that, Moki? How do you place yourself in a place of poetry?
You know, it just happens. It's not a willful thing for me. It's not a decision. It's not like at 5 p.m. every day, I place myself in heightened state. It either happens or it doesn't. And I feel like, well, I have strict rules for myself. I do write every day. Obviously, 90% of it is not good, but those 10% I can eventually salvage into a collection. So I feel like you put yourself in this when you happen on a heightened state of consciousness, like doesn't really you can't. It's not a deliberate move. It either happens or it doesn't. Hi, Karina. Welcome.
Hi, sorry.
We miss
Sorry,
you.
My internet is really so bad in the afternoon. Hi. So I was throwing in questions to Annie.
Yeah.
So which one are you answering now? I'm so sorry.
Annie's question about your question. What does it mean to put yourself in a place of poetry?
Yeah. Like, I mean, Lord, when you hear these things on the megaphone, was that a moment of,
Yes.
did you think that you
Yeah.
could write a poem in that instance? Things like that. You don't really consciously put yourself in a place of poetry. It's not as a noble and as a as conscious of that. But there are things that you find yourselves in that you know are instances for poetry, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the other question, age-old question, is the poet...
Karina, may tanong from John Andre Manalese.
Okay, nothing's coming out. Sige, please.
Miss Muki, hello po. What were your inspirations in writing 7 kinds of stories?
Okay. This has a really funny backstory. A few weeks ago, as I think Ulysses, the first one, was hitting us, I got a message from
Rolly. Yeah.
I got a message from a kid in Pampanga saying they had to analyze this exact poem for school in the middle of the storm. It's so hard. So part of me was like, I'll just feed the answer. I mean, they shouldn't stress out about that poem at all. So I was gently, I'd like to think gently leading them to the answer, like an inch short of just spoon feeding the answer away. But this particular poem was inspired by, I read an article, and it's really true, saying that every story that we've read, every show we've watched, or movie we've watched, it's actually based on a trope, and that everything that we study, everything that we watch or read, all boils down to one of universally known tropes. So there are 7 kinds of stories, like virtue rewarded, Cinderella story. But she suffers in the beginning, but because she's kind and she forges on, the prince falls in love with her, it's a happy ending. And then you have 7 kinds. So that's one of them, virtue rewarded. You have the story of Ulysses, traveling and facing the monster, facing himself, that kind of thing. Everything we read is just a variation of these 7 tropes. That inspired me, and also it was also inspired by one of my favorite poets, Gertrude Schnackenberg. It was a variation on one of her poems.
Okay.
I have a question for the panel.
Ikaw yung panel, Lord.
Ay, kayo yung panel,
Di
no?
ba, merong Wordsworthian element ng distance na parang may moment ka muna ng reflection before you
Right.
write something.
Yes.
Para
Yeah.
detach yung emotions mo. Kasi I remember, it's really, really nasty review of a Slavoj Žižek book. Na, ang headline pa, the first book on the pandemic is here. And it's absolutely terrible.
Oh my God.
So, tanong ko kay Moki or siguro sa iyo, Karina din. Kailangan ba natin ng element muna ng distance before we are able to properly reflect on what had happened?
You mean this pandemic? Like
Yeah.
you will need it to be over before you publish anything on it? I think both ways. There are people who can, kasi even mere documentation of what's happening in whether poetry or prose is important. And you don't do that after. I mean, you do that while you're living the in the crisis, right?
Yeah.
But of course, there's also, it's like the one time that I think we were in a forum, si Butch was saying that probably the novels on the EJ case would come out parang
Yes.
5 years from now, no? So parang it depends, but I think both ways will work. Yung Muki.
I think both do. Certainly, when I was writing the political poems, there was no distance; they just happened. But like I consider those very rare. Like I don't expect that to happen to me all the time. And I think that for certain poems, distance really is required. Like it took a certain distance. It's now November. The pandemic started in March. It's only now that I'm looking back and seeing how we really dealt with it at home, how we dealt with it with our loved ones who did not live with us.
Yeah. Okay.
I would say both. Like Karina, I would say both.
Yeah. I'm being told there's 5 minutes remaining. I don't know if, to me kasi this is an age-old question, but do you think a poet is born or trained? Very quickly lang. Because, in every palangka year, parang every aspiring writer wants to be a poet first, right? As if it were the easiest thing to do. And then when in a palangka year, the entries for poetry always exceeds all the other categories. Not so any just quick thoughts on it, because they always ask that, can you be a poet, or are you really born with a talent?
I think there's a school of thought that says anything, you can be trained for anything. You put in your 10,000 hours, and I tend to believe that anybody, it's a learnable skill, I think.
Malcolm Gladwell.
Yeah, Malcolm Gladwell. So maybe genius is maybe you can't train genius, right? Maybe you're born with genius, but I think by and large, any other skill, any other profession, even in the arts, you can be learned. You can be trained.
Okay, Lord, do you want to add to that?
Oo. It's a marathon eh. Hindi siya 100-meter dash eh.
Yeah.
I think all the young writers should, even after all these college workshops, and I've seen a lot of them na, my God, this is the future of Philippine poetry. Kasi nagkatrabaho na, bye-bye, wala na.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Okay.
Sana.
That note,
Marathon.
Yeah, I think that should encourage many young writers. That's a good thing for them to know. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much,
Lord.
Thank you. Thank you, Karina.
With you today.
Sorry, it's a 1 hour thing, so it's like a relay. After we cannot go past the hour because then the next session will be affected. So again, this was brought to you by the Book Development Association
Thank you,
together
Badap.
Thank you.
together with the NBDB and Happy Toothpaste,
Oy,
dishwashing liquid, and
may
the
gift
Pride.
pack ba tayo, Karina?
Oo, dapat meron.
Dinonate
Oo.
namin,
Yan yung pinopromote ni Kuya Germs Das Dishwashing Paste. Das
Dinonate
Dishwashing
namin
Paste.
lahat ng nagbigay sila ng in-kind, some a part of it, but we donated to OVP's program. Okay, thank you very much. And
Thank you.
Bye. Stay safe.
The next panel is about Hilda. Okay,
Yes.
sorry.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Good afternoon. I don't know whether the panelists are already here. Who is our host?
The host can see me. Now I'm in the show, it says.
Hi. Hello, Rodi and Cora.
Hello.
Can you turn on your mics?
Yes, they're on.
Yes,
You're
I'm on.
muted, I think, Cora. I
Hello,
can hear you.
everyone.
No, it's on.
King and Cora.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Because it's not muted. It's fine.
Yeah, okay. I got it. Okay, so we can start, I think. Good afternoon or good evening, everyone. Welcome to Pandemic Playbook, the BDAP Literary Festival. This festival is brought to you by BDAP in cooperation with the National Book Development Board, Happy Toothpaste, DAS Dishwashing Liquid, and Prime Trade. Our panel for today is titled Celebrating Hilda. Hilda being, of course, Hilda Cordero Fernando. I am Cristina Pantoja Hidalgo, BDAP trustee, and your moderator for this afternoon's panel. Everyone knows how prodigious Hilda Cordero Fernando's gifts were. She was a writer, painter, publisher, editor, researcher, art collector, junk shop tindera, and many other things besides. Actually, her life itself was a work of art. She was quite simply an original. In today's jargon, she was a one-of. Featured in this panel are two distinguished artists and cultural workers, Rodi Vera and Cora Alvina. I will introduce you both before I turn the floor over to you. So our first panelist, Rodolfo Vera, Rodi, is a playwright, screenwriter, and theater artist. He has written around 70 plays, both original and adaptations, and won numerous awards, including the Carlos Palanca Hall of Fame, the Urian Award for Best Screenplay and Best Film, not to mention Best Film and Best Screenplay awards at international film festivals in Busan, Tokyo, and Dhaka, among others. His award-winning works include Luna, Isang Romansang Aswang, Ismael at Isabel, Indigo Child, and the film scripts Death March, La Cambini, Ang Aking Juan Luna, Norte, Hangganan ng Kasaysayan, and Die Beautiful, among others. He was awarded the Umpil Gawad ni Balagtas and Ateneo de Manila's Tanglaw ng Lahi Award. He is co-founder of the Virgin Lab Fest, an annual theater festival of new works for the stage, and currently heads the Writers' Block Incorporated, a group of Filipino playwrights. Our second panelist, Corazon S. Alvina, is director of the Museo ng Kaalamang Katutubo, a foundation engaged in cultural education and museum development. She was for a decade the director of the National Museum of the Philippines until 2010, and previous to that, the director and first president of the Metropolitan Museum of Manila until 2000. She was a founding faculty member of the UST Graduate School Cultural Heritage Management Program. Previous to life as a museum worker and lecturer, Alvina was production manager for more than 15 years of the GCF books. She is herself a published writer and photographer. This evening, we will focus on two aspects of Hilda's multifarious productions. Rodi Vera will discuss his own adaptation of Hilda's short story, The Magic Circle, which was staged by Dulaang UP. The adaptation's title is Umaaraw, Umuulan, Kinakasal ang Tikbalang. Cora Alvina will talk of her experience as production manager of the groundbreaking GCF books from the time the team would be called in for a new project to the time the book would go to press and the team would prepare for the launch. After both panelists speak, we will go into a Q&A session. For those on StreamYard, please type up your questions in the Q&A box or the chat box. Those watching us through Facebook can post their questions in the comment space. Let us begin now with Rodi.
Ako ba? Okay. Yeah, or maybe I would like to start with the ABP that I sent. I don't know if Krim is going to project that. Yeah. Yeah. So, para maikli na lang yung sasabihin ko. Okay, I wrote something. It's just a 3-page thing. So, just to supplement the whole thing. In 2010, in one of our meriendas cenas, which I regularly attended and looked forward to, Hilda Cordero Fernando gave me a book of her published stories and articles in Budhi Journal. She bookmarked a page, which was her short story, The Magic Circle. It is the story of Jepoy, a young boy invited to attend a wedding celebration inside a balete tree. The saying goes, umaaraw, umuulan, kinakasalan, tikbalang. And this wedding happens when rain falls simultaneously with the sun shining brightly. His mangy dog, Galis, accompanies him inside the balete tree, and he is introduced to a whole pantheon of supernatural beings, legendary characters, talking animals, including his dog, and finally, a capre, who steals the scene from the newlywed tikbalang couple by dying and leaving Jepoy with an appeal for him to become the messenger to warn humans of the great destruction they've been doing to Earth and their own folklore. At first read, I found it eclectic and hilarious, true to Hilda form. Ever since I first met her when she commissioned me to write Luna, Isang Romansang Aswang, way back in 1999, she was already enamored of these beings from some other layer of heaven that got tucked in somewhere away from the judgmental eyes of the human public. And I must say, it was she that influenced me to eventually get us enchanted by these stories and beings. She fed me with books on Pinoy anthropology and folklore and gave me a copy of her small book with her paintings, The Aswang Inquiry. From there, I got more interested not only in the Aswang, but in other mythical figures, the Capre, the Tiyanak, the Diwata, and they were all there in the Magic Circle, in cameo roles, hosted by Doña Jeronima, which she must have picked up from Rizal's El Filibusterismo. With her cleaning dishes, the whole banquet featured a fantastical review of various Pinoy underworld beings, true to Hilda form. We also had a long parade of these beings in one scene in Luna, Isang Romansang Aswang, featuring almost the same cast list. In that scene, the mother Aswang, portrayed by the late Ernest Santiago, dies and is laid to rest. In the Magic Circle, the Capre dies, and the wedding turns into a funeral. A year later, Jose Estrella, then artistic director of Dulang UP, asked me if I had some material that she could work on. She wanted to do a theater production for young people. It seemed that the universe set it all up according to Hilda's express wishes because nothing else came to my mind but her story. And soon after, the Dulang UP team with Jose and I were having the merienda cena at Hilda with her green pinipig in chocolate her fabulous paella negra pusit, her salad usually with flowers, and her alagao version of lumpia. I didn't realize I was the Jepoy in this collaboration, and Hilda has become Doña Jeronima herself. Her fabulous house ensconced behind a partial forest entrance is her balete tree home, which staged her story. In Luna, Isang Romansang Aswang, she envisioned a fashion show with a story, which is why she pulled in some of her top fashion designer friends to do the costumes. I had a sneaky feeling she didn't care too much for the story or the play itself, as much as she did for the costumes that Steve De Leon, Rajo Laurel, Barch Ramos, and Weiser designed for the show. Likewise, in Umaaraw Umuulan, the magnificent costumes by Leroy New took center stage, along with Lex Marcos' beautiful production design and the late Don Salubayba's shadow puppetry. And of course, when she saw this, Hilda had all praises for the visual delight this production offered. Umaaraw Umuulan was staged in 2011 and then restaged in a bigger venue in 2012. After that, Hilda and I were talking about doing another dream project of hers. She showed me her illustrations on yellow pad with notes scribbled all around the illustrations. She said the image she drew was a recurring dream. 7 old babaylans, she thinks they're all women, perched on top of long poles all around the theater space. They're all meditating, contemplating the creation of the world. She saw it clearly in her mind getting staged at the Raja Sulaiman Theater in Fort Santiago. I got excited too, and the grand idea snowballed and begot other grand ideas until I outlined a whole play cycle in 4 parts, starting with several versions of the creation of the world. the 7 layers of heaven, going through the Pinoy soul's journey as she had written in the soul book and the body book, and finally ending with how the Pinoy superhero Darna came to be. We brainstormed on so many ideas. I even suggested we do a more modern site-specific event to describe the 7 layers of heaven. Why not the floor levels of Mega Mall, I said. She shrugged her shoulders and laughed. She never got to pull this play cycle off. All I had written was a draft of the first part of 4. Lingering in my mind is the idea of Darna as Narda, a limping domestic worker serving a group of elderly New Age believer ladies, not unlike those that attend Hilda's Merdienda Cenas. My adaptation of Hilda's The Magic Circle is but a continuation of this exciting journey, which started in 1999. Part of that journey was having the honor of attending her funeral party, which she hosted in 2012. I happened to be one of her shock-proof friends who wouldn't find it unthinkable to celebrate her death even before she actually died. But even after her death, I still feel this journey with her needs to go on. She must be in one of the layers of heaven she had been dreaming about. Or she may be one of those babaylans meditating on the eternal creation that keeps happening beyond our time-bound consciousness. Hopefully, the play cycle that starts with the 7 babaylans conjuring the creation of the world up to the birth of Darna will eventually be staged. If only as Jepoy, the messenger that tells humans to begin listening to voices from the other layers of heaven. Maraming salamat, alaala ko si Hilda. Hanggang ngayon.
Ay, sorry. Nakamute pala ako. Okay, thank you very much, Rodi. Ang ganda ng presentation mo. We will now listen to Cora.
Okay. I think I sent a little PowerPoint, and if they can share it. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. That's it. Thank you very much. Magandang hapon po. My name is Cora Alvina. I'm the CSA with the GCF, and we produce books. I remember the late Washington Sisip asking me, "And what is it that you do?" And I said, "I make books." And he said, "In my field, that's bad. You make books is a legal thing." And so I had to explain to him that what I did was produce books, assist Hilda Fernando in the mediating among the many people brought in to make a book. Could I have the next slide, please? And this is where it all started. Well, I knew Hilda before we were hired by Filipino Heritage to do this 10-volume encyclopedia of Philippine culture and history from prehistory to 1946. Our boss, our editor, was Alfredo Rosas. You see him in the middle, and to his, if you're looking at it, to his left would be Carlos Quirino. To the right is GCF herself, and I'm between Ding and Hilda. And I remember Charlie Quirino and Hilda always telling the person behind Hilda to close the door. The natives are restless because the production people, of which I was a part, were really a rowdy and boisterous group. Our office was in Remedios Street in Malate, Manila. May I have the next slide, please? Thank you. I cannot see it. Okay. All right. So while in Filipino Heritage, we did a whole lot of things. She was content and style editor, and we were I was in production, of course. But while we were there, we were also tasked to edit a cookbook written by Pat Dairit. And I remember Hilda and I would sit with Mrs. Dairit at Hilda's table, and it was not easy to ask she was a cooking teacher and a cook herself. How many grams? How many teaspoons? How do you do this? Because not very many people had written recipes, and so we were trying to standardize recipes. And it got so difficult that one of my birthdays, Hilda said, "My birthday gift to you is you don't have to do the editing with me." So, so one of the things that came out of that task was the publishers were in Australia asking us, "How do you kill a crab?" Because in the recipe it just said, "Put the crab in the pot," and they said that's a bit unusual and cruel. Anyway, so to the right of the screen you will see the titles of the books that we worked on. These are not coffee table books. They are illustrated cultural history books, as Hilda would say, and all are groundbreaking. They went into fields, topics that were either set aside or in the margins, not taken seriously. She ventured into them innovatively and bravely. She shed a different light very brightly. She crafted an unusual angle in language and imagery or look, the total look. Gusto niya laging iba at naiiba. We worked with, may I have the next slide, please? We worked with these book designers. Of course, she favored Nick Richo because they understood one another. They had the same kind of kulot sa utak. Fred Cabading was very classical, but of course he was very elegant. Also, Edwina Arroyo as well, and Maggie Simpliciano, who romped away with folk architecture. Anyway, Nick Richo did the first book, Culinary Culture. I think that was his first book after coming out of GM magazine. And Turn of the Century was, of course, groundbreaking with the how would you say, the version or the Art Nouveau, Filipino Art Nouveau that Nick produced for that book. Jeepney, nobody had written about Jeepney, had taken it seriously. And so she got Ed Santiago and Eric Torres to do this little book. The problem here was in the press because Nick Richo put in some bits of paper that were different to print on and difficult to bind. Streets of Manila with Luning Ira and Gani Medina being Filipino, all of these were actually worked on. We had a book a year. And we had, if Jing said we will begin with how the book was made. It was one book a year. And it started with she calling a meeting in 37 Panay. She had already picked a writer. She knew which photographer and, of course, which art director or book designer to engage. I was a production manager. Just to let you know, the production manager, what do? I mediate between Hilda and the designer because they sometimes had different ideas, and my way out was saying hindi maaari yan sa imprenta. They cannot do what you want. Anyway, so meetings in 37 Panay Avenue, and as Roddy said, it was merienda. But for us, because the meetings for books took a long time and many, many days, so we were there for breakfast, merienda, lunch, merienda, and sometimes up to dinner. It was from, how do you say, dawn to dusk. But it was fun. It was the most creative thing that I have ever been engaged in because she had all sorts of people coming in and working with us. May I have this next slide, please? Okay. So these were the editors that we worked with: Doreen, Luning, Fernando Cialcitas, Sylvia Ventura, and of course GCF herself. And before that, she would have begun the visual research, and she would have hit the libraries: Lopez, Ayala, UP, private collections, and then she would have called other people who had ideas about what to do with a book. There was pre-production work, assignments of visuals in the book, and finally, at least in 3 books, we had what you would call comic relief. Comic relief, but that was very important and serious and ended up in the books History of the Burgess, the Body Book, and the Soul Book. The pre-production work was tedious. I used to say, oh, I would resign every time it was that part of the bookmaking cycle because wala pang computer noon. We were working with actual layout sheets. I had to put in the text that was typewritten into the layout sheets with all the photographs, and that was difficult. And because you had to go through many signatures of the entire book. If the book was 240 pages, you had to go to 240 divided by 8 is what? 30 signatures. And these were preliminary work only. But I would like to say that I myself learned a lot from both the editorial team and from the book design team. Hilda says, I invented this job. There was no such thing as somebody who was mediating between the editorial team and the production team and the art team and the printing press. The editor used to do that herself or himself. But this time I said, let me take that off of you. But Hilda and I had fun, especially when we were doing Burgess. She had certain attachments to certain visuals. And Nick Risho would have told me, these are what we are going to use. And so I would have put them in there and put the rest of the photographs in a big folder marked rejects. They said I was very cruel by calling them rejects. I said, I'm not rejecting the photographer or anything like, or the artist or the researcher. It is the photo, the visual that we are rejecting as not compatible with either the layout or the flow of the story. And at about 8 in the evening, I would leave 37 Panay with all of these layout sheets on the table. The next morning, I would find the rejects back in the folders because she was very attached to these photographs. And of course, I would redo the thing and put everything, all the rejects in the reject folder and leave them again. She did that about 3 or 4 times. And one day I decided just to bring home the reject folder so she couldn't get at them and put them back. Anyway, so that was a pre-production work. You see here in my slide that there's a standoff, the GCF production and art team and GCF, mainly because of that, and only also because she would always harass us and say that we will launch the book and she'll have the launch invitation printed. And so we would say, we have to scramble. The printing press has not said yes. And printing was not as efficient as it used to be, as it is now. It used to take about 3 to 4 months because everything was done manually, including what they call patama, which is making the colors and the registers correct. And not all the printing presses were willing to spend on extra plates, on extra ink, on extra on overtime. And then there would be certain times when there would be brownouts. And so printing presses will have no electricity, nothing to run the presses with, and we just sat there and twiddled our thumbs. Anyway, at some point, I think 2 or 3 books, it would get so tense with Hilda and the designer, mostly Nick, and myself, that we would be at the printing press and she would be talking to me to tell Nick something, and he was just beside me. Or else she would tell Nick to tell me something because she was angry at the production, and it went on and on. And very funny because the production manager of the printing press, Vera Reyes, was a very charming man, Johnny Reyes. He used to be an actor, by the way, and he, to patch things up, he would call us into his office and say, "Ginagalit ninyo ang matanda ninyo." That's what he used to call Hilda. "Ginagalit niyo yung matanda ninyo." Pati ako napeperwisyo. Kasi hindi ako dinadalhan ng merienda dahil galit sa inyo. And so, we would, of course, just laugh and then get back to being good terms and getting the book out once again. And what else? And then, she would always tell me, because Nick would send us off to the printing press, and it was Hilda who negotiated, printing costs, etc. And she would tell me, "Don't open your mouth when we're in the press. Every time you open your mouth, the price goes up because you ask for something. Higher paper, weightier paper, kind of ink, kind of plate. And so the price goes up. So don't open your mouth when we are in the printing press." So anyway, I would like to express my thanks to Hilda. Well, I did tell her this before, because the people that I met when I was in GCF Books were amazing people. The writers, you see their names there, and I'm sure I've forgotten some, given my age, of course. And some of them also became very, very good friends. And my favorite was Roberto Fileo, because when he would be late, he'd come in with a little glass thing for me. And I would always tell him, "Sige, late ka na lang uli isang beses para meron uli ako little glass tile." And Mr. Valino was such a raconteur, and he told us many stories about his life and about work in UP. And Mr. Neil Oshima had, I think, his second commission with us when he did Philippine Ancestral Houses. Joseph and Pepito Frianesa, if you look at, he was an artist with layout, paste up artist in the Filipino heritage. But then Hilda discovered that he had this talent for beautiful representational paintings. He had a beautiful sense of color and a sense of the native. And so we started to work on a book, Sana, with him, but it didn't quite push through. But he did many of the illustrations for Turn of the Century. Anyway, going back. Okay, so final paste up done. Today, I don't know if people who do books today know what the final paste up is. I'm talking about the young people, because what we bring are USBs, before that discs. Now we just email the final art. The final art used to be a physical thing. It was a white coated paper lined with non-reproducing blue lines, upon which the text was manually laid down and pasted. I remember one time in Edwina Arroyo's office, the EGA Design Studio was in La Vista, and it was an air-conditioned room. And we sat beside one another. It was an efficient setup. Everything was at hand. Time and motion studies were done to make sure that, one artist passed off to the next. When we were pasting up Philippine ancestral houses, the house help noticed that we were all laughing. It was hilarious the laughter coming from that room, until finally somebody said, "Yung rugby ninyo, nahay na kayong lahat. Open the door." And so, but Hilda wasn't there. She didn't go to the production room, and I think she found us too noisy. and too irascible at certain times of the production, and she only took care of the editorial part and the pre-production. And she visited us once in a while, either in the artist studio or in the printing press. And as I said, she used to bring merienda for the production manager. Can we have the next slide, please? Okay. I guess I didn't talk I didn't say very much about how the production really went, because it would really take days to go through how the idea was germinated or percolated first by Hilda. She would bounce it off with people that she respected and people that she liked and people whose intellect she admired. That included Marcelo Fernando, by the way. And then she called us. Let me just review that. And she would call us for many meetings. You know, sometimes the preparatory meetings would last for about 3 or 4 months, but all of this, all the while, the book designer would already be submitting sample layouts and sample artwork, sample fonts that she may want. She approved everything, by the way. But, you know, sometimes we would tell her, can we do this? We would try to convince her to think like us. And then there were books that needed formal photography, and for Philippine antiques and heirlooms, we went to Taal, we went to Vegan, we raided, well, not raided, we requested entrance to certain homes, and some of them were so kind to open mga baul, mga aparador ng antiques, and for them to lay out these things while we even slept in their house and we were fed. And we had the photographer with us, and we had a period to shoot. So that happened for ancestral antiques and heirlooms, for ancestral houses, which required the photographer Nilo Shima and the writers, the late Martin Tino Jr. and Fernando Cialcita, to go from the north in the Ilocos down to Bacolod, to Silay, to Iloilo, to photograph. It is sad to note that that book was that after that book came out, about 30% of the houses that were photographed were demolished, torn down to give way to
Cora,
newer
excuse me.
houses. Yes.
I'm being told that we have to wind up because we have to leave 20 minutes for the Q&A.
Okay. Okay. So where was I? Okay, the photography. And that was the other thing that was crucial in the book production, which is the keeping of the photographs, the keeping of the manuscripts, because there was no computer at that time. Everything was typewritten, and then the photographs, they are either archival or the slides and the negatives. Mrs. Fernando had an entire room in her house, but the plates or the flats were left in the printing press. I would like to, do we have now, may I have the last slide, please? Because this is very, something that I want to share. Not very many people know this. She had made this book. The photographs were made by Noli Yamsuan. The texts were written by Ray Ileto, Basilides Bautista, Nicanor Tiongson, Sanitino, I think. And she, at that point, she didn't want to do books for some reason. And she said, we're closing up GCF books. And this is my pamana to you. And she gave me the entire book, the rights to publish it, the photographs, and so I dedicated the book to her. She was the best boss I ever had, and I thank her from the bottom of my corazon. And Quaresma was eventually co-published by Bookmark. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cora. So we will now see if there are any questions. I have a question. I would like to ask my own question I will ask Roddy first, may I? Yeah, did you ever collaborate with Hilda for any other project aside from the Aswang and the Magic Circle?
Those were the two. Yun lang. Yun lang. But actually, she was more hands-on in the first one, which was in Isang Romance ng Aswang, because she produced the whole production. The year before, she did Jamming on an Old Saya. And then she became more ambitious. She wanted a whole fashion show with a script. That's why she called me. So yun yung so she was there during rehearsals. She overlooked the whole thing. Parang pero itong Magic Circle, hinayaan niya na kami. She just wanted the short story.
I wonder why meron kasi ako ang mga alam kong works ni Hilda are mostly the short stories in English, hindi yung mga tungkol sa mga tikbalang ganon. Parang realist story pero fairy tale naman talaga siya. Like The Dust Monster. I wonder if you ever read that. The Dust Monster.
You know what? Ang isa pa sa mga parang stage readings ay ginagawa ni Nonon Padilla. I remember The Wilderness of Sweets.
Wilderness of Sweets. Oh,
but it was
that's yung word.
It's never a full production. But I think actors came and read parts, parang ganun.
I would have loved to have heard that. Wilderness of Sweets, yun yung kanyang Palangka prize winning first prize winner yun, no? The story about a war story. Cora, I'm sorry we interrupted you, ano? Wala pa naman palang questions yung audience natin.
No problema.
Is there anything else that you wanted to add sana na naputol?
No, I think it's better if somebody asks questions. As you know, book production is quite it varies from book to book. So you can't put a rule to it. The problems are different each time, either because of the character of the book, because of the character of the designer, and the personality of the press, and of course, I had to deal with all of this. I think the production manager is supposed to be the level-headed person, which I was not, because I was also very short-tempered, and that did not help very much. So there were times that we would not talk to one another or quarrel with one another. And every year, that book ratio, Nick Ratio and I did the book. At the end of the book, we would say, hindi na ako makikipagtrabaho kay Hilda. Ayaw na, magre-resign na kami. And the wife of, widow now, of Nick would tell us, taon-taon naman sinasabi niyo yan. Pero pag pinatawag kayo, nandun na kayo agad. So,
the way you describe it, Cora, para namang mga drama yung inyong mga production meetings.
Ay, talaga namang madrama. Lalo na nung we were doing the Burkis, because if you notice the history of the Burkis, has very many elements on the pages, no? So may joke si Odette, may joke si Manny Ariola. Pagkatapos may drawing si Hilda sa kanto. That's what it was each how do you say that? You can write a book about the making of each one.
Actually, Cora, I was going to say to ask you nga have you thought of writing down these things that you are telling us about? Kasi it's very interesting, especially since today, bookmaking is so different.
I know.
Yung ako, yung generation ko, naalala ko pa yung mga kinukwento mo na cut and paste talaga. Hindi yung command sa computer na cut and paste, ano? Tsaka ano bang tawag dun sa, yung sa offset na you have to, yung pagka ine-edit, ginugupit yung mga sentences.
Stripping.
Oh, yun, stripping.
Stripping. Alam mo, line by line, because especially Nick Richo and Frey Cabading, the two of them, no, were very fussy about the lines, about alignment. So they would look at the page patagilid, and do you see anything? I would ask them, and then they'd slice a piece off of it, and it would be hairline. And I would say, did that really make a difference? Because it would hold up, the production, and I was dying to bring all of those final mechs, as they call it, to the printing press, and it was really. I don't know what it was. It was fun. It was tedious but exciting at the same time, because, as I said, each book had a different problem. Each book had a different solution. The cover of are you familiar with the book Being Filipino? The one with the marble. Okay, that was
of course.
The Nick mistakenly did the same plate. And so we were running, and we were saying, how come it's the same color, it's one on top of the other, and then the pressman made a mistake and kinasa yung isa ng baliktad, and Nick yells, that's it, that's the way it should be. So yung mga ganon, yung mga surprise endings, no? Or the printing naman yung Philippine Antiques and Heirloom, no? Mr. Kabading, it has that little parang frame on the cover. He carved that, he painted that, he photographed that, and he had the printing press run the image and the black 5 times. I've never seen a piece of paper go through the printing press so much. I think 7 times with the embossing, with the I tell you, it is so different. It is, but then some of the printing presses, the pressmen, most of our pressmen then learned by apprenticeship. They were assistant pressmen, and then they became the major pressmen. And so it is parang owido, they learn. So hindi sila masyad. Some are magaling, some are not magaling. Some are innately gifted as technical people. So
there is Cora, excuse.
Yeah.
There's a question here from Babette Lolarga. Miss Cora, why do you think she closed GCF books when an appetite for illustrated cultural history books was whetted by her and your team? Is it to go into more spiritual pursuits?
I don't know about the spiritual pursuits, but I think she felt that she had done all she could do in that aspect. She wanted to do it. She had done it. She had even gone beyond what she wanted to do. And perhaps she felt it was time to try another thing. Or maybe she got sick and tired of Nick Richo and myself, also always belly aching and complaining. Nick Richo once said, Hilda was on a diet. And so she was feeding us alfalfa sprouts, and Nick stood up. Bakit ako pinapakain ng damo? Hindi naman ako on diet. So I suppose our impudence and irreverence. No, but that's a joke. I think she loved both of us very much. But I think it was really that she had done everything that she felt she could do within that cultural, historical, and using archival photographs, plumbing the design sense of the book designers, the art directors, and she wanted to do something else.
But Hilda could not be boxed in to just
No.
being a writer. Kasi me, I only knew her, at first, I knew her only as a writer, no? A writer of short stories. But then as I got to know her better, nakita ko na maliit lang yung portion na yon. I felt bad that she did not write more short stories. She was such a wonderful storyteller.
Yes.
Pero nung nakita ko yung mga ibang ginagawa nga niya, katulad nga nung yung aswang, that was the first thing I saw na, oh my goodness, what is this ba? Is this a fashion show? Is it a play? What is it supposed to be? Fantastic, no? And then all the other things that she did.
Yeah, but speaking of fashion shows, she was crazy enough to, when she had that, sorry, this is not advertisement, bench fashion show.
Yes.
Like
I know that. Oh. Tapos pinaano pa niya. And she got
she made me and Clinton Palanca model.
Exactly. I was going to say, how did she convince you and Clinton to become models?
Parang we could not say no. You don't say no to Hilda.
Was that Pinoy pop culture? Yung
Oo, yun. Pinoy pop culture. Oo. Sino ba ang nag-direct noon, Cora?
Who directed that? I forget.
Someone from Bench? Kasi Bench yun.
Yeah, it was a Bench show. Yeah.
It was the most surprising thing. Pati yung mga hors d'oeuvres kasama dun sa, yung, di ba yung, kasama dun sa palabas.
Talaga. Ay, nako, si Aling Hilda. I was called her was Mrs. That's what I would call her, Mrs.
You called her what?
Mrs.
Mrs.
Yeah. So she knew what Mrs. and she called me Ason. So.
One of the things though that I could not quite follow Hilda into was naniniwala siya na meron ng mga ano ba yon, extraterrestrial beings dito sa mundo natin, di ba? Mga tinatanong, sabi ko, anong extraterrestrial beings? Sabi niya, bakit hindi ka pa nakakakita? Sabi ko, wala akong nakikita. Ay, meron dyan sa tabi-tabi, maghanap ka lang ng konti. Yun.
I think she never made me go through that. Although once she invited me to this body movement thing, dancing without music. But I'm a very musical person, and I said, parang hindi ko yan magagawa.
I think yung nakilala ko siya, papunta na siya doon sa exploring. Kasi I became part of our small group with Jenya and Maria Francisco. We called ourselves in Michaelis because we were into Rolf Steiner and Ken Wilber. And papunta doon yung exploring different evolution of consciousness. I was into that as well. So,
ako part of junk. The antique shop.
Yung antique shop.
Yeah, I actually designed the signage of junk and that nikeladong drum. That was my idea.
Actually, she was the one who made yung antique na ganyan, she made it popular. Naging fad yung mga antique shops na yan, di ba? After her.
Yes, and the dealer collector Terry Bailosis says, ay si Aling Hilda, kung hindi yan nag-collect ng agriculture implements, ay wala namang bibili ng araro. But it was Hilda who put these things in junk. So people started following. No? She was a trendsetter.
Yes,
she set the style, she set the trend. What she did was interesting to very many people. I think it is also because she had that kind of spirit, no? She had, how do you call it? She was brave to try to just say something that she wanted to. She thought would be beautiful, would be creative, would benefit people, would make people think. And so she really went out and did it.
I want to before we close, I want to ask you something. Have both of you read yung kanyang autobiography, yung The Last Full Moon?
Yeah.
Oo, do you recall that chapter where she is talking about having an affair at age 70? She described her affair with this gentleman of about the same age na sabi niya it was very funny kasi may kasama mga salumpas, mga accessories na mga matatanda. Pero may daya at the end of that chapter nilagay niya fiction Doon sa taas ng title nakalagay fiction. So sabi ko, Hilda, natakot ka rin, ano? Ayaw mo palang maniwala kami na nagka-affair ka at 70. Fantastic lady. I really miss her.
I do too.
So I think it's time. I would like to thank you both so much for coming and sharing your experiences with Hilda and of Hilda. I'm sure whatever she is, she's listening to us and laughing.
Of course.
And objecting to the things that we are saying, diba? Okay. Thank you so much.
And Jing, thank you for giving me an idea to write about my
Yes,
experience
please.
in this production thing.
Oo,
Sige.
kasi nga, it will
Iba
be
na
a
yung
kind
experience.
of cultural history siya, di ba? As well as social history. Kasi hindi na yan alam ng mga bata. Both for the importance of GCF books, she started a whole trend of course, ayaw niya yung pangalan na coffee table book. But
Hindi,
after
ayaw niya
that, everybody was making the same kind of book, di ba?
Yes,
Ngayon, pati mga biography ng mga presidente ng mga kumpanya, ginagawang ganyan ang format. Yung matatawa dun si Hilda.
Yeah. No, but she prided herself. We prided ourselves in GCF books in the research that we did.
It was quite an achievement, I think. Congratulations. Thank you again very much. Good night.
Thank you. Thank you, Jing. Thank you, Roddy. See you.
Thank you, Ren.
Okay.
Thank you, Roddy and Ikaw.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
How do I leave? I hear.
There's a button at the lower.
Thank you.